A very warm welcome back, everybody. Elite League Day 3 for the Chinese Close Qualifier, Sneeze and Winter here. And we went from 8 teams down to 3 now for one single slot for the whole region. I mean, there's LGD, there's Azure Ray, and there's Extreme Gaming waiting in the main event already. We'll find out today who is the last representative. It's between Kev, Eagle, and Team Zero, who are currently waiting in the winners finals, going to the grand finals, of course. But yeah, our first matchup of the day, it's going to be a best of 3 between Kev and Eagle.
Hello, sir.
Hello, sir.
I heard you enjoyed your chicken rice.
Oh, you gotta hit me with that. Okay, you gotta tell people about my. Yeah, I'm trying to get in. Trying to put on the protein. You know, gotta get energy and a good build to cast some Chinese Dota.
Good sleep, perhaps.
Yeah.
Good
Okay.
rest.
How's my complexion? Is my skin still dry?
Yeah, it doesn't go away in one day. but
Okay,
better.
I need to work on it. I'm learning from my sensei here. But hopefully these two teams coming into today, they learn a lot as well, right? I think, Winter, you mentioned that sometimes throughout the qualifiers, teams can transform. And I think we saw that with Eagle, right? They basically went through what feels like a bit of a bounce back. Started out looking a bit more like Hitless Chickens, and then turned around and managed to run through a lower bracket. Before we talk a bit more about the teams, do want to let you guys know, of course, we're watching the close qualifiers for the main event, which is this Swiss stage that you see here. Of course, there's a whole slew of invited teams. We got OG, Aurora, Tundra, Shopify Rebellion, Heroic, Virtus Pro, PSG, Quest, as well as Entity, who just made it our first qualifiers through the close qualifiers for Western Europe. Of course, the rest of that finishing up. But as you can see, very sad. Look at that. CNCQ only one slot. That hurts, man.
They have 3 teams already in the tournament. What more can you ask?
That's true. That's true.
So they have a
guess.
total of 4. How
Yeah.
many does SEA have? SEA has 3. SEA has 3.
Oh!
So we can't complain. We can't complain.
Yeah, true. I mean, at least China can't complain. Southeast Asia can complain for this particular
What?
case.
No, I mean we can't. How can we complain? 3 slot is.
Is
plenty
that
for
good?
us.
Is that good? You think?
I mean, it's good, considering I think what Europe has 4.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
dude,
I guess it evens
Europe
out.
has 4. We get 3. You can't say anything. You can't complain.
Okay, true.
You have
Okay,
to
we'll
be
suck it up.
happy.
We suck it up. We appreciate what we have here in Southeast Asia. As that, of course, is a bit of a preview. Of course, the main event isn't until quite a bit later, so that'll be the rest of the close qualifiers. But let's look back through the bracket. So we did already mention the top 3 teams, or rather 3 teams that remain. And let's just kind of follow their journeys here. So for the next match, we're watching Kev versus Eagle. Of course, Kev, they pretty much breezed through the upper bracket until they ran into the brick wall that is Team Zero. Ended up being a longer series, but Team Zero managed to take it pretty convincingly in the end. And for Eagle, they had a bit of a rougher route. I think we were talking a bit about it already. The first few matches didn't really look very convincing. They weren't really on the same page, had good strategies and whatnot, but didn't really feel like they had it together. Of course, in the lower bracket, they decided at the end they sort of came together up against both Dark Horse as well as Team Bright, which were some pretty good bounce back matches, and that's gonna land them a spot here challenging for some revenge against Team Zero in the grand finals.
Yeah, everybody wants to make sure they get a chance, to defeat Team Zero.
Yeah.
They're undefeated. I mean, there's one game. Like, they lost one game, but
Yeah.
that's it.
Yeah, the one game wasn't even wasn't super egregious. It was pretty close.
What did they lose to? They lost to a troll. It wasn't even like something
No, I
different
mean,
or some.
that particular game, they picked Chen Terrorblade supports with Sven. So I think they very quickly ran into control problems against the Puck. At least from what I saw of that game, they got last pick Puck by Butterfly Effect, and he just
Chen
absolutely rolled
Terrorblade.
them.
Chen plus Terrorblade.
Yeah.
Sounds like a grief, yeah.
Yeah,
but
right?
it's
That's
actually legit.
That's all. I mean, if you told me maybe like 6 months ago that Chen Terrorblade would be a support duo, I'm abandoning the game. You know what I mean? I'm not.
Dude, like Terrorblade support is not actually like a very new thing. It was already used by some players in the past, but it wasn't really popular until the last patch because it was the buffs to reflection. They reduced the cooldown by 2 seconds, and it got what was it, the Demon Zeal thing? I don't know when did they change that the Demon Zeal affects the reflection illusion, so it's actually so inbound when you get the shot and the talent.
Yeah, we've yet to see it really come to fruition because most of the times the Terrorblades that we've watched either have lost by then or have won by
don't worry,
then.
I'll message Team Kev right now.
No, okay, yeah. Hit them with a little
Terrorblade,
ping. Speaking of Kev, of course, let's go through the roster. A bunch of old heads here, and that's not to disrespect them. That's just to say that they've been pretty much veterans of the scene, right? Fly, especially with Old 11, and bringing in some new recruits in Butterfly Effect and Imitator from some other stacks. They've looked really good. I think in some previous qualifiers they went under
feel
Team
bad
Titan.
now that you say old hits.
Oh, you gotta. I mean, they're veterans. It's respect. It's respect. I'm
Okay,
showing.
fine. Veteran is acceptable, but
Okay.
old hits feels
Okay.
like a shot, you know.
Okay,
Like a
I
shot
won't
everywhere.
shoot so early on. We got a full day ahead of us here,
You're
potentially a
spraying
best
your
of 5.
M16 everywhere, you know. Everybody gets hurt.
Yeah, my bad. But that's Kev. Of course, let's look at the side of Eagle. While some of the names from Kev might be a bit more recognizable, Eagle, maybe some of these players and names might not be quite as familiar. Of course, we'll wait for the graphic to come up. But yeah, between Chang Jia-min, MDR, Hara, and Outside, these guys, I mean, we did mention that Outside is basically Victoria back from the good old LGD C-Deck days on that position 5, but he's kind of did a little rebrand. Apart from that, it's listed here as Xiao Yu, but it's not the Malaysian player, unfortunately. It's someone called MDR who still brings quite a bit of flair to the offlane, right? Plays this offlane Pango, offlane Elk, and the Razor, a bit of his own unique twist on the role. And I think particularly Storm or Chang Jia-min in that mid lane really has a lot of personality. He was playing some OD sniper. I mean, this lineup, they've really impressed us over the past few games.
All you need to know is he's a tipper.
Yeah, he's a tipper. He gets in there, starts all chatting. Man doesn't care. He's got some spunk to him. We'll see whether spunk can take them all the way here. As of course, we actually have ourselves a draft already. Eagle versus Kev. Now, don't you worry. I know there's a lot of Chinese characters here, and you're not sure who is who. But once we get into game, the names will switch, and all you need to know is that's why we have that graphic listing out the exact players on each side. So already starting out with the bans, Chen as well as Kanka being taken out by Eagle. Of course, not really surprised there because I'm pretty sure that's something both Undyne and Imitator can bring out. And for Kev, they've shown that they can flex the Kanka between the POS 3 and POS 1. So, but no, sorry, POS 3 and POS 2. So that's gonna be the choice.
I mean, if Terrorblade support can work, I'm sure Conquer support can work too.
Yeah,
It's just
yeah.
about time.
It's been a while, right, since we've seen Kanka support.
And you think about it, you get like Solar Crest, you get drums,
Yeah,
or you get Agonyms.
super tanky.
It's pretty decent, you know. At level 1, you can just skill the Torrent trade, or actually get Tidebringer to last hit, you know. Just like Tiny getting 3 grab at level 1.
Yeah.
Secure some last hits. I mean, not as good as Tiny, but I mean, you get
Yeah, I
you
get
get the point, you know.
I get the
You get the
idea. Kev,
Go
starting
go
out-
go run into your lab. I see you. You have a lab. You know your pub stack lab. You know, go try something out.
Yeah. You can drop a message into the Discord group chat, say like, "Boys, Winter dropped a hot new suggestion," and then they're all sighing. Oh man, we gotta deal with this shit again.
Yeah.
But okay, so starting out the draft, Techie Shadow Demon, absolutely no surprises at all, right? I think these two are not just the most favored supports, but just some of the highest picked heroes throughout the entire qualifier so far. Of course, the Techie's doing way better than Shadow Demon for now, but starting to even out, and you mentioned already at length that this Techie's is just such a huge lane winner.
Yeah, Shadow Demon is not so much of a lane winner. It's more of like just a useful hero in the current meta. Works with a lot of the other combinations. I think you mentioned Centaur, like some of the offlane heroes really like to play with SD.
Yeah.
And especially the ones that can clear stacks. So SD can have the freedom to go around and just stack some jungle. Hopefully the enemy doesn't steal yours, like what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, that was
Stack
painful.
it up with the Shadow Poison, and there you go, you know. Your offlaner becomes a carry all of a sudden.
Yeah. Victoria on Eagle's side has looked really good on this techies in the safe lane support, just being a good bodyguard for his core. Now, they do ban out the Brewmaster, which is definitely a targeted ban. It's the most picked for Old 11 in this tournament so far, and they've had quite great success with it. 4 games with a 75% win rate.
Yeah, he kind of sucks with the other heroes, so they really don't want to give him Brewmaster. Brewmaster is his
Siggy. It's his Siggy. It's his...
He's kind of greedy as the offlaner, and I feel like Brewmaster really suits his playstyle. It gives you the ability to sit in the lane, because he kind of plays offlane like carry, but not full carry, but greedy, like a greedy offlane. He likes to sit in his lane, pressure, and have presence in the team fight. And right now, heroes like Brew, Tide are the ones that suit him. And Tide is a hero that you can't really pick it whenever you want. You have to look at the heroes and find the right game to pick it. But on the other hand, Brew is a hero that is easier to be picked in more situations. I would say that they are both very similar in the regard where they can't afford to lose their lane. So they have to be picked in very, very good lanes, especially for the position force. You need to enable those heroes, and we'll see, you know, what else do they decide to pick for him, since they already banned out the Mars and Brew. I mean, I'm sure Doom is also another hero that suits his playstyle. You sit in the lane and just keep farming.
He's yet to pick it up so far between the heroes that he's played. Sure, you know, Kev haven't really played that many games, so the sample size is quite small, but it's been Brew, Primal, and Centaur. I'm sure the Doom is in his repertoire though, and Kev are probably thinking about...
Maybe he feeds with Doom a lot, that's why they don't pick it. Because Doom doesn't have like a way of escaping some situations. So.
Ooh, okay, so...
What the hell is this?
I need to let you know...
This must be O11's hero.
I hope so, because this actually is a hero that gets banned against this team. It's been banned 3 times across the game so far, and they've managed to bring it out once. So in the one time that they did bring it out, I believe it ended up being, let me just check here. I have it. I had it up just now. Yeah, it was Pudge, but it was actually a core Pudge. Wait, no, let me just double check that, because I'm seeing the lineup. I'm quite confused.
A flex pick for their carry.
Oh no, sorry. They picked it pretty early on, and they played it on position 5. So this is something that Undyne plays on the position 5. I
see. Oh, I seem to recall him playing it in some pub that I met him. Maybe I have seen it before. I mean, generally the idea is like you go safe lane and then you can kind of, it's like
get the easy hook, right?
Yeah, it's like Mirana, no? Like in the lane, right? You can hook the jungle camp and farm.
Yeah.
So you don't need to block the medium camp. You just deny the creep. I mean, not deny, but you farm the creep.
Yeah.
So when they pull, it's a half pull, and then you can get XP. And it's like you said, it's easy to hook as well on the safe lane when you're protecting your carry. But the downside is you kind of need to pick a safe laner to compensate for the fact that the Pudge is kind of like a weaker laner.
Yeah.
So you need to pick a stronger safe lane hero.
I mean, I'm already a bit concerned because there are a few concepts that we keep talking about here, right, Winter? Not just coming out of the lanes with good combos, but also the 3v3 situation. It feels like the Shadow Demon and the Pudge, they can set up for like one thing, right? They disruption.
How? Disrupt hook? Are you out of your mind?
Is that
the illusions are not gonna make it possible for him to hook?
I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's already a bit of counter synergy, right? They're not really going to pair up very nicely together.
Disseminate on the Pudge, and the Pudge runs.
Oh, true. Then he rots himself. Dude, who even knows? Can you... I feel like everyone in chat, if you ask them to raise their hands, who knows what Disseminate does? Nobody can tell you the right answer. I feel like this is such an overlooked part of Shadow Demon's kit, but I mean, it fits, right? The entire Shadow Demon kit is generally overlooked. Very quick picks here. Old 11 gonna snap up his Centaur Wall Runner before any more offlaners get banned, and the Terrorblade as a matchup potentially into the Lina. So this is exactly a cookie cutter similar draft to what they did before. They had position 4 Shadow Demon, position 5 Pudge, and they paired that up with a Fly Terrorblade.
Wait, you know what? You see this Naga time to sort. Pudge is the carry now, because Pudge carry with the Aghanims.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Very, very good against Naga.
Oh,
and then
but
you put the terrorist.
Okay, wait,
that's
hold.
the strat right now.
Hold on.
Strat.
Pudge carry versus Phoenix, is that scary at all? You think, or you don't care?
I mean, you definitely can't hit the egg. but
Yeah,
you deal with the Naga.
Dude, your Terrorblade is the only person hitting the egg right now, and even in the worst case scenario.
And the last hero, you pick someone to kill the egg.
Okay, Sniper mid. Give me Sniper mid.
Yeah, maybe Sniper. I'm sure if you can fit it in the draft, you have overall last pick.
Not too bad, right? Actually.
Yeah, I feel like Terrorblade is not a. I don't want the Terrorblade to be carry now. I want the Push to be carry.
It's kind of awkward, and they're still banning out heroes that would be good against the Terrorblade in lane, like the Tidehunter, right? Maybe worried that Eagle will last pick that on MDR. We
It's
did see.
all a ploy to.
Is
this,
it? Is it? Are they just throwing you a curveball? You think?
You're trying to trick the enemy, you know, mislead them. I mean, they have the oral last pick and can do whatever the fuck they want, you know, and just.
I
trick the
guess,
opponents.
yeah. They're just playing around here. They're straight out the gates, basically contending for the grand finals, and they start things out with a Pudge. Sure, it's something they're comfortable with, but I'm interested to see how it works because you've seen it in your pubs, you know, hooking the creeps and all, but in practice, I kind of feel like in the game, I'm not sure what this Pudge can do.
As a carry, he's gonna destroy the Naga illusions. I tell you that.
But as a support,
AFK.
okay.
Hook the creeps, you just hook the neutral creeps, get levels. I mean, once you get levels, you're strong for sure.
Sure. But you need those levels. So maybe, especially for this patch, if it does end up being on the support role, we'll have to really keep an eye out for those wisdom runes. Maybe he'll angle for a steal on them from long range with the hook as well. But Eagle, they need to try and blind pick essentially what feels like an off lane. They've basically secured the Lina for the mid with the way that they've put the Naga Siren out already. Naga versus Terrorblade, how's that carry matchup though? Is it bad for the TB?
That's okay, but I prefer Naga. I think Naga has a better time in that regard.
Wow.
So they go with the Sand King, which kinda deals with illusions too.
Yeah.
With the Sandstorm, but he's very weak in the lane. Maybe the techies can kind of compensate it.
Yeah, I wonder whether they're gonna just kind of switch that orientation because in the past we've seen techies go up to the top side, piloted by Victoria, of course.
They
but
like to put +5 techies.
yeah,
On
so
the teams that we watch.
I mean, especially this guy. This guy loves his position 5 techies, so I'm not sure whether he wants to be grabbing the Phoenix. We haven't really seen it from him yet, but I'm sure he can play it. So far from Hara, who's the pos 4 from Eagle, we've seen him play SD, Bat, and Ven. So Zeus is the last pick here. Just some additional vision to help out with the Sand King. Can clear out the Naga illusions as well.
A support Centaur.
No, you're kidding. Oh my goodness. Okay, back
Support
to maybe...
Centaur is okay, it's okay.
Yeah.
I've tried it before. It's decent, you know.
Yeah.
It was quite popular when the level 1 stun was a lot stronger before they nerfed it. But
Yeah.
I think it's still reasonable in the right situation where you're trying to avoid certain matchups and you're trying to just win the lane harder. I
Yeah.
think he's still pretty good on the lane as a support. You do a lot of damage with your stun, double edge. You're useful with your stampede globally. So no matter what, you're gonna be able to be useful in the game.
Yeah. I'm just wondering how well it's going to do though, because I believe Undyne is actually their position 5. So if we just go by the roles, I think it's going to be a Terrorblade Centaur lane and an old 11 Shadow Demon sort of combination there with the Pudge SD.
The Sand King is gonna die at level 1, I think.
Yeah.
Like you meta.
I'm
his
a
stun
little
with
scared.
Blood grenade. They can actually kill him at level 1.
Right? It's a lot of damage, and MDR, I feel like the main fallacy of this Sand King pick is always the early laning stage. You're hoping to get through that so you can get your first early items, but even then, butterfly effect on the Zeus is always going to be a problem for you in your Sandstorm. So, very hard Sand King game. Am I right to say that you're favoring the Kev draft going into this game number 1, Winter?
They're so greedy. They're greedy.
Right?
Greedy draft, dude.
It's crazy.
Zeus, Pudge, Tricore. You know, everybody wants farm, and then you have a
SD
It's like
Centaur, yeah.
Everybody is like trying to tell the team, hey,
Please give me this wave.
Hey,
Give me this wave.
this
This I'm farming this area already. Go away.
Yeah, I actually feel like Team Eagle has a more balanced lineup, so I'm gonna actually prefer their overall composition. Even though I'm not a very big fan of Sand King offlane,
Yeah.
but balance in all things, and I think they have a more balanced all-rounded draft in terms of the economy, the farm distribution,
Yeah.
and the way they're playing on the map. They have like a Lina mid and Naga, which are both already essentially greedy, but Sand King as an offlaner kind of balances everything out.
Yeah.
And you have team fight, Sand King, Epi plus Phoenix Egg. With the song, I feel like this is a pretty good setup. If you compare that to Cav,
Yeah.
what is the team fight? Stampede? Yeah, I guess that's only the thing. You know, they're trying to run away.
Yeah, it kind of feels like the initiation idea from Kev is that they are hoping you run into them.
They are hoping to just win the lanes and outmaneuver you. That's it, you know. When they crash the lanes,
Yeah.
very, very hard, like 9-1, 8-2, and they can just do whatever the hell they want in the game. And they have a Zeus to deal with your Naga illusion, so they kind of outscale you too.
Yeah. Well, Kev, they're hoping to come out swinging here in this game number 1 with this Pudge pick, but Eagle, showing us a bit more of a balanced draft compared to some of the times we've seen them falter early on. So a lot more promise there already. I think coming into this today at least, you wouldn't be wrong to assume that Kev and Team Zero would be your grand finals matchup. But Eagles, they were soaring high yesterday. They're looking to pull off a bit of an upset coming into this final day, and it will be such a, I think, shock, especially for everybody watching the main tournament if they were the ones managing to qualify through to the Swiss stage.
All right, everybody, 30 seconds.
Oh, the hook!
Oh
Finding
my
the
God.
Naga, perfect level 1. The vision was placed
they're gonna
down,
know
and they do
the
a
ward.
beautiful wraparound. Yeah, so they should know that there's some vision on the lane, I guess, but still setting up very nicely, and it's butterfly effect to get that kill as well.
Easy game.
Easy game.
The mid gets the first blood.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what they need. They need to do really well from the get-go to kind of enable their greedy draft to function.
Yeah.
You train hard to be here. Real hard.
Disruption. Okay. Buying some time. Hoping
Send
to
down, yeah.
get the stomp out. It's a lot of damage onto Lina. We've seen this happen already. Is the Lina just
Dude, it's
dead?
almost dead.
Yeah, they're just gonna get
Almost
auto
dead.
attack. One last fairy fire, just decides to die instead of try and lane with that. So, I guess, you know, I think that was the right choice. If you fairy fire there, even if you keep your life intact, you're gonna lose to the Zeus. But already a huge disparity in this mid lane.
I mean, imagine if they camp him again, right?
Yeah.
TP down, he died. Then they kill him again.
Yeah, they can do it again, right? If you...
The game literally is kind of over, you know, if that actually happens to your mid laner.
Yeah. One thing we know about this player that we are already mentioning, Zhang Jiamin, has a lot of spunk, but we might not even have the time to think about that. Hara has to run away from Undyne. This Centaur at the level 1, like you said, can just do so much damage and force the Sand King out of the way.
I mean, good news is he's out of mana. So the Sand King is gonna have like some time to breathe and chillax in the lane while
Oh
he
my
gets his
gosh.
levels.
Dude, sub 1 minute bottle on butterfly effect already. This Lina's lane is gonna be difficult. You can just keep the arc lightning spam going. And
Don't worry, Lina's gonna be fine at the end of the day.
True.
When you get Dragon Slave to last hit, you just have to make sure you don't play too aggressive. Don't put yourself in a dangerous position.
yeah.
And Fly pops the meta,
Okay.
trying to pressure with the stomp on the center.
Yeah, why not, right? Just use your level 2 advantage, and Hara's still level 1, meaning that he has no dive. He's gonna try and slow their auto attacks as much as possible, but can't stop that last purple ball from smacking him on the head. And MDR was trying to make use of that space, but he very quickly has to just get out of there.
Yeah, he's a Sand King. He's sad right now.
Yeah, just scuttling around like a bug. It's like an ant, you know, when you see it on your kitchen counter, you slam your kitchen counter and they're all like, ah shit, okay, we can't do this anymore, we need to get out. Outside, getting hooked in, but it's a lot of physical damage and just damage overall being returned. Nice disruption to dodge out the blast off. At least preserve some of Old 11's HP, but let's trade. I mean, I don't think trading up against Naga techies is all too easy.
Nope. It's pretty difficult. Pudge definitely not that strong until he gets more levels, like level 1, level 2. I mean, even level 3 is not really that strong yet. I mean, you need your points in your rod, your flash hit. I mean, for now, I think he just has to play really defensive. He's gonna get caught again. Nice disrupt.
Saving out the
Dodges the
punch,
damage.
and Old 11 still is gonna go down in this bot side. Last few auto attacks. It's the techies who manages to land that one with the 700 base attack range, by the way. Pretty crazy stuff.
705.
Oh, is it? Actually? Are you
No.
checking now? Are you
No.
confirming? Okay, I don't know whether you're pulling my leg, but either way, I'll believe you. I'm sure you know your numbers very well. Okay, well,
You know your numbers better.
you sure? Okay,
Yeah.
well, we can put that to the test. But now I'm locked in on this game because Kev, you know, they, like you mentioned, they need to come out of the early lanes doing well. How much of a bad situation is it if Old 11 can't really get advantage here? Because he's still getting ripped up here in this bot side. Like, he's putting on so much pressure with the illusions and just keeps forcing Old 11 back to the tower.
Yeah, I mean, this Shadow Demon just doesn't really offer the same amount of laning presence as like the Techies. You know, Techies is just way better at that. So you can see the Naga just having a slightly better time. I mean, Pudge is still getting last hits. He's still quite even in terms of the CS counter.
Yeah.
And once he gets his points in flash hit, I think the lane should stabilize for him. So should be fine.
Yeah. Outside, finally managing to get that pull off though, so trying to grab that equilibrium back into the Pudge's, or at least the Naga's favor. It's 3 minutes as Lotus are traded out, and Undyne still doing such a good job in terms of harassing down Hara. I mean, this Phoenix literally almost dies. Just has to dive away from the solo centaur. Which goes to show, I mean, between MDR and Hara, they can't really force this little horsey out.
Yeah, Sand King Phoenix is definitely not the strongest laning duo, but once they get their levels, they're going to be very, very potent in the team fights with a lot of magic damage, especially when you have the Veil on the Sand King.
Yeah. I mean,
I
I
presume
think
one of them is going to get it because it's
Yeah.
just so much value.
it's such a great item this game, right? Like the sheer amount of magic
Lina,
damage.
Lina too, you know, if you go Aghanim's on Magic, you play Magic Lina with the Veil on your team.
Yeah. I wonder what build he's gonna go for this game. He's yet to queue up anything that's indicative of the direction, but in the one game we've seen Zhang Jiamin play this Lina, he actually went for a bit of a right-click build instead. So the typical sort of Maelstrom, Booster Travels, Gleipnir, BKB build up. Ended up working very well for him.
All 11.
No,
Run, my
outside
friend.
again. I mean, he might be the
Run.
butcher, but he's the one getting cut up. It's a lot of shadow poison stacks. Oh my god, it's so flashy. Is he gonna get the Naga? It drops a ward as well. He's gonna land that last stack. Oh my goodness, this fish is fried. One last one. He just missed two. Uh-oh.
Oh, the punch is back.
Oh my god, the punch is back. Oh, the shadow poison making him run like a damn fool. You were right, this shadow demon is pretty lit, man.
Fancy pick.
Fancy
hero.
pick. Oh shit, the techies almost kills the punch, but I think he activates the flash heap just in time to block some of that damage. Nicely done. Good presence of mind there from Old 11. Oh, but the blast off still finds him in just far too far forward. And now 999. Oh my god, he's gonna do it again. The shadow poison. Dude, the Eagle lineup is really good at juking these shadow poisons. 999 has missed quite a few. A bit unfortunate, he loses out on the kill on the techies, but has a clarity to get himself back up. But just pure carnage in this bot side right now.
Yeah, now Zeus is level 6. Somebody's gonna die on
Whoa.
the side lane.
Yeah, but it is the 6-minute party time as we see Kev supports rotating in to try and help Butterfly Effect out. Meanwhile, the Eagle support seem a bit preoccupied. They are nowhere in sight. And because of that, I think, you know, Zhang Jiamin is well aware that he doesn't have the backup he needs. It's an amplified damage rune going the way of the Zeus, basically for free. Uh-oh. Okay, I mean, you could try for... Ooh, she was winding
trying,
up. Yeah, she was
trying to go for a
Laguna,
solo
right?
kill. Yeah, I don't know, maybe stun into Laguna, something like that. Yeah, that was a chance that he gets the kill there.
I think he would still be fine because Butterfly
That's
Effect is
one
holding on to
raindrop.
that infused raindrop, right?
Yeah, one range drop very far. Yeah, maybe he would live. Maybe it's hard to say. But
Sitting on half HP, very susceptible to Lina's burst, as it seems like the techies is in the area as well. They managed to identify that there's a ward, but outside immediately replaces it on the high ground instead. So really sneaky stuff there to allow the Lina to maintain vision in this lane. I feel like warding mid against a Zeus is always so difficult, so you gotta sort of be creative with it. The 7 minutes, we talked about it being important for these supports, and here comes Undyne looking to contest. There's a stun available.
Stun.
Oh,
Nice.
oh, perfect. And oh my
gets
god,
the
he
kill
gets a
too.
kill too! And he spots the stack. This is perfect. I mean, this guy, he's doing so much work on this Centaur.
I mean, this is the issue of having Sand King Phoenix as your off lane.
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of like a domino effect, right? The lane is not strong, so you can't contest the 6-minute runes. You can't help the mid lane,
Yeah.
and then you lose out on some trades, and the enemy position fight becomes stronger, and then they have the levels to actually contest your wisdom rune.
Yeah.
Bot lane, Naga,
Getting set
Clutch
up
is
on.
here to grab you.
Yeah, he's hungry. He wants some filet of fish. Coming through the twin gates is Undyne, and with the Zeus damage from afar, they'll be able to shut down the Naga and outside as well.
Everyone's here.
Hara's down here as well, and he's just gonna die. It's a double for Butterfly Effect. As out of nowhere, the Kev heroes just materialize in the bot side and wipe out 3.
I mean, this is such a big move here by Kevin. Punch is like, thank you guys for the flash heap stack. Thank you so much.
Yummy. And,
Now Sand King has to come down here. This is no bueno. Stampede,
No,
Lina.
no. Oh, Undyne from out of nowhere catches the Lina. She fairy fires and still has that haste rune. We love your Thunder God's Wrath there. Even turns around for Laguna, feeling frisky, but might have just submitted herself to death. No, the move speed is just enough. She's able to pick herself up a free Centaur and get back out to safety. So not too bad, all things considered. The fact that Lina manages to survive and reset there.
Not too bad indeed. But they're still 3k go, okay, 4k go behind.
Oh my goodness.
And they have to try to, I guess, play around their Sand King and Phoenix timing. I think the Sand King's items are going to be very crucial. He's building a vessel.
Dude.
So who's going to start fights? I guess the Gleipnir or Lina. So they're gonna be. It's going to be very slow for Team Eagles. The
Yeah.
pace of the game.
I mean, on the bright side, all 3 of their cores have ways of farming and getting to those items, right? So maybe it's not too bad, but
Look
it
at how
feels-
poor the Naga is. man.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried
Not so
about.
bad, but
we talk about the whole greediness of the Kev lineup. Even though you can afford to play it a bit slower on the Eagle side, I feel like you're giving so much space for the Zeus, the Terrorblade, and the Pudge to farm up.
I mean,
their
this
key
is the
items.
issue when you lose all your lanes, right? So,
Yeah.
I mean, Cavs lineup like I said, can only work if they do really well in the lanes. And this is
working.
what's happening right now. They're getting a bunch of kills, first blood, they're getting runes, getting wisdom runes. Bot
Getting
lane.
everything here. Hold 11. Everything down here on this Sand King will get blast off over his head. The Shadow Demon here to disrupt as well in the epicenter. He's gonna do quite a bit of damage. Old 11 still with the hook, able to kill him off thanks to the help of the Zeus, trying to run away with the Stampede, but it's not enough. 999 forced to TP out. There's a proxy mine and it will blow up the Shadow Demon. So outside, able to get a couple of high value kills and end that
Big
killing spree.
trades. That's going to give the supports the levels. Techie is level 6 now. Phoenix is going to get a wave. And maybe another wave, 2 waves to get his level 6. I think that kind of salvages the early game for like Team Eagles right there. Firefly is here. He wants to kick this Phoenix out.
Yeah. It's time
He
to
knows
pop
how
the meta.
important it is for the Phoenix to get levels for level 6, you know, so he's actually
yeah.
making a really good move here.
This is really smart stuff. I mean, you have to dive, but still with the Phoenix Illusion chasing you, and he will even get a
that's
free kill.
actually such a big kill, even though it's on a position for support, you know. Like,
Yeah.
that's such a big kill.
Yeah, I mean, really heads up play coming out from Fly, right? You don't really sort of think about that, but he recognizes exactly what Hara wants to get done there and denies it. Now he's the one putting pressure on the tower. Zekis is around here to defend. They can TP the Sand King in, but he's kind of busy farming stacks right now, which means this should be a pretty free tier 1.
Yeah, it's hard for them to defend it right now with the Terrible already set up with Centaur, you pop meta. So I feel like you don't have to force it. They just have to try to clear some stacks, recover the levels. I feel like they are fine being, I think, 4-5k behind in mid game, as long as they can get their important blink. I think the blink is gonna be like super important. Blink Shivas, blink Veil maybe on their lineup on the Sand King, and then once they have that up, you take a team fight, you win that team fight. I think they'll be Gucci, you know.
Yeah, I mean, he's not even going for the Shivas or the Veil. It's actually the Phoenix queuing that up because after the Spirit Vessel, he's going directly for the Blink and the Yule. So prioritizing that, I guess, mobility and
I think
evasiveness.
he really needs the dagger like to start the fights.
I mean, without it,
Everyone else is gonna be relying on the Sand King to do the brunt of the work.
Oh, dying. Managing to pop that Stampede, but it's not gonna
Nice
matter
kill.
because a nice blast off over his head. Get caught out there. Nice
They have
hook.
all their
whoa.
ultimates.
Hold 11. Looking for MDR here, chasing down onto the Sand King. And he has to back out the
Back
Shadow
up.
Demon as well. The Demonic Purge will do quite a bit of damage, but he's able to stand his ground in Epicenter. He will finally go down, but at least get the return kill. And now
That's
the
a good
Shadow
trade.
Demon's dead as well. I mean, even
Good
though they
trade.
won out in the lanes, yeah, great trade. Like you say, they're just cleaning up Kev heroes all over the map. They're not slowing down Fly, but at least they're stopping the off-lane Pudge.
Yeah, Team Eagles, they're definitely trying really hard to get some decent trades, making some good moves happen for them, and things are taking a turn for the better in the last 1 or 2 minutes for Team Eagles.
Yeah, and even though the Naga is still the poorest core, which is an absolute eyesore, I mean, any space that she can get, it's just gonna get exponentially better for her. She's just trying to make her way towards that value Yasha as soon as possible to really amp things up here.
Yeah, this Tekis is just doing a lot of work right now.
Yeah.
The two supports are just holding the game together for Team Eagles, and for Team Kev, they have to try to kind of speed things up. I feel like they just can't afford to let Naga recover like this.
I mean, there's another meta available on Fly. We'll see whether he wants to rotate to another lane and try and get a tower there. That really feels like the next move for them potentially. But he's just gonna use it to focus on farming the
I mean,
stacks.
there's no initiating tool.
Yeah.
Like nobody has a blink like Pudge and Centaur.
It's
they
just
don't
a
really
hook,
have
right?
dagger.
Like you're hoping for a hook, but then it's such an easy response for Eagle.
Stampede, I guess. You stampede and run in.
I guess. It doesn't feel too good. Now they'll smoke up and run into the triangle. Stampede or not, they want to get this Lina. Beautiful LSA to hold the aggressors in place, but it's not going to be enough for her to survive. The TPs can come through in time. And Hara and Outside just weren't in position. Starting to set up the mines now. The Proxy holding the fort on the high ground, but Butterfly Effect, he's still able to do the damage. MDR starting to come through. Butterfly Effect in some trouble, still able to heavily jump away. He's sticking out to this magic damage, and Hara, he could land a crazy egg there, but doesn't decide to commit it. Allows the Zeus to walk free, and now with old 11 in the mix, this Sand King is dusted. Just gets worked down, and the egg should be able to pop though. Undyne doesn't really have the amount of attack speed to work it down. And Hara will be the only survivor in that absolute massacre. Ends up being a 3-for-0 exchange, and Kev, they punch right back.
Yeah, there was a poorly coordinated fight there from Team Eagle. I think they just needed to wait for the Phoenix to get in position for the egg. The Sanking kind of went in a little bit too quickly on the Zeus, and he didn't have enough in the tank to actually kill the Zeus. I think if he just waited maybe a second or 2 seconds, wait for the Phoenix to get in position, so stun into the egg, I feel like you kill the Zeus, I think the fight just literally ends there.
Yeah, it looked pretty good, but you can imagine how much more of an impact it would have been for this Sand King if he was able to, let's say, maybe get a Veil, right? Start amplifying some of this magic damage coming out from the Phoenix. But the early item choices, you can understand it because he thinks that, okay, later down the line, this Pudge is going to be a problem.
I still feel the Vessel is like, yeah, sure, it's kind of good against the Pudge, but they have other problems, you know?
Yeah. Well,
I mean, once they get the dagger and the Sand King, it's going to solve I feel like majority of the problems. They're going to have opportunities to get pickoffs and get into the phase of the game where they are going to be happy, you know, when the Naga gets to recover. Centaur, Stampede, run away.
Oh, clean stuff,
going back in.
Centaur. He just sidesteps the barrel strike, makes him look like a damn fool there. And just like that, the aggressive move from Eagle starting to go a little bit wrong here. They don't have an egg to commit, which means their Sand King in some trouble. They will be able to get the Centaur as a last little bit of magic damage. No! They can't even finish the job, and instead they get wiped out.
Holy crap, the Zeus.
They just get obliterated. Their butterfly effect, his damage is insane with that phylactery.
The Heaven's Wrath, that's what we call it.
Yeah. The sky is angry at you. That's what they say.
8 and 0 on the Zeus.
Oh my goodness, dude. This guy, I mean, we already see him sort of take on beastly performances on that Lash, right, earlier on in this tournament, and he is not slowing down. His hands are hot fire
dude,
right now.
He's so freaking fat.
Yeah. Shard,
Manta
Yasha.
done soon, Phylactery,
Radiant's middle tower is
and then he has probably the best neutral item for him right now, Barry's Trinket.
Yeah,
He's probably
perfect.
hoping for the Whisper of the Dread next.
Oh, that would just be everything ticked off the boxes for him, huh? I mean, you basically are on the perfect Zeus game already. And Butterfly Effect, he's had a great time. I mean, I think I heard from, I was listening to some other casters and some players talk about it as well. They were saying, okay, you know, Zeus, gone are kind of the days of focusing more on this spell damage. If you really want to scale, you sort of immediately get your shard after the Phylactery, because the Phylactery allows you to contribute to fights early, and then you can still become this beast in the late game.
The shard is like the farming item now.
Yeah.
You don't need to buy mana
Oh,
item.
straight onto Hara, no die for you, baby. Straight into
Oh, you got the egg
mix.
off? Sand
I
King stun?
don't know whether it's gonna be enough though. Beautiful
Oh, nice
song.
song.
It's gonna allow
Nice
the egg to
song.
pop. Can they time
Holy
it?
shit.
It's perfect. The 3-man stun. Is this the fight that they were looking for? Eagle, they're starting to soar here on the wings of the Phoenix, and they finish off on Dive to start Fly. He needs to get out of here, but he can't even get the Sunder off. He gets melted down, and a perfect coordination allows them to snatch away that fight from right under Kev's nose. It looks so bad for the Phoenix, but they just couldn't do it in time.
That was a beauty, a sight to behold.
Woo.
That was so nice to look at how they use the spells, the sequence, everything just layered perfectly to save the egg. The Phoenix kind of like baited at me, you know, because the egg initially looked like, oh my god, that was a free egg kill, you know, and then the song and the Sand King immediately stopped his channeling.
Yeah.
And just realizes he just needs to get the stun in first, and then the Naga was in time because of the stun to song and stop everything.
Oh, they don't want to give up this advantage, but that proxy mine, if the techies was paying attention, he'll know that there are people in the area, but Zhang Xiaomin still walks up. That is a puppy paws.
BKB.
If I've ever seen one, I mean,
Can he survive actually?
surely
Probably
you can
not,
pop the BKB, but I mean, with the changes to debuff immunity, you're still taking quite a lot of damage.
He's getting dismembered now. I don't know if he's actually. He actually probably don't have time because he's already in mid animation casting the Dragon Slave. So you need to complete that before you can activate your BKB.
Yeah,
I think he's actually just.
He's
stunned.
just dead, huh? Man. I mean, I think the Kev move with how fast they all respawned and just immediately smoked out probably caught him by surprise here. Probably assumed that he had a bit more time. I mean, that top fight was everything, right? The fact that the Naga sort of recognized that maybe there would be aggression there and was nearby enough to song and turn that around. I think that's just the mark of a great carry player, understanding where you can have an impact. But for this particular moment, it doesn't seem like anyone can do anything about this Lina's impending death. She's just gonna melt, isn't she?
Just can't wait to see the Lina disappear in 1 second.
Yeah, just get disappear. Right? I mean, I'm
Oh,
happy.
he actually got BKB off.
I'm
Holy
still
crap.
getting
How?
dismembered.
This is the pause. Thanks to the pause.
Oh my
Appreciate
goodness.
If it wasn't for the pause,
Oh, dude, Kev have got to be a little bit bitter, I'll be honest.
yeah, I think he's not happy.
Yeah, understandable. I mean, I'm sure that on the Eagle side, it was one of those like they've disconnected, and by the time they realize, they just immediately pause it. Just unfortunate timing for Kev as they aren't able to capitalize on that smoke move. And that would have been huge, just getting the Lina right as she just finishes off with BKB, really nullifying that timing. Uh-oh.
Naga.
Gets found out here, just out in the wrong spot on the map. Kev, they just loop around on both sides and kill off that Naga for free. Meanwhile, bot side, Butterfly in fact now in some trouble. The Stampede is going to get him to safety, but the lingering magic damage, it's a bit
That's a
too
big
much.
kill.
They're deciding to TP out already outside. No dismember, but the hook available is going to pull that Techies back in. At the end of the day, it's still a monster kill streak going outside's way, so that's a lot of EXP and gold. We'll see what the Techies can do with it. He's been doing very well for himself so far, but on opposing ends, both teams losing core members of their team.
So what? 1200 gold kill.
Yeah.
I would take that any day, you know, sacrificing your support for that.
Sure.
No problem. You take
mean-
that trade anytime.
If you look at the fight recap, the gold change actually is just like 100, right? But EXP for basically 3 members on the side of Eagle, I think that's extremely valuable.
Radiant scanning around for enemies.
Yeah, for heroes like Sand King, especially Phoenix.
Whoa.
Phoenix, you want your level
the-
12.
Oh, I guess
What's
both
going
these
on?
offlaner. Yeah, what the hell? They just completely, completely miss each other. What the heck? They join back up with their teams. Both of them certainly could have been in quite a bit of trouble.
So near yet so far.
Yeah, right? Like, literally just passing each other. Didn't you smell a little bit of dust as the Sand King walked by, or just some rot?
Wow, what was that?
Radiant's courier just took a
Just
third.
okay, he just reacted in time to blink away from the stun from the Sand King. It's 0-11. Just insane, you know, just walking up the high ground on his own.
Yeah.
I don't care. I'm Putch. I have Flash Heap.
He's been playing that way on Old 11. He literally doesn't care. Oh, the Stomp not gonna connect, and Undyne not really in a position where Eagle can capitalize on. MDR wasn't in the right spot. Will still try though. The Barrel Strike forward, Stampede away, and blast off. Committed a Stampede though. They should be pretty happy with that. Straight onto MDR Sand King, and he should get bursted down 100-0. Doesn't stand a chance in this situation. Old 11 fishing for a little bit more. Still has the hook available, and the blink in 2 seconds. He can jump forward, picks off outside, and Zhang Jianmin actually cancels the TP to try and contribute to the fight. But the double
nice
stun
stun.
comes through, and they're starting to surge forward and leapfrog on here. Disruption onto the Lina. Might just force her to pop the BKB. They buy back with the egg, but the egg's just gonna easily go down. You can't put a stop to Fly just beating into your Lina now, as she doesn't have any HP left to stand her ground. MDR finally gets off that epicenter, but it's straight into a Sunder. And finally, the Naga joins the fight, but the lightning hands. It's a rampage for Fly as he just cleans up the Eagles off the map. Who can soar higher? I have wings too, baby. And Kev, they're gonna get this tier 2 and full 5-man wipe.
Never forget you.
You can't soar high in the sky when there's a thunder over the sky.
Yeah, bad weather conditions. I mean, that's the cause of airplane delays, and you try to make your way through. It's a bit too close to the air, it seems. The skies are crackling with thunder, and holy butterfly effect. The amount of damage he does in that fight, close to 5k. It's nasty work.
I mean, when you click one R button, you literally do like what 2000 damage.
It's tough, man.
I mean, this is really, really bad news for them.
Yeah.
They are not supposed to lose the mid-game team fights with their lineup, but right now it's gonna cause a lot of problems because once you get to late game, if Kev's lineup is allowed to get there without having a disadvantage, you have Zeus to deal with your Naga, you have Terrorblade to kind of deal with the rest, to kill the egg,
Yeah.
to kill the Lina. So what do you actually have in late game? I feel like even if you combine your spells really well with the song into the egg, into the FP, I don't even know if you have enough damage to kill everyone off.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried now
Now
because
the Putch
Butterfly...
is definitely not dying. And then you
Yeah.
have the Shadow Demon to save the Terrorblade. Or the Zeus. Stampede to run away.
It seems like... do my eyes deceive me? Let me just double check here. Yeah, it seems like Undyne... sorry, not Undyne, but 999 actually buys the shard for himself. So prioritizing that demonic cleanse, which is a pretty unique approach. We've seen this spell just have so much value, so it's not necessarily eyebrow raiser, but the fact that he commits his own gold to get it instead of gambling on the shard is pretty interesting.
So I get it, you're that guy.
What do you mean?
You just want to wait for a team to kill the Tormentor, even though your shard is just so valuable.
No, but I mean, I want to get items like 4-star for Glimmer to help my...
Eh,
Oh,
eh,
alright.
eh.
Okay, well, okay, let me get your opinion then. Do you think Demonic Cleanse is worth like foregoing a sort of small defensive item this game?
Not sure. Feels
Yeah, that's
like
what I'm
I mean,
thinking.
it's nice against the.
If you're in the vicinity
Guess
of
what do you
Dire's top
dispel
tower, I'd put on
Uh,
something. That baby is
Yeah, it's
going
just the
down.
net, right?
Actually, what do you dispel? It's
That-
just the
that-
net,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. That's what I was thinking. Because
And
in
maybe
some
the
other games,
debuff from the Techies bombs.
yeah, that's why I like in another game. Maybe if you have a lot of icky stuff to peel off your opponents or your allies, I get it. But this particular
I guess
game is
it
interesting.
heals, you know. So
Sure.
yeah, it's still a
Uh-oh.
heal.
Zhang Tiamin in some trouble now. Has a Sunray beating into him, but the entire team committing that his member can't really help him out there. Fly will just focus down the Lina and leave the egg for later. Sure, it's gonna pop, but Hara is not long for this world. All he can do is dive away, but if you're mid-TP, you can't TP out. You can't cancel the trajectory of the dive. You'll just fly back into their arms. Old 11 says, yum, yum, yum. Another stack for me.
He's up to 18 right now.
Oh my
36 bonus rank.
Dude,
And
yes.
yes, Aghanims.
Oh my goodness.
Dire's
I mean, he
courier
just rushed that
lost its
Eternal
way
Shroud,
to
right? It
the
ends up
with
paying
a
it off
force
big time for Old
fire.
11.
Taking
Talk
some
about him going into more of this, I guess, carry-ish core. This part.
Not carry. She is literally a secondary carry. I mean, they have 3 carries. Let's just be real.
Yeah.
He's used Terrorblade, Punch.
It's
Things are looking
it's
dire
tough.
for Dire's
I feel like as much as is trying to push out the map as fast as he can, like this Orchid hasn't really been able to do much. Like this Naga has just been completely quiet. We have one beautiful song combination. That's about it. The contributions to the fight haven't really been anything to speak of. And uh-oh, looks like MDR narrowly blinks away, but the hook, no, burrow right in time. He's able to slide out of trouble and escape back to safety. Won't be clenching his butt there for sure.
Dire is kicking sweet hell out of Radiant's
They're gonna need
bottom
like some
tower.
miracle fight, like some, I don't know, 5-man Sand King stun into 5-man X stun into 5-man Lina stun. I don't know, man. Okay, maybe 5-man blast off.
Yeah, it has to be
Song.
perfect. But I mean, when you use a song like this
Wait,
just to
did
try,
he not see? Wait, he didn't see?
I don't.
Oh, he didn't see. He actually didn't notice he caught the Terrorblade there.
Yeah.
I guess it was out of vision.
A bit awkward. I think the Terrorblade was just slightly above the steps and ends up evading that move there. Good attempt there from Eagle, but basically they've used the song.
Nighttime.
And yeah, now nighttime
Nighttime.
vision is even scarier. They need to run because their lane wards spotting them out. Smoking up here. You still want to try and make a go. Do they know? I mean,
Smoke into the Tormentor. Okay, this is
Okay.
some next level smoke right there.
I guess. I mean, yeah, you'll get the shard and the enemy team is gonna know, and you get a nice reactive taser as well for your techies. I guess maybe disarm the Terrorblade could be pretty good in the fights.
Don't you remember the last couple of team fight recaps? Like Zeus and Patch are doing like a huge run
Yeah,
on the.
it's actually obscene. The amount of
If
damage
you're
that
actually
the-
worrying about disarming the Terrorblade, then you got
No,
bigger problems.
I'm trying to find an opening, man. I don't know. Eagle, they're 50k gold lead down, and they'll lose the first Roche as well. So Aegis, 4 fly. The Terrorblade is actually going to be a factor now because now he can go up to high ground and start beating on these remaining tier 2 outer towers, of which there are
Yeah,
only
he's
one.
the designated building damage right now.
Correct. And
Patch
we,
and Zeus can't do it.
yeah, they can do a lot of damage to heroes, but not so much the objectives. And we didn't really mention this, but the fact that you know your Terrorblade illusions can be spawned more of by the Shadow Demon is pretty handy stuff as well.
Why would you spawn Terrorblade illusions when you can make Zeus illusions
look
to
now.
farm?
Oh,
Radiant's bottom
actually, I don't know. Is that better? I can't even tell.
No, it's
Some pings coming through, forcing the Stampede out. Looks like they got the catch on the Shadow Demon, and he should be going down. It's a beautiful storm from Undying to set up the fight. Now Fly is ready to play, starting to bash up, and they just die. The whole just dead. Eagle, they can't fly in the sky when there's thunder raining down again and again. In disrespecting the Terrorblade, he got himself a double kill right there. This man's the big boss, and he gets it done. Holy. Eagle, every single time they show up on the map, all their HP bars just disappear, man.
The Centaur actually did the most damage there. What is going on?
It's his shard,
I guess-
right? He got the double edge and the strength stacks and everything.
And the Stampede doing damage too.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite literally trampling all over them. They are the saddest bird to ever fly high. It's tough business as Fly is going to make quick work of that tier 2 tower. But
I tell you, they're probably flying into the next game at this rate.
yeah, I think so. This is a dive bomb. Not so much of a dive and more of a bomb out the way that they're going here. It's 18k gold lead. And, whew, I mean, how do you even take a fight here? I feel like the Sand King's time is over. Straight up double blinks. The Blink brothers onto this Lina, forcing the BKB pop and Ogre Seal TP away. But the whole...
Oh, nice. Nicely timed.
Like, I don't know what the idea was there. I mean, that was ambitious to say the least, thinking that Old 11 wouldn't go for that, but it's another kill on your Lina, and now another situation where Fly, meta or not, he can just feel comfortable going to this high ground, maybe forcing a buyback.
Oh well.
Oh well.
Everything's looking so grim right now.
Yeah.
There's like nothing more they can hope for.
Yeah. They're
Like
trying
even
to...
if they get like a 4 or 5 hero storm is King into the egg, I don't even know if they kill anybody now.
Yeah.
I mean the Sando has a pipe.
I mean, that is such a big ticket item. We talked about the increase in the price, but him being able to grab that is just going to buff the team out so much. Real only strength is the magic damage that they have across them. The Lina did go for a right-click build, but she just can't man-fight into the Terrorblade. In comes the Sand King looking for a setup. Fly will lose the first life in the Zeus system tower as well. Disruption helping him out for a moment. Butterfly Effect, he needs to jump out of here, able to just narrowly escape, and the Demonic Cleanse, it's going to allow him to heal up a bit. The egg doesn't stand a chance up against the Fly Terrorblade, and the BKB pop means that he's the king of the fight again. You might song, but he's still in full effect here. And with his regen rune, Butterfly Effect will get back up to full. It's just like nothing happened. Yeah, back to full again. I mean, you used all your teamfight spells. What else can you offer? Is still the meta available for just about half duration. Just gonna try and push in topside instead. Split them up. And not just focus on a singular lane. I like that move here. But 14 seconds, no Phoenix.
Wow, he got him.
Finding Zhang Xiamin. And it's a nice blast off to try and save the Lina, but she doesn't have enough HP to stand against the Terrorblade. Just like that, 2 more out of the picture. They are making quick work of these heroes on the side of Eagle, and where's the rest of the defense? The minefield is just being cleared up by the Terrorblade illusions. Butterfly Effect, look at how confident he's feeling. Pyrasma, as well as the Enchanted Quiver and a Hyperstone on the front lines. He's looking at a moonshot, man.
And the guy knows, you know, the game is over.
Yeah.
Moonshot is like the item to end the game. You know,
Yeah.
the game is over.
He wants to put a stop to this and move on to a game 2 quickly. I have a grand finals to play, he says. Kev, wipe out the second lane of Rax, but without the meta anymore and without their sort of timings, they will sort of feel comfortable backing off and not pushing the issue. Just address the waves and go again.
I mean, at this point, there's just literally nothing more they can do but just try their best and hope for a mistake, you know, from Team Kev when they're trying to siege high ground. I mean, they're going to have buybacks for the next fight, so maybe try to use some buybacks.
I mean,
it's hard, man.
They are still trying very hard on this Naga Siren to split push and have some presence out on the map as best as they can, right? Because
Yeah, but the thing is, like, they're not even dragging for any like specific timing where they're going to have like a better chance to win the game or come back, you know. Let's not talk about winning first, let's talk about winning one fight, you know?
One fight, right? I get what you mean. I mean, the Aghanims on the Shadow Demon now, he's able to work his way up. So 2 charges on the Purge, 2 charges on the Cleanse. Everyone's gonna be squeaky clean. They even mentioned the Centaur. I mean, at this point, what item does he have flying out? Is it just some wards? Does he have something coming out for him here? Okay, no. So it's just a Craggy Coat, which is gonna just make him even tankier. And these Kev heroes, they are reaching unkillable territory. Just too many tools to help them out.
Tower is in trouble from the way it's being destroyed as I speak. Don't look now, but Radiant's bottom tower is getting obliterated.
My last hurrah. I have to try.
Feels that way. Feels like it has to start with an amazing.
Naga's
barrel
going
strike.
from behind to try to set up his song. So maybe they have a good chance. There's a ward that saw him.
In comes MDR straight with the Burrow Strike. He's not doing any damage at all. Fly will commit the BKB and the stop in. The Lina is just dead. Has to buy back now. It's a beautiful egg. And it doesn't look like it can be focused down for now. It might just pop. And the Sunray, it's starting to burn up the heroes on Kev. They're all dropping very low. Butterfly effect. Still able to turn around and do the damage. But now the Phoenix on top of him. The Laguna will cut down the Zeus. 2 down already for Kev. But you still have yet to address Fly. You need to control him. It's 1v3. Undyne trying to buy him the space. The Lina will come forward with the Ogre Axe. But it's not enough. Fly can stand his ground. Will finally kill off the TB, but Old 11, he's still there. He has to be songed away from the rot damage. It's a bit too much. And even though the Naga's able to do the job, somehow they clean the fall with Kev, but Old 11, he is absolutely untouched with his Bloodstone Eternal Shroud build, and he can be the one. We talked about this guy like in the carry. Well, everything's on his shoulders now. He can be the one taking down the final lane of Rags, but maybe he won't risk it, especially if the Techie's coming back up in 5 seconds. Now he has to be on the run with that Bloodthorn. Silenced up. Still managed to pop that Flesh Heat beforehand, reducing the amount of damage he's taking. I really don't think...
I think he's trying to 1v3.
Yeah, that's what it...
He might be able to.
Yeah, that's what it smells like. He has to land his spells. After this member, the silence will come out, and that's a bit too big for his britches. Yeah, Old 11 will give over an unstoppable killing spree. Sure, you would love to get that on the Naga, but still, you're just killing him entirely. It's fine, right? You still hang on to your last lane of Rax. Yeah, the Bloodthorn just does so much work.
He killed the Shadow Demon without committing anything. Just ensnare into Bloodthorn, the illusion kill him. The SD didn't have any defensive items up, you know, so Blink Aghanim's, and I think he has to just consider getting either Use or Ghost Scepter right now.
Yeah, the Demonic Cleanse is pretty good, but only if you're not the one being silenced, right?
I was kind of surprised they didn't see that coming, because the Naga literally walked past, even if it's an illusion, right? You have to like be ready. Like,
keep in mind.
In case it's a real one.
But
he just walked past the wall, he ran behind, and he just killed the Shadow Demon.
No, that's fair, but I also think that it was a perfect distraction, right? Because maybe even if they saw the Naga, it was right at that moment that the Sand King blinked in. So in some sort of divine fate of timing, it ends up working out for Eagle, right? There's a bit too much for Kev to think about. They don't kill the egg for what feels like the first time in all their engagements so far. And I think this Phoenix really makes them hurt for it. With the Shard and the Sunray, it's just too much damage.
I mean, it was also a buyback on Lina. So
that's true.
It wasn't like for free. You know?
So you take those 25k gold lead down?
Yeah, for sure. You take the trade. No matter what, 1 buyback to save the Rex is fine. You know?
It's fine, especially when it's your last Rex of the game. You gotta cling on, Eagle. It feels like they've been clinging on the entirety of this lower bracket run, right? There were moments where it looked a bit shaky, looked like they were about to just kind of pass out and tow, as we like to say. But they are still putting up a good fight here. Still, a perfect team fight could be what fishes them back into this game. We talked about Kev already. They need to leverage on this advantage that they have to get the edge in these team fights, but when it comes down to staring up the Sunray, it's a lot of damage, and the mischance as well, probably something they didn't really consider.
Tanking in trouble.
What are you doing out there? Stampede up, and they're gonna spot him out. I mean, this is gonna cost them because he doesn't have buyback for 70 seconds. Gotta wonder what he's thinking there. I mean, sure, everyone else is split up on the map, but just unlucky, I guess. Kev, catch him out.
Yeah, look at the position of the creeps. He definitely did not expect like the 5 heroes to be there, you know.
Yeah.
Like top lane's all pushed out, mid lane's all pushed out, bot lane's all pushed out. You would be thinking, oh, the enemy has to go back and deal with the creeps, right? And then they're just like, oh, 5 men here.
Yeah, right
sure,
at your doorstep. Hara gets found out, immediate TP out, and no way to stop him. Heads up play there, only spotting the Terrorblade, and basically has to take that chance. So they are doing a pretty good job at still buying themselves time, right, Eagle? They are splitting up the map, pushing out the waves, and making Kev respond to them. Uh-oh, Naga. I didn't even see that as the blink. Oh, the hook narrowly missing us. Takes the detour down to the bot side instead. And will survive there.
Dagger, Bloodthorn, he knows his job, his role in the team fight. He has to blink and find the SD and kill the SD. Does he have any defensive item yet? Still no.
Looking at that Aeon disc is the next queue up for the SD.
I'm quite surprised he actually finished the lens after what happened the last fight.
Yeah, a little greedy. Can't lie, but
a little greedy? You sure? A little greedy?
Okay, alright, Winter. I'm just trying to help him out here. But yeah, I mean, maybe he thinks he has enough time to farm it up as
You're supposed to be impartial, Mike. You're not supposed to help anyone.
Okay, I won't. Unbelievable stuff from this Shadow Demon. It's disrespectful, I dare say, that he doesn't get more defensive items. Does that do it, Victor, you think? Is that okay?
requested
You
that
have to
time.
ask producer.
Okay,
If producer okays that.
Yeah, okay. My producer can let me know later on during the break whether that's acceptable or not. But quick Aegis pick up as well as the cheese. I think that must have been what is it only the second
Dyer's
Roche
middle
or
tower
did
is
I miss
taking
something
one
here?
hell of a beating.
Yeah, second Roche.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, true. I thought I don't know. This game feels like it's been going on for quite a while. So with some of the back and forth fights, Eagle they've managed to hold before. It did cost them a buyback, and right now we're staring down the barrel of no buybacks on the Lina. Well, literally, the only person on the Eagle lineup to have it is the techies. All that gold he's amassed. Fly now on the high ground with that second life and his full set of items. They jump in with the Barrel Strike, getting into half HP, forcing the BKB.
Oh, the Naga.
The
He's
Naga
here.
on the backside onto the Shadow Demon, but he gets controlled and forced away from the fight. Fly meanwhile beating down MDR on the front lines, and the song will break things up. For now, we need to wait for the setup. Where is the Barrel Strike coming through? How do they choose to proceed? It doesn't look like there's an opening, but straight in, all 11 with the Stomp out, but the counter, Barrel Strike, the egg, there's a second one. The Sun Ray's just not enough. They try their very best here, but at the end, it doesn't even matter. Too much damage from all these Tri-Core members of Kev, and the Naga just can't enter the fight anymore. She used every single one of her tools in that initial jump on the SD, and look at her. She's just standing on the sidelines, waiting, hoping, praying, dreaming for an opening. But all she'll find is regret. As she runs back to her little minefields, just calling GG. The Naga's not even in the mix, as Kev will be able to take away game number 1. It was a bit elongated compared to what we were expecting, but still. And credit where credit is due, Eagle. They put up a pretty good last few holds, but it just wasn't enough. Kev a bit too far ahead.
Yeah, losing the lanes a little too much at the start of the game. Kev did a good job securing first blood for the Zeus. It all started there. They smoked, they got a kill, and 6 minutes, the two supports, because they were able to get advantageous side lanes, the Pudge and the Terrorblade kind of won both of their side lanes very handily. The supports from Eagle weren't able to help the Lina play the next couple of minutes, the 6-minute mark to the 10-minute mark, and resulting in the Zeus just running away with the game, like 8 kills so early on, and just like having like top net worth.
Dude,
Like,
8 kills. 8 kills is crazy, man.
Just too much, just way too much, this Zeus in this game.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, at the end of the day, even in these fights, I feel like as much as they did a metric butt ton of damage, there was that little fight where the Naga actually managed to get the jump, but Kev, they're pros, they know how it goes. They make a mistake once and they don't let it happen again. They all made very clear to the Shadow Demon, okay, it's fine if you get jumped, we'll back you up this time, we'll react. And that's exactly what happens, as that results in Kev going 1 game up. And while it is the result that we're expecting, like I mentioned, coming into this remaining 3 teams, I think everyone's thinking that Kev is just going to go up to the grand finals and have their rematch against Team Zero. But, it's Eagle. They still have the chance here. They have that grit, they have that resilience. And we'll see whether they can bounce back in game 2 right after a short break, so don't go anywhere. A very warm welcome back. Elite League's China qualifiers here, and it's the last day. Sneeze and Winter bringing you the action, and of course, Eagle up against Kev. That game number 1, I mean, we said it was a greedy draw from Kev, but they lapped everything up. It felt like there was nowhere for Eagles to even perch.
Yeah, I mean that's what you get. You know, you actually kind of like make a good plan because you understand you have to do well from the get-go to make your lineup work. I felt like they kind of understood what they needed to do with their lineup to make it succeed. They placed wards, they tried to get first blood, they succeeded in giving the Zeus the first blood, and just everything just went really, really well from there. You know, lanes gone well, the side lanes were dominating, supports were helping the Zeus. Zeus got all the resources that he needed, the bottle refills on the runes, and just very, very difficult already from the start of the game till the end of the game.
Yeah, and you said as well, Butterfly Effect, what a killer game from him. 8-0 at what felt like, the 12-15 minute mark. That Zeus was having a whale of a time, and he went for the perfect build as well, just to keep scaling. Even in the later parts of the fight, even when you deal with one of the cores, it felt like the rest of them were dealing way too much damage in these fights for Eagle to really stand their ground. And this Naga pick, it's been one that Eagle have been going back to on their carry. It's something that they're so comfortable with, but it just feels like we haven't really seen them succeed with it lately, especially up against these teams later and later on in the tournament.
I just feel like the draft was kind of like in a spot where they didn't really abuse the enemy. Because the first 2 picks were Techies and Shadow Demon, right? Then after that, Kev picked Pudge right away. Felt like they didn't really answer the Pudge, you know, with a pick like Undying, for example, or some hero to make it very hard for the Pudge in the early game. I think the Pudge just had too much of a free lane because you kind of double down on the team fight with the Naga and Phoenix, but then their laning in the first couple of minutes just kind of got abused, you know, by the Pudge, and it was the opening. It was the opening pick, you know. So
yeah,
that's something that you really need to bear in mind, that this Pudge can be a core or can be a support, you know. So you need to be very, very careful to cover all your bases in the draft and not to give away your cards too early.
I think more so than that, it almost felt like Eagle just didn't respect the Pudge, right? They picked Naga into it, which, you know, you talk about, okay, the flex potential, but either way, it's still a pretty good Pudge game, right? If you're able to...
I feel like you can do that if your position 5 can deal with the Pudge. I feel like then it would actually be okay. But because you have a Phoenix, then it kind of feels like you're going into a lane where you can't really do much to the Pudge, you know?
Yeah,
I feel like if the position 5 is a different hero, a hero that can actually make sure that the Pudge off lane can be punished, then maybe what they were doing would have been okay, you know? But because it's a Phoenix, then everything just kind of became really hard. And on top of that, they got first blood by the enemy before the creep spawn, you know, and the enemy mid laner got the first blood. So everything just became super, super duper hard after that.
Yeah. To be fair, for what it's worth, I think the Phoenix and the Naga did do pretty well, forcing Old 11 out early on, just because the Shadow Demon wasn't necessarily a very strong laning partner as well. But it didn't even end up mattering because Old 11 still got his items, still got his farm, and when Butterfly Flag rotated over, it just was curtains from there. Eagle, they're going to start this game 2 draft out with a Mars first pick though. It was banned out from most of the other games, so they realized if they want to snatch one of the key off-laners of the patch, it has to be on the first pick. As a response, Kev grabbed up that Undying and the Lion, so likely going to be a support pairing moving into game number 2.
Yeah, Undying to kind of counteract the Mars in the team fight, Tombstone against Arena, and you're always good against Mars in the lane itself. And Lion, excellent pairing with Undying, because Undying has team fight, he's a front line, so what does he lack? Catch plus someone that can burst heroes, so Lion's like kind of perfect to match it up.
Yeah.
And Eagle's trying to abuse this Lion with a Nature's Prophet. And Lion doesn't like to play into Nature's Prophet in the lane because you don't have armor, basically, you can't trade against MP.
I mean, we've seen
and you can kind of kill the Tombstone also with the MP. You can
sort of. You just get into a position where, you know, because Nature's Prophet now very much a support compared to the good old days of when he was a core. So even if he's just around auto-attacking the fights, he's likely going to be a last priority for Kev in terms of who to address first and whatnot. And the Tombstone gets pretty high up there though. They grab the Rubik for themselves, so Eagle, a very strong off-lane duo already with the Mars and the Rubik, and you couple that in with the Nature's Prophet ability to just TP and help out with any kill. It kind of feels like as strong of a lane bully this Undying is, it might lead to some trouble for him.
10 seconds remaining.
You have to kind of consider that and maybe pick
5
a
seconds
lane that's
remaining.
much stronger with Undying. But I guess most of the carries lane well with Undying, like the Luna, Medusa type of hero. Those are the ones that even a Gyro for that regard. But those heroes get countered by Arena. Arena can kind of limit your damage output in the fights.
Yeah.
So if you are looking to deal with that, you kind of need melee heroes that can bypass the Arena so that you don't get blocked out in a team fight. I mean, PA is already banned, so PA is kind of like the best melee hero to bypass the Arena.
Yeah. Lifestealer. We've seen this before up against the Mars and immediately the Brewmaster. So allowing this pick through, it's one of the old 11 specials like you mentioned. It's basically his favorite hero this tournament. And pretty disruptive in these fights, right? Not really anything to stop the split from going off if you can't burst
strong
it.
lanes too. Very, very strong with the Lion. Easy to ignite the Cinder Brew with the Lion. Lifestealer, Undying as well. Very potent lane against the Mars. And whatever they want to put there, I feel like it probably doesn't matter. If they put the MP or the Ruby, whoever it is with the Mars, the Undying and Lifestealer should be able to win that lane.
Yeah. I mean, maybe they'll have to rely on some smart rotations from the NP, like I said, to even the scores. But I don't even know whether you'll have the liberty to move around because it kind of feels like, I don't know. I can't think of a position 1 Eagle could pick that can face off against a Brewmaster Lion combo in the lane.
Morphling? I guess Morphling's still kind of good.
Yeah, do you want to pick Morphling into... Is it a good matchup into Lifestealer?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, you can become him and become... You
True,
get a free
I guess.
BKB.
Yeah.
Or
I'm
you
just a
can
bit
turn
worried
into
about
the Undying.
Yeah, I'm just worried about the mana drain situation. And I feel like the Morphling, this particular tournament
Yeah,
at least, hasn't really been super successful. They will go for the anti-mage instead, so...
Ugh, okay.
Oh, I
Split
don't...
push.
Yeah, they're gonna decide to try and split up the map.
I mean, he can kind of burn the Brewmaster's mana away, but I feel like the lane isn't that simple, you know?
Yeah.
Because you can... I feel like in this lane, you kind of maybe don't want to max the Cinder Brew. You max your stance, and you turn into the Earth stance, and you just right-click and trade, and you fight.
Yeah.
And you just last hit deny, and then you have no mana, so what?
Yeah, it
I'm
doesn't
just
matter.
standing in the lane and just right-clicking you, and I'm gonna wait for my Lion to drain the AM's mana, then I can kill the AM. I feel like they're just gonna straight up lose both their
Yeah.
side lanes with this pick.
You just go full stats, right? Double bracer and stuff, and then start critting him to death. And AM early on, he really relies on out trading you with the mana reduction. But I think I first learned this when watching Ice streams, actually, like old school when he was playing Timbersaw, and then he was up against an anti-mage, and then he would just literally build Orb of Venom on Timber and just right click you down. Like that's
He builds all Venom on Timber all the time. Come on.
True.
Not just against
Regardless
AM.
of against AM, that's true. That's his specialty. But yeah, I think that's where Kev might be able to still find an advantage where Eagle think they have one. Anti-mage.
If your second pick like this and you're already securing the side lanes and you have the overall last week to counter the mid lane, I feel like it could be just another quick game, for Kev.
Yeah.
I feel like Eagle kind of got outdrafted here in the first 4 picks for the side lanes here because their lineup is going to be strong later. Sure, you have this AM, MP, hero global split pushing, and you have this Mars as a team fight and a catch. But if you don't get past the lanes, I just feel like those stuff wouldn't even matter.
It feels like another situation that we've seen more and more often in these drafts that we aren't too happy with. Unless Eagle come through with a miracle last pick mid laner, it feels like there's so much weight on the Mars shoulders, and I'm not sure whether he alone is going to be enough. It feels like
maybe a puck. They can get a puck to help the Mars out, but then it's still gonna be difficult for the AM to get past his weak stage. I feel like from the lanes he's gonna get bullied, and you always have to try to die into a Lion because there's catch. Sometimes you feel like, oh, okay, if you have a hard lane as AM, but the enemy doesn't have catch, right? So AM can kind of split push and sort of like get himself back in the game. But this game he's playing as Lion, and he's gonna lose his lane, so it's gonna be hard.
And it's so scary to split push as an AM against someone who can just blink out, instant hex you, and set up for a kill as well later down the line. As long as you don't see, Lion on the map, it's always going to be that thought in the back of your mind. You got to be real quick with the counterspell. I do like the puck suggestion that you put forward from Eagle. I mean, just doubling into the fact that it really is just this hex between the Lifestealer, Brew, and Undying. Unless you're on Primal Split, you don't actually have any way of locking down these heroes. So overall last pick still available, though. They've taken out the Kanka already on the side of Eagle. Meanwhile for Kev, just banning out the Storm, Razor, as well as Viper. Some heroes that Zhang Jiamin has favored in the past. The TA will be the final selection. And I think this is something you always say with the Lifestealer. You want to see something like semi-carry. It is going to be the puck for Eagle. Let's see what Kev respond with.
They're gonna need. Maybe they can afford to pick another tower that can kill towers quickly.
Yeah,
I mean,
not
I'm
a lot
thinking
of
about
objective.
DP or Lash, right? But is Lash banned? Oh, Lash not banned. Lash is not banned. I think Lash can be good here for. I mean, it's against Mana Void, but I feel like okay, never mind. They're going for Void Spirit with the. Actually, that's a actually pretty smart pick because the Aghanims on Void Spirit is super effective against the anti-mage and Puck. So the silence is actually gonna own them. Sure, you have to worry about the coil, which can be very disruptive for Void Spirit, but
Yeah.
I think for the lane itself, Void Spirit should be able to do well against Puck. It's very hard to phase shift dodge the what's the spell called Resonant Pulse, so
Yeah.
you can kind of out trade the Puck in that regard. And after that, the Aether Remnant is actually a very good spell to catch the Puck out of the phase shift. So Puck, I think, would have some chance of dying early to the Void and Lion.
Yeah.
And if that actually happens, because the Puck is kind of like their hero that needs to do a lot to save the game for Team Eagles. And if the Puck is dying the early game to the Lion or the Void Spirit, then it means that your AM is going to struggle to find space on the map to farm.
Yeah, I completely agree with everything you said. I mean, it's a lot to do with how well Chang Xiamin is going to maneuver the map in particular. I feel like the one advantage that Eagle has is that they have the Nature's Prophet and the Puck that can just kind of be everywhere as compared to the Undying and maybe the Lion, who are a bit slower moving around. Butterfly effect, he'll have to try and mirror these rotations, because if the Puck is able to find these little angles where he doesn't see the Void Spirit and they can't really respond in time on Kev, it could provide just enough leverage and just enough of advantage to Chang Xiamin to start taking control of the game. You know, early Witchblade. There's some pretty decent combinations of the coil as well, right? The spear to break the coil, or maybe the lift out of coil.
They have to try to smoke and get a first build on the Puck. Like,
you think
no
so?
Kappa. They have to try and
oh, you're
get
for real?
something going
You're
on.
not even kidding.
Yeah, they have to try to get something going on early. Like the MP and Puck has so much work to do this game to kind of allow his team to get into the mid game and late game. I mean, if they can get into the mid game without, like, say, losing too much, say they're behind like 2-3k, I think it's okay. Like even 5k, I think 4-5k, depending on the state of the game and everything else, should still be fine as long as the lead isn't, like, the deficit isn't too big. I feel like mid late game they can split with the AM and Puck and Nature's Prophet. They go for pick off with the Mars on the map. I think if he gets a couple of pickoffs at the end of the game, then they would be in position for the AM to carry the game. But if that doesn't happen, they don't really get there. They just straight up lose the lanes very hard. I feel like the game is going to be over in a heartbeat.
This feels like the story that we just keep saying. Like, no matter what happens, it's always about how well you do in the lanes. And I feel like some of these teams, they just routinely drafted themselves into these situations where, you know, okay, if your first 10 to 15 minutes don't go well, it's gonna be pretty much curtains for you. It's not really a comfortable place to be, especially when you're one game away from being knocked out of the tournament. Maybe you can sort of talk to me about this AM pick a little, because I understand what it can do, right? You're hoping that lack of lockdown, you run around and you split push and you just kind of drag Kev all around the map. But is it enough of a win condition to really beat out Kev in this game?
If you get there, if you actually have time to get there. I mean, late game, there's like, you only worry about like getting caught by the Lion. The rest of the heroes don't really have any threat to kill you. I mean, lifesteal doesn't match up to AM late game.
Yeah. I guess Void Spirit also literally doesn't matter, huh?
Wait, maybe did the matchup actually change with the Aghanims? I don't know.
You
maybe,
mean with Void Spirit or with Lifestealer?
The lifestealer. I mean, I feel like AM should still win, like, late
Dude,
game.
you know what would be the funniest thing? If the AM manages to counter spell the Infest and then he
actually
pops
what
inside,
happens.
right? And then you start burning the Lifestealer's mana and there's nothing he can do about it. That would be pretty funny to watch. We'll see whether that comes to fruition. We've seen quite a few Lifestealer Aghanims in this tournament already, and they've all looked pretty good, all things considered. So maybe an option for this Fly Lifestealer
3
to
runes
consider.
for Team Eagle, so that's what the doctor ordered for them.
Yeah.
Good start.
Yeah, I just need to keep it rolling here, hopefully convert it into some sort of an advantage. I think the Nature's Prophet actually TP'd out here very bright and early to get that mid lane ward advantage, so they were able to clean up the vision here on the side of Kev, and yeah, everything in the kitchen sink just to help the Puck out, right?
Every rotation to the runes, bottle refills, you name it, they're gonna have to do it. You have to like time your death, you know, as a support in these sort of situations.
Yeah.
Like around, I would say, dying around 5 minutes ish, you know, so you
Yes.
die. You refill the bottle. Oh wait,
Oh,
what? The...
Okay, that's not supposed to
I mean,
happen.
I know the lane is not hard, not gonna be easy for M, but this early, holy crap!
Yeah, it's Thunderclap level 1, which may be caught in by surprise and not really the skill build that you expect. But with the Mana Burn level 1, you don't actually have any mobility to get away from this duo. So dying this early, kind of rough, man.
Yeah, very rough, and top lane as well. Just undying things, you know, you can't fight him in the lane, so you have to drag the waves left and right.
Yeah, classic shenanigans. The only real way to deal with Undying, it feels like there are very few heroes that can actually get the better of him in that one-to-one trading matchup.
There are a couple.
Yeah,
You can pick a position for Dazzle and then laugh at Undying.
I guess, yeah. But
Poison
then-
touch.
I don't know, but then you're playing position for Dazzle. I don't know how good that is, man. Is that good? I
Yeah,
feel
but
like
you're
Dazzle
just
died
asking
now.
me about how to deal with Undying
Okay,
in the
okay.
lane.
I
I'm
mean-
just telling you that, you know.
Okay, yeah. Educational sort of tips here with Winter. If you really know that your opponent is a disgusting Undying spammer, you can take his
MP
advice.
trying to TP in.
Oh, nice sprout onto the Lion. Basically, just putting him in a really tough spot. Yeah, he looks like he's just gonna go down. Turn around the Hex as well.
One
so-
more right click, Fate Bolt.
Yeah, you just need the Fate Bolt. One more right click. Can you round the corner?
that
No,
was
just
close.
barely. 15 HP and
That's
has
his
the
boots.
Yeah, it's just the boots that help him hightail out of there. So narrowly surviving. It's a lot of attention drawn away from this top side. So MDR, and at the very least, he will have the creep wave coming into him now.
I feel like you can kind of pressure him at the tower, maybe. Actually, no, it's too little. If it's a double wave going into the tower like this, the support
11.
stays in the lane.
In this bot side, killing off that Brewmaster, that is definitely what you need to do. We talked about the pressure on the Nature's Prophet, at least within the first 5-6 minutes before the rune fight starts. You know, every little rotation he can make successful is just gonna amp them up even further. But of course, with Lion going back to base, he's gonna be able to give this Void Spirit a nice little bottle refill. But like, watch the resources there for sure.
Yeah, the puck kind of doesn't really have much mana now, so he has
Oh,
to be a little bit more careful top lane.
Yeah, MDR just being
MDR.
chased out of his own tier 1 tower area, which is real rough. But 999 getting caught out by another Sprout. It's just outside and Hara tag teaming down here in this bot side to pressure out the Kev offlane duo. It's
I
pretty
mean, the
good.
Brewmaster is level 3 now. It's not going to be easy with 2 points in the stuns right now.
Yeah. Should just be able to stand his ground and trade. But that's if it's a fair fight, right? If you bring the Nature's Prophet, it might be a bit of a different story. Speaking of a fair fight, I mean, the Tombstone has completely zoned MDR out of the lane. Like, Fly is just holding him back here, and this is not really a hero you can trade into. This Lifestealer's doing a great job at recognizing he can just buffer the Mars out of this EXP range. He will still get to that level 4 mid lane.
And
Casting
look
from
at his
bottom
last
lane.
hit. He's totally getting dumpstered at top.
Yeah, it's tough. He's basically being doubled up on by the Lifestealer. And kind of feel like you need to bring the Prophet up here soon to help him out. If not, you know.
Yeah, but he feels like he needs to help out. You know, he has too much to do.
Yeah, I mean, even though you're down here, you're not exactly getting much done up against 999 and Old 11. Just baiting around here, trying to force out the counter spell. But really, I mean, you're auto-attacking them. You're doing some harass damage. Okay, your Mars is literally
I
getting
mean,
nothing.
the Brewmaster has double bracer up now with the level 2 Drunken Brawler. He's gonna be able to... I feel like he can play against 3 heroes easily in this lane with the Lion backing him up.
Yeah, it's I mean, Old 11 doesn't look the slightest bit concerned here. Even
Nope,
has the
he's
wand just to sort of secure himself some additional resources if needed. But yeah, I mean, look, you sprout up on the
curling.
line and then he just has to blink out. This is not someone you can trade into.
God, alright. Is the Puck doing well? I mean, Puck's okay.
Puck's alright.
50-50 against the Void.
Yeah, to be expected. I don't think, I think that is a pretty 50-50 matchup. 999, you get squared up upon now. The anti-mage blinking on top of him, and the TP out, but Undyne has actually appeared from through the twin gates. The Tombstone as well. Zombie starting to chase down onto but without any mana and any disables, the duo should be able to walk away. They do trade for the Rubik kill though. So it ends
Yeah,
up being a
this
1
is
for
the
1.
benefit of having a safe lane lifestealer. Like, your support doesn't have to be in the lane to help him, so you can easily decide to go twin gate, have your off lane, and at the same time, it's not like he's trading farm against the Mars, you know, he's actually just solo zoning the Mars out, you know, and it's very hard for the Mars to get last hits unless he uses his spells.
Yeah, it's just gonna be sort of constant.
Like,
spend
he's
of
like
resources.
20 CS behind the lifestealer now.
This is gross. Mid lane, level 6 timing, hit by butterfly effect first. Beautiful earth spike from the trees, but I don't think it's gonna be enough, and it ends up being the lion giving his life away instead. Now Undyne in a very uncomfortable position. No more Sprout, but will grab that arcane rune. So both mid laners not gonna be able to pick that one up, but I think Zhang Xiaomin will be pretty happy with that free kill.
Yeah, tower is doing a little bit of damage to. I mean, the catapult is doing a little bit of damage to the tower mid. Undying. Right, just tries to deal. I guess he just tried too hard to deal here.
This feels like a bit of
Right,
over-aggression from the Kev supports. They've basically given 2 kills over for free for Zhang
Yeah.
Xiaomin. We already mentioned how important it is for this puck to get off to a good start.
They kind of forced out the coil at least. So now the puck is no threat to the side lane, so you can play aggressive on the Brewmaster.
Yeah.
I mean, right now he has already 3 points in his Drunken Brawler. His
Yeah.
AM is not going to be able to trade against him at all. Like, it's so difficult. He's just standing and fighting him.
Yeah.
I mean, Rubik's here. MP is sleeping in. 3 people.
They're trying now. Onto the Brewmaster. He doesn't have a lot of
Triple
HP
bonus.
left. The evasion
He's
and the
running
move
away.
speed, he is getting out of there. Do you have anything else to chase him? Absolutely not. Old 11 will just walk this one off. All cool
I
on
mean,
the
every
Brewmaster.
time he has the bonus from the Brew with the stance, he's not dying. Like, literally not dying. No way he dies.
Radiant's
I'm honestly
courier
surprised he's
has been
not
killed.
at least getting 1 level in the Cinder Brew. Oh, okay, no, he has it. I'm high. Because the Cinder Brew bonus with Brewed Up is insane, right? It triples everything.
He's gonna have his level 6 soon. And here comes the Void. Gonna pick away the Rubik.
Yeah, we're watching this top side though as Fly, he will be able to just scurry away, but meanwhile it's the rotation, like you mentioned, Butterfly effect down here. This gets a freebie. I guess the consolation prize is that your anti-mage is still alive, right? He's suffering, sure, he can't pressure the Brewmaster, but he is still able to stand under his own tower and get some farm, I guess. That's something.
I mean, the game is gonna slowly get harder and harder now because the Brew is level 6. He's going to like force a lot of attention onto him, and your Mars is not gonna be able to farm alone against the Lifestealer. So
Fall in the
slowly
mid
but
lane,
surely,
holding down Butterfly effect. This is a much needed kill if he can get it off. He still has the regen rune that he can pop, holding on for the last second. The Resonant
he's
Pulse
alive.
damage block onto 3 heroes, it's enough. And now Undyne, he's not able to protect his tombstone. But with the Mars coming through, he knows that this fight is over. He can't afford to stand around anymore. But all that
another
committed...
coil down.
Yeah, again. So, like you mentioned, the Kev side lanes, they're going to feel a lot more free to be aggressive.
Alright, Fly, he's stuck.
He doesn't
Just
care.
to kill Ops.
Yeah,
Is
comes
this gonna
through.
be worth it? Alright, he doesn't care. I'm 2 levels ahead of the Mars. I don't give a flip.
Yeah, has 2 Lotuses as well. And now down here in this bot side, use the blink already. The split is going to be committed to kill off this anti-mage. They bring 3 members from Kev down here. They're going to do quite meaningful damage to the tower with the help of that Earth
Radiant
ruling as well.
structures are fortified.
Yeah, meanwhile, Butterfly effects nearby, you know, if they spot this Rubik, he's dead. And
Yeah,
if he comes out to fade boat, he's gonna die.
he needs to-
He's dead.
he's
Dire's middle
fine for
tower
now.
is
Still
under
sneaking
attack.
around in the trees. It seems like they have
Radiant's bottom
sensing
tower
that this
is
Rubik's in
under
the area. And yep, 3, 2, 1. A little bit of a miss on the Earth
Right, he
spike.
missed the stun.
That's still one more
should still
step
be enough.
forward. Okay, last auto attack cleans it up. Meanwhile, top side, Fly, if they can get this kill, no, the Infest, it's too quick. And even though he'll pop out, Undyne is here with a beautiful Soul Rip, and the coil, it just doesn't connect. Fly is able to walk that one off, so all
Every
the moves...
single coil has been
A whiff, right?
0, right? 0 kills so far
Yeah.
for them. They've not gotten anything.
It's, I mean, Zhang Xiaomin, he's gotta be frustrated at this point because he's used like what feels like 3 or 4 ultimates to no effect. It's, instead, you know, he gets leveled out by the Void Spirit in mid and he even goes down, so... I don't know, this Park, he's yet to find his impact and he needs to, right? He still is quite far away from
Runes.
his Witchblade.
He needs to get this rune.
Challenging onto Undyne. That ends up being a spawn in the bot side instead. Now chasing down Tahara. Nice dodge on the Remnant, and yeah, he's just gonna be able to TP out. So at least Lion will be able to secure this one. Still John through on the Park though. Ooh. A little bit scary. I mean, if the Lion turns around with a Hex or some sort of disable, could set up for the Void Spirit to get the kill. But yeah, the Park is really just finding nothing in this early game.
Let's gonna get the ball refill. So
Yeah.
he's gonna be a little bit happy about that. So get some resource back.
Yeah.
And now for Team Kev, they have to try to get some levels on the Lion. Lion's pretty under level. Like Undyne's almost level 6 already, 1 creep away, but Lion's like almost level 5 only.
Yeah, I didn't actually catch whether the Nature's Prophet was able to steal away the wisdom or anything amidst all the shenanigans.
Probably not. The Nature's Prophet is level 4.
Okay, true. So is Lion though, so maybe they just went even on that one. Kev, they're starting to mount themselves a bit of an early advantage here. 2k gold lead. It's nothing too crazy, but I feel like it's just going to get harder, especially if MDR just goes down to
Yeah.
Fly and the Lion like that. It's a very easy setup and run down. Not much
Undying.
Mars can do about that. Undying, like you mentioned. High ground Tombstone in a very good spot. Pulling the puck in with the Remnant. Chang Tia Min will be able to walk this one off with the help of Outside, but it just feels like they're breathing right in front of your tier 1
Yeah,
towers.
look at all the 3 lanes, you know. Dire is just farming
Yeah.
in front of the enemy tower. They don't care because they know they're strong. Like all their laning advantage that they have been accumulating for the last couple of minutes is bearing fruit right now. Their cores are a lot stronger than the Radiant cores, so they're able to farm in front of the towers and prevent the Radiant cores from farming. So this lead is just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger.
You know, Fly, armlet complete at 11 minutes, and I'm not sure if you saw.
Oh no. Oh no, that is expensive.
Dude, so far, we've seen 3 coils, 1 arena. Literally nothing has happened, and it's 12 minutes. The Void is able to secure the rune. TP in now, it's the coil. Maybe he can finally make something happen with the help of Outside, but this Rubik's still not level 6. And Undyne in the area, they might even be able to threaten a kill. Butterfly back, he's going aggressive. Might live to regret that. That Soul Rip is not going to be enough. And they end up finding something, not so much as a byproduct of their spell casting, but just the Void Spirit really getting a bit over-aggressive. Fly will start running up to this high ground. He knows just how strong he is with that armlet complete, but has to watch out for the Spirit, sorry, not the Spirit Vessel, just the Urn for now on Hara.
Mana drain on Rubik, but just level 1.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's definitely an expensive death, you know, for the Void Spirit going in like this, you know. And he was actually okay if he just, you know, accept that he can't kill the support and just back off. But
Yeah.
he just like, no, I want to go for it, you know. Sometimes the mid players get too much of a hot head, you know.
Easy finger of
Dying.
death kill up here in this top side. MDR just has not had the time of day. I feel like every single time they just bring one more hero, Fly just eats him up real easy. 4k gold lead as
Yeah,
Butterfly back.
this Mars is gonna have a hard time getting his dagger up this
Yeah.
game.
So still a long way to go. Meanwhile, you look
Very
at Old
rough.
11, Sacred Relic already completed. So additional right-click damage to trade out.
I'm
into his
surprised he didn't get a Midas actually.
aim. With how good of a game he's having, I mean,
Yeah.
Radiance would still be pretty killer to ramp up his farm, right? But I guess not going Ultimate Greed just yet.
Yeah, I was very surprised he didn't go Midas Radiance supposed to travel, you know. Free farm.
That might be a bit too crazy. I mean, Kev already came out of game number 1 with a pretty insanely greedy draft and still managed to get away with it. Net worth-wise, it seems like they're doing the very same as game number 2.
Greed knows no bounds.
True. Kev, they are hungry hippos. And Arena committed up onto this Lion. This should be a pretty easy kill, even with the TP in,
Oh,
unless
saving
Fly comes in for
Infest.
the Infest. No, he actually
Oh,
doesn't have it
cooldown.
off cooldown. So Hara, trying to TP out now. No cancel from the Lifestealer. Unfortunately, we'll just have to watch his prey escape. Starting to run forward. Nice spear, but it doesn't connect. Meanwhile, mid lane, just a full Fiesta. Starting to commit onto the Void Spirit again. They managed to get the kill, but it ends up being traded out for the puck. It's actually a killing spree as Own 11 finds a double with those insane crits. Radiance complete. It's not ideal, and like you mentioned, expensive for them to lose the Void Spirit, but if they can convert this to a tower, it's pretty good, all things considered.
2 kills for your Void and a tower. You take it anytime, any day. Now the Radiance is just
Radiant's
too much to
bottom
handle
Wait,
right
MDR
now.
is dead.
Again.
MDR is just...
What, alone?
I-
Dude, he just literally 1v2.
He's 1v2ing. Okay, I mean, now you bring Hara up here, but what are you gonna do? Like, he's still...
Here comes 011.
Okay.
Hello, anti-mage.
Hello!
Anti-mage.
Bye-bye! And a beautiful split right in time. This puck needs to jaunt away, but chasing him with the pandas. Under the tier 2s, it's actually a lot of damage, but the astral pullback from the Void Panda, it's not enough repositioning to get the hands on the puck. So this split, it's not going to find anything other than fish him out of trouble. But still, the fact that they just grabbed that anti-mage for essentially free there. Great positioning from Old 11 to find that guy.
Yeah, all the last tier 1 towers are down. My map is going to slowly close down on them. My Team Eagles, they have to try to find a connection with
Oh
the Mars
my
arena. But
goodness.
talking about the Mars, my friend is dead again.
The only thing the Mars is connecting with the past 15 minutes is Fingers of Death. Every single finger charge, just
Mid lane. Coil. Brewmaster. No split though, but he's still tanky. It's not dying yet. Vessel gonna take him out.
Yeah, he's still
X.
trying to stand his ground. A lot of resistances, but they'll finally be able to get him. Meanwhile, Hara trying to TP out, but will be successful. So they lose the park. It ends up being a good trade for them. Dominating kill streak, but he gets the EXP, right, which I think is so important.
Yeah, but it's not enough. You know, they have to just keep trying to get trades that are more favorable for Team Eagles.
Yeah.
I mean, Kev is like gonna get level 2 primal split on Brew. That's a pretty huge deal.
Yeah.
For the team fights, and after that, I feel like that's gonna be close to impossible for your Mars to actually get any good team fights going. Even if you get the stun, if you catch the Brewmaster, if he's on his Earth Brawler stance, I feel like he might actually live. You know, and if you all in him, coil, silence, everything with the arena. If you don't kill him, you're done.
Yeah.
And I just feel like the supports just need like some Mag or Glimmer, and if the Brew doesn't die, you just constantly follow him. Save him. As long as you save him from the Spear initiation, you Glimmer or you Mag him, and that's it, you know. Fight's over.
Yeah. And Brew is going to be a real focal point in the fight, so whether he can get it split off, it's such a big deal. He has actually self-purchased up the shard, so now he has the liberty to switch out whenever he wants out of that tricky situation if he feels like his Brewlings are in trouble. But 8k gold lead already, Kev. They're continuing to mount the aggression, further encroaching into the side of Eagle.
Yeah. Lifestealer going to have Desolator to help him kill down towers, maul down towers, get Roshan.
Ooh.
And that's even going to speed up the game like a lot more.
Smoking up here. They want to put the arena to use and maybe catch Fly out, but
Radiant's
this
middle
tier 1
tower
still
knows.
standing.
under attack.
Yeah,
He
it seems
knows.
he has an idea. He's just going to go out through the twin gates and... I mean, all this time wasted. Meanwhile, Kev, they're continuing to just get information and push down here in the spot side. Just further asking for any sort of response, forcing Eagles back to a very uncomfortable side of their map.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Glyph being used, buy some time. But Lion's running around. He's gonna try to set up for a pick-off here because they understand that Team Eagles has no intention to defend the bot tower, so he's staying off the map. I think it's pretty important for the catch hero with Dagger to always be out of vision at all times so that the enemy can't really make any moves simply on the map. You know, they have always to be cautious where you are positioned on the map.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
And Kev, I'm doing a good job at just clearing up this area, but the entire lineup of Eagle is actually just
Radiant's
perched up
middle
on that top
tower is
side.
under attack.
Aren't really the best at objective taking as well, so we just need to slowly push the issue, or maybe just try and find a bit more kills. Bait in the mid lane by showing Butterfly Effect, but instead making a wraparound play. Doesn't seem like they know this is coming. A nice little stun in the follow-up. Hex couldn't catch the puck. Able to wheeze his way out of there, and starting to see a bit of the problems here. I mean, in a 5-on-5 team fight where the puck puts himself in a bit of trouble, it's pretty easy to take him down. But if he's just kind of juking and jiving and dodging, the Lion is really the only meaningful control that you can get. He is able to just
Lion?
narrowly jaunt himself out, and the coil committed just to break things up as well. Zhang Xiaomin should be able to escape. Should be able to... There we go. Okay. Safe stuff, but now they've committed so much just to run away. They know this area is clear, and Fly straight in for the Roshan.
Yeah, nothing much Radiant side can do about this, but just find trades. AM is still nowhere near to his Battle Fury. Without the Battle Fury, he's always gonna be an easy target in the team fights. But even when he has Battle Fury, he's gonna be dealing with the Void Spirit Aghanim soon. So he has to... Sorry, not the Battle Fury, the Manta. Like, he has to be able to use his Manta at the right time to get out from the silence.
Yeah, it's I mean, all this just to add onto the coffers of Kev right now. They are getting these key items at a pace that I feel like I'm not sure whether Eagles can keep up with. Yeah, you can dodge and juke, and maybe that's what your lineup was designed to do this entire time. But how are you gonna win any sort of a fight? How are you going to get any sort of advantage on the map?
Time. They need time.
How
Time is
long?
the ally
How
now.
long is the assessment period this time, Winter? As Undying.
10 minutes,
Okay.
20 minutes.
Dropping a little low with that Spirit Vessel, but they've caught out the park. The Centaur, it's caught in between the branches and can't really do much. They've already lost the Undying, but they'll turn things around with a kill on Tahara. Use the split for this one. So 1-for-1 trade, still pretty good. If they can get out with everyone else, it's not too bad. They lose the Lion as well. Okay, I mean, 2-for-2 trade at this stage in the game. Every bit of
That's
time
great.
you're wasting is pretty good.
That's
Dire
Bruce Split as
structures
well.
are
Yeah.
I
falling.
think this is really good for Team Eagles.
1 minute off the Aegis
time.
already.
Oh no, they got the AM. Do they have lockdowns here? Either Remnant?
Yeah, he's just gonna blink
Oh,
away.
that was so close.
Oh, okay.
I mean, if they caught him, I felt like he was just dead. He's
Yeah.
gonna die.
Yeah, it was butterfly effect just half a second too late on that one. That's a very ambitious move from and he won't be able to make that anymore, especially if the Aghanim's complete
Rune
on that
steal.
Void Spirit.
Rune still.
Clap,
Just
clap,
probably
clap.
got the Wisdom Rune.
Good job.
Slowly but surely, they are getting back some of the deficit here.
Dire's
This is
bottom
very
tower
nicely done by
is
Team
under
Eagles.
attack. Radiant
Still
middle
quite a bit of a
They
deficit
need
to
another few more
go
of those.
up on though. As,
Probably one or two more of those until they have fully
This,
recovered
Dire's
the
bottom
deficit
tower
here.
is
Lane.
under attack.
it
And
kind
MDR
of feels
is
a
gonna
bit
be
awkward now because
under
Kev, they need to
observer,
try and
so
respond to these
Cav
annoying
is gonna
hooks
know
and
he's
procs
here
as he goes
trying
on
to set
opposing
up
sides
for
of the
a
map.
kill.
But they'd
Lions
love to try and push
running
this
over,
tower down
trying
as
to
well.
Make sure that he doesn't do that, and maybe they can actually set up a counter kill on the Mars here.
As 999 just
And
perched
meanwhile,
around the area,
Lifesteal
has some
wants
vision
to
set up, trying to
just
catch
maul down
a
buildings
stray
with the
split
Aegis,
pusher
3
and
more
maybe set up for the
minutes.
team to come in and get a freebie.
More than enough time for him to take down
To see.
towers.
I mean, this is as long as they
But
can
in
just
the
buy
meantime,
the time off this Aegis
Lion's
and
gonna see the
prevent Kev
puck.
from actually
Puck's
taking the
like hovering
objective.
around
You
this
might
area.
run into another situation.
He's
that we've
gonna need
seen
like an
kind
extra
of
hero
in
to help
previous
him out.
series as well, where
Void Spirit
High ground feels
stepping in,
impossible. Oh,
blink,
the setup.
catch,
They waited for the Void Spirit to
and
TP in.
that's
This
all
should
she
be a
wrote, you know.
very
It's
easy
not much you
kill
can
on
do
the puck.
if you
And they'll clean
if
up
you have that many
onto
disables
Zhang
against the
Jiamin.
puck.
Should open up Fly and Old 11 to further stamp down on their relevant areas on the map. Still
mid lane,
not really sure whether they're
Anti-mage
feeling
just,
confident
doing
enough to
anti-mage
push
stuff,
these
just
towers though.
trying to delay
It's kind of a big thing,
for
right? Even though you get a
Void's
kill,
team or
sure,
for
it's
himself to get more items.
still top
They
of the
know they
network
can't
on
fight
your
them
3
now
cost,
without
beautiful
the
stuff,
puck.
but the
So
split now
everyone's just
committed
trying to
just
cut
for
out
another
waves,
support.
try
Again,
to
these
delay
are
time.
very important cooldowns
At the
being
expense
used
of
for
your own life, your
not
MDR
the
just
most
using his own
value.
body to
You
try to
okay?
clear
I
up a
mean,
wave,
now
but
that you're starting to wipe
not
people
gonna be
off the
too
map, it's pretty
successful.
significant at this point. 3 kills already, and maybe now you feel comfortable to push an objective, but you're already on such weird spots on the map that going for this tier 2 reassembling is going to be strange.
Lion, bot lane.
Okay, gets a catch out onto the AM. This is the big one. The Finger of Death, it's going to be enough, especially with the Infest damage. They don't give him a chance to blink out. So, essentially, it feels like almost a full team wipe. Like, that was, what, at least 4 kills all across different places on the map. But the big question is, what are Kev really getting done from it, right? They're picking up these kills, slowing down the Eagle heroes, but they're not really getting any objectives. And 1.5 minutes left on this Aegis only.
They're probably gonna need the second one to go high ground.
Yeah? you
So
think
right now it's just all about like getting all the outer towers, and there's still gonna be some time for the anti-mage to farm. He's gonna need a lot of it.
Yeah.
I mean, the high ground push is actually eventually gonna. Maybe they have time to force high ground here. I feel like there's a chance if they decide that they are strong enough. I mean, lifesteal is just very, very scary now.
They do have quite a bit of magic burst between the puck and the Rubik though, depending on what they steal, if they can connect with the arena. Right now it looks like they
Arena?
have their eyes on
Nice.
Butterfly Effect, lands the connection and the stun as well.
Fly.
They're holding the Void Spirit in place and he's gonna go down, but Fly is starting to put the hands out. But I'm not sure whether this is a fight they can win anymore. With the Tombstone, maybe this is where they can stand their ground. The rest of Eagle retreating upwards, back to the safety of their tier 2 and Fly, trying to find the connection to Hara, an easy TP out, but Zhang Jiamin needs to be able to opt out of trouble. Doesn't have a blink for another half a second, but makes that escape. Kev, they lose their Void Spirit again. I think, Winter, you got it on the money here. They just continue to find good connections, and Undyne's courier dies with the gem. I mean, if the Mars was paying attention, they would have been able to pick it up, but instead prioritizes making a clean escape. He has the BKB complete as a result of those kills as well. So yeah, I mean, Eagle, they're carving some spots out for themselves on the map.
More time for AM to farm. That's the name of the game right now for Eagles. Just keep buying time for anti-mage to come online. And once anti-mage is online, you're gonna have like a good shot at just winning the game from there.
That's true. They got the jump out onto the Mars on the sideline again, so he doesn't pick up his BKB because he's sent back home. Fly is dominating. It really just feels like non-stop pest extermination, Kev. They're just scouring the map, looking for any prey they can find, and just, it's easy pickups, right? There's not a lot of resistance coming out from Eagle, but at the same time, Kev, you gotta imagine that every minute that passes, it's more time for the AM, more time for the puck. So just continue splitting and getting the items up.
The Lion and the Void Spirit's gonna have a lot of rotating to do. You know, they have to work together to exterminate the rats, like you said.
Yeah.
catch the, especially the AM, you know. But even if they catch the NP or the puck speed pushing, ratting around, I think it would still be a very, very good pick off, just to give yourself time to gather down a lane and just push it down.
Yeah.
But eventually you're gonna probably have to consider getting Roche first before you push again. So Roche is gonna be maybe spawning in 2 minutes, and we'll see whether it's gonna be a long spawn. If it's a long spawn, it'll be very beneficial for the anti-mage. But if it's a short spawn, Kev is gonna be really happy about it.
I mean, that's the name of the game. Just buy as much time as humanly possible on Eagle. They need to just get to the point where the AM is just too shifty.
Anti-mage,
Oh
she's
my
under an
gosh,
ops.
they see him. Do they have enough control though? He should just be able to blink out. No, the last auto attack. He mantas first instead of blinking. I'm not sure whether that would have made a difference, but Fly able to get the touch out, and very, very unfortunate. Looks to be another set of rats being picked off across the
huge
map here.
kill.
Yeah, Hara
That's a huge, huge kill.
able to TP out though, so
Tower is under
a
attack.
huge kill on the anti-mage like you said. All of this
And that's probably gonna mean another tower going down. Not
Yeah.
much you can do. Your carry's dead.
yeah. So it's been a tough situation, as it feels like Eagle, they have yet to be able to come together and get any meaningful fight. And it all goes back to the early game, right? All those missed coils, all those, you know, whiffed arenas, resulting in nothing there. By the time they start killing Butterfly Effect, he already has such a huge advantage on them. And Fly and Old 11, they've just looked monstrous on the side lanes. Good try on the TP out. 999 knew exactly where he was, but couldn't catch him in time. This Lion's just been on like permanent hunting duty.
He's like the catch.
The rat
guy with
catcher, I guess.
The catch, the rat, yeah, the rat catcher.
Yeah.
Put it that way.
Oh, straight up to the high ground, forcing the spear as a response out. Old 11 just acting like a body for his cause. The Kev lineup has been able to converge here in this mid lane, force the glyph out. You see the AM already looking to try and rat away if it will actually
Oh,
find the
he got
Lion.
caught.
Yeah, but they find the split instead. They know that with the AM occupied, they can just
Oh, yeah,
full body
sentry on the
in.
AM.
Oh, they put the sentry down, try and kill off the Lion, blink up to the high ground, but gets hexed. Uh-oh, not as much control left though. 999 needs to steer clear as, now the arena on the front side, they still are able to take down the Rags as the puck is controlled. There isn't anything additional to throw
nice
into
play
the
by
mix,
the
though.
Rubik.
And the Rubik kills off the Void Spirit. Pays with his life, but it's beautiful stuff. Still up to this high ground. 999 will give his life up for the cause to try and catch Zhang Tianmin. But Kev, they have overextended now. And Fly in some trouble. Getting caught out by the coil. Turn around with the armor toggles.
Wow.
Isn't going to be enough. He's
Don't
actually
fight
able to
him.
lifesteal up. Infest into Old 11 and the clean escape. This Brewmaster should be able to just brood up out of here. So much move speed, especially the Bullwhip as well. And the Blink back to safety. The AM just can't catch up. So, Kev, I'm not really sure how that Void Spirit died there, because we didn't have a sort of a
He
vision on it.
died to the Rubik. Rubik stole the Astral Step, and he just used double Astral Step
Oh,
to kill
god
him.
damn. And clean moves here from outside. Already saw a previous pretty decent Rubik performance from himself, and he's definitely putting the carry pants on, at least trying to find them openings in this game. At least pushing back the side of Kev, even though it's still a 12k gold lead.
Yeah, there's still like a chance for sure after getting those couple of quite good trades. So I think with AM lineup, you're prepared to like lose 1 to 2 lanes of Rex to buy time for anti-mage to be online to get some more items on the game. He's gonna have Aghanims.
Yeah, I mean,
Aghanims is gonna be big.
look at this build here for Undyne. Goes double Wraith Band, Philo, Stone, and Drums. He's playing for that 25-minute timing that gets that double bonus. A lot of armor as well. Oh, 999. Shadow Amulet thing up here. He knows that the Mars was trying to get a sneaky little rat play. He's gonna set up for Fly
Yes,
to start
Basher.
beating out. Yeah, the Basher means that you just can't TP out. Try the Ogre Seal Totem. Spear coming back. It's just mistiming it with the arena. And he's just gonna pay the
Oh,
price for
very
it.
nice.
Infest
Very, very
damage.
nice.
Perfect stuff from Fly.
That was as good as it gets from the lifestealer. So now they're gonna smoke back towards their team. O11 is just busy taking down towers with his blade.
Yeah. He knows that there's no teamfight presence anymore. The Mars in out of the picture, and they even have the Storm Panda just to lift the puck up to the sky. So scared on Zhang Tianmin because Butterfly Effect can just come through with a Remnant. That's what the shard early pickup was for this Brewmaster. He's able to just swap back at a moment's notice. That Primal Split is stolen though by the Rubik, so gotta keep our eye out for that one. It could be a nice deal of control for the side of Eagle in the teamfight.
Roche is up, so they feel like they maybe they don't go in contest. I'm not sure. It'll be hard for the anti-mage to go there without his Mars Arena.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I feel like if you give up this Roche, it's like kind of like you're gonna be forced to probably use a couple of buybacks for the next high ground defense, and you're eventually gonna bleed out too many kills and buybacks.
Yeah, the AM, he's trying to make his way towards that Aghanim Scepter, just going to finish it right about here. That will give them a lot of great vision in this pit and ensuing fight. Smoked up already, the side of Eagle. They want to contest, but they need to set up with a crazy Mars Arena. And look at where Old 11 is, already setting up on
5
that high
seconds.
ground. Yeah, they're running out of time here, jumping out of the pit. Looks like they want to just...
No rage on Lifestealer.
Yeah,
There might be an
Firefly
opening.
might be in some trouble. They've used the rage already. They could just
He's
work
dead.
down the Lifestealer, and looks like he's gonna go down. They're able to rip him asunder with the Mana Void, buying back on the puck who goes down first. But this fight, it could be the opening that Eagles were waiting for. They put the Tombstone down. It's doing a lot of work, like you mentioned, but he's on the front lines, finally able to contribute to the fight, starting to burn the mana, but needs the backup. Meanwhile, they're dealing with Old 11. He doesn't have a split available, and they'll just trample all over him, silencing up, and that's a killing spree. This puck buyback, more than worth it, as they're able to just push the side of Kev out of this pit, and a bit over ambitious there, running out of the Roche and getting caught without a rage. Butterfly Effect won't be able to TP out as well. The Athos coming in clutch for Hara and punishing that Void Spirit, punched you down, and the last member surviving is 999. He has to call that number because there's been a murder at the pit.
Dire's top tower
That is
under
precisely
attack.
what they wanted there. I mean, the Firefly, I'm not sure what he actually wanted to do. Maybe he kind of expected the Brew to go out and fight together, but then
Yeah.
it ended up being the Lifestealer just stuck on an island on his own without any target to infest,
Yeah.
without rage, and just got
Radiant's
caught by
middle
the
tower is under
arena,
attack.
and that was it. You know, you don't have really much of a reliable save on your support. No shard on the Undying. Maybe you kind of wish your Undying had the shard to save you. But yeah, just very, very ambitious play there by the Lifestealer, or just miscommunication. You know, he expected the Brew to go in, but the Brew didn't actually go with him.
Yeah, I think it was a bit awkward as well because, it felt like Old 11 was acting like a sentry on that high ground, right? Watching out for any aggressors, but they seemed to just be able to make it past him. And by the time the Mars was right in front of the Lifestealer, he saw that the Rage was already popped, so you know MDR just locked in and understood that the target was the Lifestealer. No defensive items for him as well, other than the SNY, means that he just goes down, like you said. And
Yeah, very expensive mistake there by Firefly. I mean, this is gonna actually put AM in a very, very good spot this game to actually come back. I mean, this 10k lead doesn't really feel like much right now with the AM having an Aegis. Like, if he gets to the Butterfly, I feel like they win one fight with Butterfly, they're gonna be able to win the game.
Yeah, and not to mention as well, now the Rubik manages to get that shot, so a bit of save coming out from the supports on Eagle. Even if you get the catch on the puck with the Resonant Pulse and all that shenanigans that the Void Spirit has, it might not just be enough. Kev, they still want to push the issue here. They don't want to let this advantage slip away. It's up into... I guess the Aegis AM really doesn't matter, so with their ultimates up, they still are grouping up in this top side, but take a look at the discipline from Eagle. They know exactly what's coming. The only person out on the map is the AM with the Aegis. Aren't showing anyone other than on the high ground, but
High ground ward?
now put the high ground ward in straight
No
on the
buyback.
park. Is there a lift back to safety? He doesn't have a buyback. He'll go down for 95. That is disastrous and not how you want to start the fight for Kev. 999 is dropping low, but he's mana draining and causing so much disruption. Fly, he needs to start getting the hands on the AM, but he just narrowly is able to blink away. They got the hands out on the Mars though. Now MDR in some trouble. Spear back, silence up, and no, just narrowly doesn't burst to the damage. Just kind of dodging out of there. Butterfly Effect now
Rex down. The
back
melee
in
Rex
the
is down.
fight. The AM, he still has that second life, but your Rex is going down just to the Primal Split Brewlings. Hara jumping into the mix as well, but Fly, he's the king of this fight, able to put the punches out onto his opposition.
Anti-Mage
The
is
Mars
caught.
out as well.
He's hexed.
And Anti-Mage, now he's in some trouble. The Lion just has his number. They don't seem to have enough control, especially the Manta for now. He ends up mana voiding himself, it seems like. Not really sure how that happens. He's still trying to chase down on that Lion, but look at Kev. They don't care. They understand that this is their opening to just punch their ticket through to the grand finals, and they're just gonna take it straight onto these racks. What can you do, Anti-Mage? Just silly little blink fragments. This hero has been dead for a while now, and even though Eagle were able to buy important time, the fact that that puck goes down instantaneously, no buyback, there's only so much that the rest of the side can do. Straight in with Old 11 again, controlling up outside the Rubik. Narrowly able to escape. No, just quit in his own fountain. And this entire time he's been trying to target the Lion down, but can't even find that kill. Kev, they're surging forward now. They smell the grand finals right in front of them. They can smell that revenge against Team Zero, and they want to go the distance. And it seems like they very well will. 7 seconds with your puck with your puck back in the mix. I mean, 10 seconds with the Mars. Kev, they might still have one last fight available to them here, and yeah, Eagle, they'll show their respect. Okay, I mean, Kev, back up.
They're gonna wait for their next split. 10 seconds, that's all they need.
Okay.
And once they have the split, they're gonna be able to straight up end the game.
Looking at entry with Butterfly Effect. With that
2
delivery
seconds.
service straight into any target that they spot, they just need a bit of vision and they can seal the deal. It's a 4v5 situation. Just need to find that opening, dashing straight onto the park, and he's gone. Finger of Death means that there's no more Zhang Jiamin in this game and might not be an Eagle left in this qualifier. GG is called. Kev will seal the deal in a 2-0 that honestly, the score doesn't tell the full story, but Kev, they'll reclaim their rightful spot and get their shot at revenge up against Team Zero in the grand finals here.
Yeah, very, very clean game. Almost, almost very, very clean. Just some minor mistakes here and there, but
Yeah.
I felt like Kev had a good draft. They knew that the draft is going to be having an advantageous laning phase, and they snowballed everything from the lane. Undying kicked the Mars out, and he went to the bot lane to make sure that the Brewmaster gets his tower. Then after that, they also helped the Void Spirit pick up runes and refill his bottle, just making sure that there was nothing much you could do with the first couple of calls, which was kind of like the big talking point in the early game where Eagles weren't really able to use the call to get anything done.
Yeah.
And Mars got, and basically AM got pressured continuously by the heroes making rotations to the bot lane, and that was it for the early game. They were under tremendous amount of pressure, and they slowly but methodically picked up all the towers one by one. Then eventually they got Roche and just played it close to perfection.
Yeah, I mean, I know there's 999 on Team Kev, but I don't know what number you call to summon the Exterminator. That's kind of what it felt like Kev did that entire game. It feels like the entire 15 to 25-minute block, they were just all over the map, wiping out hero after hero, bleeding kill after kill from Eagle. And some of those kills were on the AM as well, which you kept mentioning. Yeah, these are huge because AM just needs time, but you can buy all the time you want. If it's not the AM that's getting the space, it really doesn't matter. In the late game, in the end, with the buybacks being used up, they're still able to kill off the puck, not just once, but twice, and seal the deal. Kev, very well played to them, and I think, especially in this series, even though Eagle put on a great fight to make it pretty close, Kev definitely deserved that spot in the grand finals.
Yeah, kudos, well played to them, and they're gonna go take some rest right now and hopefully come back and give us a good show against Team Zero.
Yeah.
I mean, they kind of did give them a hard time yesterday with the winner bracket final, so probably gonna see the same and might even see the finals go all 5 games, here.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping for. We want more Dota here in the Chinese close qualifiers just to end things out. Feels like we were, well, you can call it a blessing, you can call it a curse, but at least the first few games in day 1 and day 2 just kind of went by so quickly. I think it was funny because we ended up having delays because the teams were like, huh? What? The previous series is over? No way. Like, what? 30 minutes total game time? It definitely left some head scratches to the audience as well as the players. But yeah, we're finally at this juncture where we decide which one of these teams will move forward to the main event and represent China alongside the other 3 teams invited. Will it be Kev or will it be Team Zero? Find out after a short break. We'll be right back. 3 days all boiling down to this. Winter and Sneeze here bringing you the grand finals of the Elite League close qualifiers for China. Starter with 8 teams, now down to 2. And these, to be fair, were the ones that we expected to make it all the way, but they both had to slog a little bit. Kev up against Team Zero now for a rematch. It's going to be a best of 5 full of fun.
Full of fun indeed. I think there's a pretty good chance that we might see this go all the way.
Yeah.
Like first game is always going to be the interesting one to see who tries to pop up some surprise strat, or maybe Team Zero is going to be the one. They've been the team to beat so far in the close qualifier.
Yeah, that is without a doubt. Cruising basically through a majority of the tournament bracket so far. Crushing Go Along 2-0, crushing Eagle 2-0. Those matches didn't even look close. And then facing up against Kev, that was a 2-1 that was a lot more evenly matched. In fact, the only team to be able to challenge them. Of course, this old Team Zero used to have some old TI winners like Ice Ice, of course, in that past 4, but it's been revitalized a little bit with the addition of Ponlo as well as Erica. So they brought a couple of new flavors. And I think at the start of the tournament, you mentioned, Winter, that, sometimes all you need is a little bit of a change of ideas, some fresh perspective, and that seems to be what Team Zero is enjoying at the moment with these additions. On the flip side, Kev, I think we mentioned quite veteran names between Old 11 and Fly. I mean, these guys, they've been around the block, right? But they haven't really found success and made it to a major event in a while now.
Time to prove that they're just not. Oh, what was the word used? Old bags.
Old hits.
Old hits.
Yeah. I mean, of course, that there's a bit of a negative connotation when it comes to that, but I assure you I mean it with the most respect. I think there's a reason why these names are still very fresh in the minds of most Chinese Dota fans. We'd love to see Old 11 and Fly succeed again and play on the international stage, especially since a large part of their games have largely been intra-region. Is that correct? Is that even the correct way of saying it? I'm trying to say it's within the own region.
Domestic league. Just use
domestic. Okay, my domestic league. Yeah. We'll start things out here with the Old 11 Timbersaw. It somehow slips through the cracks because Team Zero, they're banning out the Punch and the Shadow Demon instead.
No Punch for you. Old 11. You can play your
10 seconds
Timber, your Centaur. I mean, the other heroes, I feel like he kind of like feeds a lot more. When he plays Punch. I think Punch is definitely, from what I've noticed, his best hero. Like, he doesn't do a lot of like questionable stuff as much as his other heroes.
Yeah, maybe. We have to see whether he goes a little crazy. Nowadays, we see this Timber usually build maybe into the early Blink or maybe into the early Kaya and stuff like that, focus a lot more on damage dealing. So I'm not sure what Old 11's idea on this hero is, but I'm sure it's something they're confident enough to first pick it. The Dragon Knight, Tiny, Bat Rider, and Chen banned. So Chen, just some respect to the previous matchup, Team Zero and Kev, when they faced off in the best of 3 in the upper bracket finals. Team Zero did bring this out on Ponlo a couple of times. Worked once, didn't work once, but still overall a pick that they're very comfortable on. Lifestealer being taken out of the pool as well for Team Zero early doors here.
Yeah, one of the strongest carries right now. Like, very difficult to boot out of the lane. Very good against majority of the offlaners. Just a very, very strong hero right now.
Yeah, SNY buff, right? Even though it's just a minute change, these small little percentages and cost adjustments is enough to propel heroes like him and even Troll, right? We've seen quite a bit of that hero show its face, rear its ugly head to some decent success. I think it was Dark Horse, it was Lenfor who played it and had a crazy, 1v4 sort of fight where he popped the ult and he was just basically unkillable. Still very monstrous. The Lion will be taken out as well. Now, from what we see from Kev, do you have any sort of clear idea about how they want to approach this game, perhaps? I mean, this is one of the first few times we're seeing the Timbersaw in this entire tournament because, for the most part, it's been banned out.
So a very polarizing offlaner for sure. Like, he's gonna need your team to move towards him. I feel like Kanka plus Timbersaw is a classic duo which complements each other really well because Timber doesn't like to move, and you want your teammates to have catch, stun, initiation, and Kanka kind of provides everything for you. But you're opening your draft with 2 cores right away. I don't really think that we see this a lot anymore nowadays, unless you're like getting DK or some like I think DK is probably the only one that I would like, kind of snap pick right away if it's available.
Yeah. And they not only get these 2 heroes, but they both could be in the offlane. We've seen Old 11 play both heroes. We've also seen Butterfly Effect play Kanka. He hasn't brought out the Timber just yet though, but we know that that's an option to be run in the mid. leaving their options open here. Team Zero, they will grab that CM for ZZQ, so we've yet to see him play this as well, but definitely feels like a hero that fits his playstyle and the CM Gyro lane combination here.
The Timbersaw Death Lane. Double magic, double stun special.
Yeah,
Welcome to the lane, Timber. He's gonna need like some position 4 hero that can actually
10
salvage the
seconds
lane.
remaining.
Or help
what
him.
could even help him here? I'm
They,
trying
they,
to
they
think.
kind of need like I think something that can
5
pull the first few waves. I think melee hero. I think you can just pick a Tusk or something along those lines to pull waves and make sure that
wow.
once you get your levels, you control the creeps in front of your tower. I think you get levels, you can kill the CM so easily.
Yeah,
Some
you just
stun.
need that hero that can catch the CM off guard and set up for the Timber, right? And then you
There's
start chain
no-
feeding.
Yeah, there's no bad, there's no tiny. I think Tusk could be a reasonable solution. Tusk is pretty good against Gyro too. Yeah, you can gap close with the snowball. You can dodge some of the rocket barrage damage with it. Then you have the tag
Is
team.
Tusk scary though? Because I know the snowball into maybe dodging blast off would be nice, but at the end of the day, you need to commit into a Gyro CM techies. That sounds terrifying. They go for the Disruptor instead. Very interesting pick here. We saw it once. It was a bit hit and
Not a big
miss.
fan. I mean,
yeah,
not a big fan.
neither. No.
It's. I mean, you have a lot of catch. You know, Disruptor Glimpse with the X mark on Konka, so that's what
Sure.
you want on Timber. But early game is gonna be like a
10
huge
seconds
problem.
remaining.
I have a feeling if they don't address this techie CM Gyro, they're gonna
5
lose both their side
seconds
lanes. And if you lose both your side lanes, the supports are gonna roam and they're gonna win the mid lane too. That's just pretty much how the game is gonna flow right now at this stage of the tournament. Everybody is just good enough to abuse the small little things they can get away from the lane. Rubik Timber.
Okay, I mean, not
So
bad.
it's okay. It's decent, but I feel like if you make
Not good
one
enough?
wrong move in the lane, you're gonna
10
still die, you know, as the
seconds
Timber. But Rubik's definitely something that can help you survive the first wave,
5
first 2 waves, because you're stronger than CM. You can trade better with the Fade Bolt, so you can
Yeah.
potentially keep the CM busy in the lane.
Ooh,
And once you keep
Kotal.
the CM busy, then you can just get farm on the lane on the Timber to get your levels.
ban.
And Kotal is also a hero that's really good against Timber. Mid Kotal, you deal a lot of
I mean,
damage. You buy Vessel, you're great against Kankai, you're great against Timber.
I guess the one thing you're scared about on this mid Kotal, which is quite a signature pick for 7E, is that glimpse, right? If you get caught out of position and get pulled back, there isn't
I mean,
really any save on
It's
Team
not
Zero.
really it's not really that scary because the way
Oh,
Kotal
okay.
plays, like you're so far away and you can kite with Illuminate and your Solar Bind. I don't
That's
think it's
true.
actually that big of a deal for him, you know. As long as he gets his levels up,
10
you
seconds
are probably
remaining.
gonna be looking for early Vessel here into your Travels. So once you get the Vessel, you're gonna
5
shut down the
seconds
Timber, you're gonna
remaining.
shut down the Conquer, and then if your team is playing their cards right, you're gonna be snowballing ahead because you have CM and Techies. Disruptor is probably not gonna be a factor this game. Like he's gonna
Yeah.
lose the lane against Techies. I don't see how Disruptor you can play against the Techies. Like you're just gonna get out traded. You have less armor, you have less range. Your nuke is worse than the Techies nukes. You
Yeah.
have no kill threat early. I don't know. I feel like this Disruptor is gonna be almost close to
10
useless this game
seconds
in the
remaining.
early stages. If he somehow survives the lane, maybe he's gonna
Yeah.
be very
5
useful at
seconds
catching
remaining.
with the glimpse. But before that, he has to be able to play the early game, and they have to find a carry which can allow the Disruptor to play the early game.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what kind of carries would even sort of make
Like
the
strong
lane.
lane, they need a strong lane. They have the overall last pick, so they have to prioritize a strong laning carry, like something maybe like a Luna or something that can help you get kills in the lane.
Perhaps. I mean, Fly, we'll see what he feels comfortable with here. As Team Zero, they need to decide on what their final ban is going to be, as well as the Beyond offlane hero. So far, we've seen him bring out Primal Beast, Centaur, you know, Mars, Doom, Slada, but most of these are banned out already. The Razor being taken out as well. They last banned out the Sven, so that's what they're the most concerned about. And they pick up the Brewmaster for themselves. So how could I miss this? Even though there's an instant silence coming out and the potential control from the Rubik, they don't seem too worried about it. They want to push the issue.
They need to pick a lane winner right now against the Brewmaster.
Dude, this Disruptor is just gonna eat shit, right, against the Brew, let's be real. Like, this is so scary.
Techies Brewmaster, you get caught by the
You're
sticky
done.
bomb or blast off, you just dead. Level 2, I feel like you just die if you play your position wrongly.
Yeah, we'll see what exactly Kev want to
What's
pick up here.
available? They need like a strong
I don't
laner.
know. Is Morphling versus Keeper of the Light, you just insta-die, right? That's suicide.
Morphling is not really that good here in this game, I feel.
I
I mean,
I really
it
don't
can work, but I feel like because he has Disruptor, I don't want to pick Morphling.
Terrorblade's also really scary, right?
No,
'Cause there's so much magic
he
burst.
He can't actually pick that. I don't think they
The
can pick
Brewmaster
that.
will just use the Wind Panda and kill all the illusions. Oh, it feels like Kev, they're running dry on options here. Not really sure what they want to go for.
Maybe
Quick look
Weaver.
at-
I think Weaver maybe. Weaver. They need like
Ooh.
a strong laner. I feel like if you can't play the lane, the Disruptor's just gonna be useless. Like
Yeah.
something like
Yeah.
Weaver, stronger in the lane.
The Faceless Void is taken out as well. I mean, what is he going to go for? It ends up being the Weaver right on the Winter Dota 2, ladies and gentlemen. Okay,
Oh,
this
he
is
picked Weaver? Okay, I
come
was still
on. They
looking at
actually picked the Weaver. That's crazy.
I mean, there's no other picks that can allow the Disruptor because it's very important when you pick something like a Disruptor.
Yeah.
You have to enable the Disruptor. If you just ignore that you have a Disruptor, oh, he's just like an Undying or whatever, I don't care. And then you're gonna lose. I mean, the Weaver's good against the Brewmaster in the lane, and he's kinda okay-ish against Gyro if you're snowballing. He's okay at dealing with Keeper too, because you are full movement speed, right? So you don't care about the bind, and you can just Shukuchi and run past everybody and try to kill the Kotal, because you need to be able to kill the Kotal in the fights. If you don't kill him, he's gonna kill everybody.
Yeah. I guess you're hoping that between Old 11 and Butterfly Effect, they can create enough chaos in the fights that you're able to play the outskirts and poke and prod. I can't help but feel like if Team Zero are able to get their eyes on this Weaver, there still is the potential for him to be burst down, right? The Frostbite is kind of a big problem if he gets caught.
Yeah, what can you do?
This is the best option at this point, right? You've kind of put yourself in a very rough
many
spot.
options already. I mean, it's annoying to deal with the Frostbite, but you have time lapse, so I think the only reasonable way that he actually dies if he somehow gets caught by the homing missile into Blast Off, you know, those are the two major stuns here. Or at least until the Kotal gets a Hex. I think he probably needs to get a Hex at some point this game.
Yeah. We'll see how things go here as we get into game number 1. Now, we do have a signature, one of the all-time nice, player-hero combinations, Old 11 Timbersaw. I feel like that's been said for like years now. But on the flip side, it really feels like coming into this game number 1, Team Zero have a more robust draft overall, right? The ideas are very clear, they have a butt ton of magic damage, and they're gonna try and wrestle control from Kev early on and not look back from there.
Yeah, I would agree. I definitely think that Team Zero came out of the draft on top with this CM, Techies, plus Brewmaster. Actually, let's just talk about the 3v3. It's not going to be with the Brewmasters, with the Kotal, Techies, and CM. So they have very, very far range. And Kev, they don't really have the best support for early game because you already have a Disruptor, Rubik, and Kanka, So I definitely feel like they're going to be on the struggling side when it comes to the 3 versus 3 fight, but they're trying to get a first blood here with the smoke.
Oh, I mean,
it's gonna
fly.
try to just pick up the Watcher for now.
Yeah, bit of a awkward wrap around there.
Wow, okay, they wanted to place the lane ward at top.
Huh?
They did all this for the lane ward.
Yeah.
So it means
I
that
thought
they
it was
just
an
want
aggressive
to-
move too.
They just want to
30
win the top lane
seconds
because
to
this
battle.
ward kind of just helps you mainly decide whether you can be aggressive, you can fight at the Lotus. It doesn't really offer anything else.
Yeah, I guess so. They really want to stamp Old 11 out bright and early, and honestly, understandably so, right? This Timbersaw was first picked. If you let it get away unaddressed, we've seen that problem time and time again in the drafts. It's just, you get away with essentially picking your offlaner so early, and he still has a free time. It's just bad news bears for you.
The battle
ZZQ
begins.
just have to watch himself. I don't think he's under any threat of dying unless you go Timber Chain level 1. Ends up being what seems like a 2-for-2 trade. Not too bad. A couple of colors, unfortunately.
How can we play China versus China series without a Kale? Or just like a 1 or 2 Kale?
I mean, also, and the one person who's not Chinese in this entire game is the one who colors. So it's just the classic server issues. No big deal here. Ponlo's back into the mix, and so are we. Game number 1 of this grand finals here. I mean, of course, all of these players, it feels like they haven't really seen the limelight in a while, and it would be cool to see them play at the international sort of stage, at least sort of facing off against opponents that they probably haven't had the chance to match up against.
Yeah,
for.
KF is starting the game with a slight advantage with the D-Ward, so they're gonna have the XP advantage on the Disruptor and the Kanka.
Okay, not too bad. I mean, I still honestly am not sure whether it's going to make that big of a difference though, because I feel like the fundamental concept of Kotal is that you can't really do anything to him in lane, right? He's just gonna blast the creeps, rinse and repeat.
stack. And usually you see people when they're playing against Kotal, you put sentries to block, and you see that's what they did on the side camp on the mid lane. Butterfly
Wow.
back. He already blocked one of the camp. This actually annoys the Kotal a lot.
Yeah, very heads up stuff here because it's gonna jank up his rotations. Like he wants to just make that clean like back and forth ping pong maneuver,
Yeah,
right?
and
But
keeps constantly stacking just to get the level advantage.
yeah, now he's gonna have to bury himself out with Sentry, and he already lost vision
I don't
advantage in
think
the
he
mid lane.
actually knows that it's blocked, so it's gonna take some time before he can unblock it.
Yeah, the worst part is he wants to maximize efficiency, right? So when he's stacking, he's not even gonna turn around to see whether it got
Yeah, if
completed or
he
not.
actually does that, then he's
He's gonna be so sad.
he's gonna be sad.
Yeah. Okay, well, Team Zero here, we did say that this CM and Gyro is a bit of a death situation for the Timbersaw. It seems like old 11 should still be fine here.
Okay,
Is
they got
it?
the pull. They got the pull. This is huge. Somehow the
Okay.
Rubik was able to wrestle the side camp block away from the CM.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, just a full, basically 1.5 waves of creeps going right into the Timbersaw's hands. That's going to help him get towards that level 2 and 3, which is where he's going to feel a lot safer. This bot side as well.
Actually, I guess they don't care so much because you're Gyro, you're
Yeah.
pushing out with flat cannon, right? So you want the medium camp to be open, and CM is Nova level 1, so you guys are gonna push the lane.
True.
So you want access to the side camp to pull it.
Yeah, well, for now, it's careful to take advantage of that, and we'll see whether Zero can wrangle that back into their favor and really start stamping out the Timbersaw. For now, it's 11-1 for him, so not really struggling just yet. Meanwhile, this bot side, you mentioned that the
Oh, this is
Disruptor is
so
a bit
sad.
of a weak laner. Uh-oh.
This sticky bomb into Cinder Blue.
Yeah, I mean, I guess your one consolation is that you have a ton of tangles being shipped your way. It's Undyne, oh.
Oh my
Very
god, what was
awkward
he?
spot. I mean, you can understand what he was thinking there. He wanted
Nope,
to
I
dodge
do
the
not-
sticky
I
bomb.
do not understand. He was
Okay.
not supposed to stand up there and hit the Brewmaster.
Yeah, that's true. That's fair. I can accept that. And
For
yeah,
God's sake, he has to respect the techniques. He's a
yeah, for his
fucking technique.
transgressions, he will pay. He goes down. First blood.
Yeah, Lotus Rune and Lotus Rune. Lotus Poo.
Yeah, the pool. A lot of shenanigans related to water these days. You got the water park, you got the maybe morphing here and there, all the lotuses, all these little add-ons and new frontiers. Can't keep on top of them all, but yeah. Contested now, for the most part, just nothing to result of it. Both teams able to just grab that and walk away. No, Timbersaw's, I was a little bit worried that he'd be in trouble. I guess now maybe stepping so far up, he needs to respect the rocket barrage damage, but he has a couple of creeps that help him tank out. It's actually Erica who has the backup here, so okay. Both
Yeah,
just
Timber's
stacking that
actually
hard camp.
doing really well in this lane. It's almost he's similar CS with the Gyro. It's actually very good.
Yeah, we did sort of raise our doubts about the Rubik pairing, but it seems that 999 has largely been able to trade with the CM and not allow ZZQ to put as much pressure onto Old 11. So with light, 15 one charges, should still be fine. Oh, just has to pop it. Needs the Timber Chain away though. Needs to find a tree to latch to, and no! Ooh.
Oh, a little too old for that,
Yeah, I don't know. Definitely feeling the former part of his name. Oh, that could have been scary because it felt like as soon as they saw the Timber Chain come out, they're like, yeah, he's gonna get away, but he doesn't end up connecting to the gap. Gotten the kill, blast off connection onto Fly, dropping very low. But Ponlo, now he's the one a bit too far forward, eating the Thunderstrike and the Shikuchi. Still has the Lotus, but it's not gonna be enough for him to survive. So Fly and Undyne able to pick that one up. And I think all these small little kills for this bot side is so important, but Old 11, he's ticking down low again to another Blood Grenade. Should be able to work his way back up.
Yeah,
Bracer
this is the
at one
importance
level.
of having a core hero like Weaver with Disruptor. If it's not a Weaver, the Disruptor won't be able to play his lane. But lucky for him, he has a Weaver, so this lane is still playable for him.
He can actually play Dota in the first 5 minutes is
yes,
what's going on.
Precisely.
And I mean, Weaver doing pretty well in terms of CS and causing this Brewmaster to suffer a bit. We've seen this pick really work out for so many off-laners across this tournament. It's just been very robust, and I think like what you said, seems to be able to be picked into just a blind matchup. Put up upon this top side. Oh, the lift! A bit of counter synergy there. They actually pull Erica out of range of the Timber Chain, but it doesn't matter. Old 11 still chock full of resources, able to run down the Gyro, and looks like ZZQ might just be next. Needs to run out the line of fire
he
of
missed
the
the
Timber
chain.
Chain. Nice little dodge. He might still go for it here. No. Doesn't want to go too crazy. Will be happy with that one kill.
Maybe if he landed the chain, he can go for the kill. But yep, unfortunate. But he got the more important kill on the gyro. So I think he's really happy right now. The creep is near his tower. He's gonna be farming. So it means that the support can rotate to the other lanes, refill bottles, just be annoying.
Speaking of rotate, here comes Butterfly Effect, level 6 timing, straight onto Beyond. They don't miss a beat. Butterfly Effect able to get their advantage, and they're gonna pull Ponlo back as well, forcing the blast off out. But look at the Weaver waiting right where he wanted to go, and they will force him into hesitation and his own death. Another double as Kev pick up the early slack and grab that advantage.
First rune, Arcane Rune for Rubik. So
Okay.
no room for Kotal. Kotal wants to get a rebuttal at top. He's TPing top. First Spirit Form.
Yeah. Has the urn as well, so wants to get the first few charges on that, but realistically, what's your setup? Old 11, as soon as he sees you coming, he's going to try and Timber Chain back to safety. The homing missile on his tail, slow to a crawl here. You want to close the distance for the Frostbite, but it's not even needed. Nice move from 7E to at least claw something back.
Yeah, and on top of that, there's a Catapult Wave. So they're going to do a decent chunk of damage to the tower, forcing the Glaive out. And in the meantime, Ponlo gets some free XP in mid lane. Much needed XP actually.
Not too bad. I mean, as long as Beyond stays alive here in this bot side.
Wisdom Rune, if the CM gets the Wisdom Rune, that's going to be huge. But bot lane Beyond, like you said, he needs to stay alive.
Oh, he's dropping a little low here, in some
Big
trouble,
one
but
shot,
now...
sure.
Yeah, squaring up against Undying. It'll be Weaver who goes forward to steal the opposing Wisdom instead. ZZQ gets lifted out. The Frostbite, okay! Okay, narrowly would have been a disaster for Team Zero if they lost that now. But Old 11 and 999, they don't have any way to interrupt that TP. But Beyond, if he goes down here, it's going to be troublesome. But Fly, he's lost his support already. Still trying to Shikuchi through and maybe bait out that Primal Split. Beyond, he doesn't respect it. The damage, it's too much. And now Butterfly Effect has shown up to get another freebie. Ponlo in big trouble with the boat and the Torrent. It'll clean up the techies. The off-lane duo from Team Zero this game suffering big time because of this Weaver.
Yeah, Team Kev making the plays here around the Weaver, which has won his lane and enabling his team to make all these rotations. And Konka once again, you know, coming down to this lane to shut down this Brewmaster. He understands that it's really important for them to help the Weaver and the Disruptor get off to a good start. So he needs to make sure he helps them. Even at the expense of his own game, you know, he has to sacrifice some farm to make that happen.
To be honest, he's not sacrificing much, right? We already saw the emphasis that 7E had on trying to get those stacks up. But take a look at the vision. Initially, it was the sentry to block. By the time they deward it, Kev go back in there, set up another ward, so they're fully aware of when 7E is farming. And the Kunkka is basically 500, 600 gold ahead of the Kotal, even though he's been the one moving around.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Konka is definitely doing very well now. He has a Shield Rune, and they're gonna smoke again.
Yeah.
Boat is gonna be up in 15. I mean, this Gyro, if they actually kill him, this is actually a very swift move here. If they can actually land the kill, will be huge for them. Erika kind of knows something is up, you know. He pushes the wave quickly with Flat Cannon and just retreats into the jungle.
I mean, with the vision that they have right now, they only
Might
have a
still
ward.
get him.
Oh, he's trying to tuck himself into the safe area, but nowhere is safe. When there's a Kunkka on the prowl, Butterfly Flag, he just won't be denied here. Gets a kill onto the poor... Yeah, I mean, it's gonna take a while. They'll miss a couple of spells while they're at it, but yeah. Finishing off that gyro, that is really smooth moves coming out from the side of Kev.
Yeah, good plays by Konka, especially, you know, making the rotations to kill the important heroes on the side lanes. And Team Zero, they need to try to, you know, get some rebuttals. They can't just let this Konka run top, run bot, and just kill all their cores on the side lane. They have to do something about it.
Yeah, it feels like the 7E Kotal just has yet to really answer any of these maneuvers.
He's
coming
here.
through now with the Spirit Form. He's
Lane
trying
walk.
to make the go onto Butterfly Effect, but Old 11 is a real threat when it comes to the damage. They aren't able to stop him from killing the Kunkka though. The control, it's too much, and all the Timbersaw can do is retreat. They'll start to chase down onto 999 as well, and putting the Spirit Vessel to work. Yeah, this is the response that you needed, and both kills go onto the Gyrocopter, the person who needs it the most.
Yeah, that was a big call down there. Landing, I think, at least 2 of them onto the Konka, just dealing immense amount of damage. And combined with the Solar Bind, just destroys them instantly.
I like this build here from Erika. Sometimes we see the gyros go like Omega Greedy and just max out the flag with stats. But I think he realizes his magic damage is needed to get the advantage. So 2 points in the Rocket Barrage, 1 point in the homing. It might slow down his farm when he gets his axe, but you know, all things considered, you know, it does still end up doing the job of evening out the score.
Especially against Timbersaw. Like when you see carry players when they are playing Gyro or Luna, they tend to get a little bit more points in the nuke. Like for Luna, maybe 2 points, you know, just to make sure you can kill the Timber once in the lane or twice in the lane. It makes a huge amount of difference for the game.
Yeah, I think you've mentioned this before as well. The fact with these Timber heroes, with these Viper heroes, you just kill them once and suddenly the game opens up and the opportunities become a lot more easy.
Yeah, and then you make a rotation with your supports later because you killed him one time in the lane.
Yeah.
Previously, he's a lot weaker, and your rotation from the supports actually has the chance to net a kill.
Yeah. Speaking of a lot weaker though, this is quite an uncharacteristically tough game that Beyond is facing up right now. I guess it's a tough matchup into the Weaver in a 1v1 situation, but still, you know, he hasn't really been able to bully Fly as much as he would have liked, trailing 2 levels behind and bottom of the net worth in terms of the calls right now.
Yeah, no thanks to Kanka coming down here to kill him twice in the early game.
Yeah, Kanka was plundering him, that's for sure. They will set up a huge ancient stack for 70 to farm though, so just basically power
Another
boosting him
smoke.
towards his boots.
Kanka's here again, he's on the prowl again. Jack Sparrow wants more blood.
Yeah, he's hungry. I mean, there's a reason why there are so many sequels. He just keeps it going over and over, and he won't be denied. The X-Marks of the ZZQ, not really as valuable as the Gyro, but they grab everything they can get here, just continuing to build that pressure on the map and making Erica just even more uncomfortable.
Yeah, this is actually not the best target, but for them it's still a kill. But
what will? Oh, they
are
know where
still
Erica
gonna
is.
get the
They have a-
gyro. They're still gonna get him.
Seems like it. The setup with 999, they have the lift. Where is the additional follow-up? X-Mark and a Static Storm right on top of his head. They'll steal the cooldown like you mentioned and turn some of that magic damage around onto 7E. He has to run, but pull back into the clutches of the entire side of Kev. They're trying for the chase now with the Yule setup. Old 11 has his mark and will be able to cut him down with the Chakram. There's a beautiful
nice
ultimate coming out from ZZQ, but interrupted by the Tor and the blast off as well. Paulo, it's not enough to kill off Butterfly Effect for now, but with the split, they'll finally kill off Jack Sparrow. Old 11 still slicing through though, finding one more kill. ZZQ just gets returned on right now as Fly has joined the fray as well. This last Bruling might just go down. Narrowly survives that situation, pull back into the clutches though, and even though he goes back to his main form, he just gets destroyed. What a great move from Kev there.
Yeah, very, very good moves there by them. That was very, very close that the CM and Techies kind of almost killed them at the tail end of things, you know. Like if they had a little bit more damage there, but unfortunately once they lost the 7E Koto, they just didn't have enough in the tank. Maybe Brewmaster TP'd a little bit earlier and arrived at the scene, then maybe they could have killed the Timber. But just good moves, you know, by Kev. Good, really good moves.
I mean, I think they're completely capitalizing on this Weaver last pick, right? The fact that he loves to get involved early on.
Yeah,
Just made
and
such a
he's
big
running
impact in that
at
fight.
you with a disruptor behind him.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah. All the vision in the world from the Swarm and all the setup for him to do the damage. Kev, they're playing to the strengths of the lineup in this early stage, and Team Zero, they haven't really been able to find the footing. Sure, a couple of good rotations from 7E so far. Maybe they'll ramp up now that these Boots of Travels are online, but for now, they're looking for the Timber in the bot side. He'll just be able to swiftly Timber Chain out back to safety.
They have to wait for at least, you know, the next timing on the Brew split. I think item-wise, I'm not sure if there's anything you can get right now to actually give you some boost to fight the next few skirmishes. I feel like Gyro needs Aghanim's. When he gets the Aghanim's, I wouldn't even say that he's ready to fight. He's gonna need to keep farming for his next item. He already has the Aghanim's. And mid lane, they're gonna try to go on the Rubik.
Yeah. The Kanka was X-Mark, so they know that that's not available, and they just blow him up. So much magic damage thanks to that Solar Bind, and he goes down, but oh, Fly looking for 7E now. Koto can move quick, but he gets pulled back into the mix, and the ship is just gonna be enough. 7E goes down. Now Beyond is here, but there's no split available. Fly, he's still so strong and on the front lines, but it's this Frostbite that he has to be very careful about. Butterfly Effect still has everything in the tank here. Another setup, looking to be another kill on the ZZQ, but no! Too overcommitted. Fly, he doesn't time-lapse just in time, and he ends up going down instead. ZZQ able to get that return kill, and now Beyond with the split. Things are troublesome now, but Old 11, he's finally turned up to the fray. Another X-Marks holding the techies in place. Ponlo, he has nowhere to run, and the slice comes through, and the Chakram along with the Fable from 999. Beyond, he's gonna go back to his main Brewmaster in a bit, and now with this nothing else in the tank, he'll just get sliced apart here.
I mean, the
Standard
Rubik's
fight.
gonna have split for the next fight again.
Yikes.
This is quite dangerous, you know. But they got the Weaver, so there is something there for Team Zero. The two supports really trying so hard to keep the the game alive, you know. This techies and CM is using their spells very, very nicely in the team fights.
Yeah. I think when we first started the draft for this game, we were seeing this Timbersaw pick, and with the CM Gyro response, it almost felt like Team Zero were prepared. But I can't help but feel like Kev were completely prepared for this Brewmaster. Beyond has yet to have a game, and now this Gyro, they know exactly where to find him. Smoke move up here, Paulo will be the one to break it.
Just a max.
Yeah, I mean, he has that, but, you know, he's still gonna die. Maybe a bit of a sigh of relief that it wasn't your poor Gyrocopter that went down in that situation. You'll just buy as much time as possible and allow Erica to escape.
I mean, this Brew is like, I'm not even sure if he should get Radiant, so he's like trying to figure out what he needs to learn. But then again, I'm like, what does he do, you know, with his Midas right now? He actually can't really do much.
I mean, they're trying to obviously angle for a later timing, but I really don't know what that looks like.
There won't be any later timing, I can assure you, if the game goes in this direction.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about too. I mean, Kev, they are basically putting the knee on the throat right now, and with how aggressive this Weaver is playing, sure, he might have regretted giving that kill over, but the fact that his team still cleans up, don't think they're too sad about that with the 7k gold.
I mean, this Disruptor has a dagger right now.
Oh my god. That is nasty stuff. I mean, him just being able to instant static storm on the Brewmaster, or maybe even the Koto.
Oh, Erica is in trouble.
Oh, yikes.
He has
Gets
TP.
caught out now.
If he doesn't, okay, he might be screwed. Where's the Disruptor?
Oh, the glimpse from long range, and Erica, nowhere for him to run. He will throw down one final call down, just to, you know, set the ground alight, to burn his body when he goes down from his sad little aircraft. But not much that the Team Zero lineup can actually do, right? I think your assessment is completely correct. You know, CM and the techies, they're doing everything they can, but I think you always like to say this, they don't really have anyone to play around. Every time they show, they're just getting killed. You try and de-ward, get back vision control, you eat a bolt to the face. ZZQ looking to be another casualty of war here, just cut down by Old 11. Kev, they're playing very similar to how they did up against Eagles, just mopping around the map, pest extermination style. Paulo's Nyx on the chopping block, and he will likely go down to Fly 7E, getting caught out as well. This is not a target you can afford to lose though, as he'll get brought back down to Earth, straight into the X-Marks, and should be more than enough control to kill off the Kotal. And Paulo, he's still making them work for it. I mean, it's gonna take a while. Fly with the chase down. Not really anywhere else you can go. Okay, well,
never mind.
He buys some time, I guess, and drags Fly to a very inconvenient area of the map, but all things considered, the gold lead just continues to mount here as Team Zero struggle to find any footing.
I mean, this Disruptor is just having the time of his life right now, running around with its dagger, trying to set up kills for his team. He has his static song up with Disruptor, with the glimpse. He's gonna see the Brewmaster.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Oh boy is an understatement. Another static storm. Just catching and killing. These guys are hunters in the jungle, the way they're just frying up all these wildlife. You got a panda on one side, you got a whatever wolf ice creature thing that CM has morphed into as part of a persona. I don't know, but it's not ethical. I'll tell you that much. Kev, they are completely stomping over their opponents here.
When Team Zero has to try to find some moves here with the Kotal, I feel like the Kotal is AFK farming too much. He needs to actually just come and help his team, you know, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe he feels like even if he comes and joins the two supports, they are not going to be able to accomplish much.
Yeah, it's that trio that you talked about. It feels like their moment of power is just completely waned. And now they're just running desperately for their lives and buying as much time as possible. I can't really blame him, right? Because in the fights that he did show up, it's just one X marks, and the full focus of Kev, it only takes like, what, 5 seconds for them to 100 to 0 him? 7E, he's just rushing that BKB because he understands without it, he can't actually exist in the fights.
I look at the gang squad moving again, 011 and the Disruptor.
Yeah. Just keep it going here, keep it rolling.
Erica,
No
he's
reason to
gonna
stop.
show.
Oh, yikes, no. See the flat cannon? And instantly, there's the setup. Old 11 has his mark. Will be able to run him down. Even the Yules in front of his face, that's disrespect right there. Just chop right through. X-Marks Butterfly Effect has come in for the kill. And one little torrent will wash over that Gyro. Killing spree for this Kanka as he has looked monstrous this game.
Top tower is under attack.
There's no escaping the glimpse and the X-Mark, my friend.
Yeah, too much catch,
Radiant's
too
middle
much control
tower
like you
is under
mentioned.
attack.
Still a ways away from this BKB on the
Oh no,
Gyrocopter.
I think they saw the Kotal, they're pinging him. If they get him, this is so bad.
Yeah, I mean the
so
Disruptor's on
close.
the hunt. Just narrowly able to TP out.
He has a
That's the
gem, bro. The Disruptor has a gem.
Oh, that's how
minutes.
confident they're feeling, man.
Definitely feeling it. He needs to remove all the wards and continue the hunt.
Make sure they don't set up any outcrops of vision to play around, right? Because sometimes when you're trying to split the map like that, you need to put those deep wards out so you can tell when they're trying to hunt you down. No such thing, Kev say, as they continue to dominate every angle of the map. I mean, the fact that you take a look at the net worth, Old 11 has double Brewmaster's net worth. Like, that is disgusting.
The Brewmaster has brown boots and Midas. Tell him it's.
There's brown boots and Midas, and he still has so low net worth. This is atrocious. I mean, it's Team Zero. It's I don't even know what they're supposed to play through. I mean, even when you get this Kotal BKB timing, I don't know whether he can stand his ground against the damage coming out from Kev.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Into the Roche they go. It should be a very easy Weaver Aegis. Should allow them to clean up the rest of these tier 2s remaining in both the mid and the top side. Yep, Qualifier will grab that one up. I believe he has an item flying out to him as well, so to see what that's about.
7E.
So.
They're gonna find him.
Oh,
There's
yeah,
a Glaive Nail on Fly.
They're looking, trying to truck away. Has that TP away in 10 seconds.
Run, Gandalf.
Run! Get out of here! Okay, 7E will be fine, thank goodness. And thank his lucky stars. But, I mean, if he shows on this, they'll see him with the courier. He's able to clear the creep wave and instantly TP out. Oh, Blood Fire Flag, no! Oh, that was an ass clencher for sure. My goodness, I thought he was dead.
He needed to actually get as much as he can on the map. I think that was worth the risk for sure. Getting the extra wave.
You don't really have a choice. And I mean, every single wave that you can blast down just slows down the push coming out for Kev, right? They really only have the Weaver to damage these buildings. So
Minefield. They're gonna bait them into the minefield, Mike.
Oh, okay. I mean, they're trying. And ZZQ, it literally doesn't
You
matter
wish
because
you
ZZQ
could
dies
walk up
before he
the-
can bait them into the minefield. Old 11 will walk up now, just start minesweeping a little bit. I think he's too concerned.
He doesn't care.
Yeah, doesn't give a shit.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
What is
Kind of
our
hyped. He
friend?
kind of hyped it up for nothing, man. I thought something serious was gonna happen.
It looked like it, you know. It was famous last moments.
Old
Remember
11 literally has 2k HP. I think he's fine.
Remember some Monkey King jumping around mines?
Oh my god, yeah.
Dire's
fond
bottom
memories.
tower is under attack.
I don't know whether you call it fond, depending on your perspective, I guess, depending which team you're on. Right now, though, Kev are positioned around this Weaver, and why not, right? He has an Aegis, they can keep pushing the issue. They know that Team Zero are in no position to fight at all. They'll just might even try and venture up to the high ground. I mean, why not?
Radiant's top
Making
tower
them feel uncomfortable here, Team Zero, and they'll be basically forced to respond, already cutting down the trees on the right side of things.
Dire's structures
Force the glyph
are
out.
fortified.
Next wave coming through, they can just continue this pressure. While Team Zero still
Erika needs to
struggling.
cut some waves.
He's gotta show himself now. Just pop out, but they have a
Dire's
ward in
bottom
that cliff.
tower
Just
is under
might be able to spot him and capitalize, but okay. Backdoor regen. Still need to wait for that wave to come in. Fly. That doesn't work. Don't nearly have enough.
Radiance.
For now.
Brewmaster's
Pong!
ready.
He has an item. Let's go. This is the time to strike. Team Zero, you're gonna get ready for a fight, but Irax is kind of dying here. He'll smoke up, try and get into the mix sooner.
Radiant's top tower is
But
under
it
attack.
seems like Kev have gotten wind of this somehow. They are backing up and smoking to a degree of relative
Radiant's
safety,
middle
back to their
tower
high
is
ground
under
vision.
attack.
2
And
minutes
deciding-
on Aegis.
Yeah,
2
huh.
minutes.
I mean, Fly's staying up here, but he realizes he has no creep wave, and maybe that's why they're backing up from this lane.
I think he's gonna have a crit wave soon. Soonish.
Yeah, it's coming. Just you wait. And they're kind of slow. I mean, yeah, they'll just turn their sights to the tier 2 in the mid, I'm assuming. But it seems like Team Zero, they are hungry for a fight now, and they want to set up a
Dire's
key
middle
target
tower
for now. I
is
mean,
under
Butterfly
attack.
Effect showing himself in the mid, it's not going to be that big of a juicy prize because he has that BKB complete.
Oh, they're gonna get a gem. They're
Oh,
getting
no.
a gem. Oh
Uh-oh.
no. Oh no.
Uh-oh. No, not him. This is huge. Undyne losing that vision control. And he gets caught out on the map. That was a great smoke move from Team Zero just to find a straggler. Now Old 11 might be in some trouble as well.
He wants to retrieve the gem.
Yeah, he's trying to get it back from ZZQ. The frostbite. Oh, we'll get cut down.
Master
Oh,
actually kept the gem.
Yeah, it's Brewmaster. He didn't pass it to ZZQ. Okay, good choices here as Beyond is able to keep that intact. As looks like they know where Ponlo is as well, so he's gonna try and bait them into a minefield, but instead it's just gonna be his own death. The Sticky Bomb can't connect. The Butterfly Effect will wash him away with that tidal wave, freshly picked up.
No, at least they got the gem. They kept the gem, I mean.
Yeah, fair. Cost you 2 supports, but at this point you will literally take anything. You're at that stage of the game. It doesn't matter. You get a kill, it's a kill, right? It doesn't matter how much you lose.
Oh, it kind of does matter.
Dire's
don't wanna
middle
lose,
tower
like,
is under
Oh,
Yeah, I mean,
yes.
okay, but the supports, I guess, don't really matter in
Okay.
this particular case.
Support line.
Maybe you lose the gyro or like the Brewmaster with the gem, then it stings. But apart from that, I mean, they're 29k. Sorry, not 29k, 12k gold lead up. 29 kills
Radiant's
up.
top
Sorry,
tower is under
got a bit
attack.
mixed up here. This, game has
29k
been-
lead at 26 minutes.
That'll be insane. Actually, I don't think I've ever seen that. Have you? You've played
Radiant's
for a while
top
and you've
tower
cast for a
is under
while.
attack.
That sounds ridiculous.
1k gold lead per minute only exists in the
Radiant
first 50
are
minutes, I
scanning.
think. Beyond that,
yeah,
probably
after
not.
beyond that, it's get kind of crazy. Okay. I mean, the bot racks are exposed, but understandably, Kev don't really want to push the issue. They understand that if they land the chain stuns and disables perfectly, the Weaver is still susceptible to going down. For now, they'll still try and catch out 7E. Uh-oh, I'm dying. Okay, well, force the BKB TP. They'll try and glimpse to take advantage of that lower duration, hoping, praying, but you know that's not going to happen. So just working down the BKB charges, and yeah, I mean, at a certain point, you're not going to have enough duration to make that happen. Now, Ponlo getting caught out as well, tries to lay a couple of mines down, but it's just going to be easy pickings for this lineup. So this one's going to buy some time. ZZQ actually coming into the mix here. It's a weird thing because now Gyro is
Gyro's
clipped. They
on the
want to
cliff.
fight. This is disastrous. He needs to TP out of here. And he will successfully do so, but the X-Mask, can it pull him back in time? Oh no, he's safe. Thank
I mean,
goodness.
the BKBs are gonna be
Yeah.
very crucial, you know. If you run low on BKB, all this glimpse X mark might actually just catch you.
Change to debuff immunity. You're really empowering these heroes a lot more. In the past, you know, when you cast it, it literally doesn't matter. You just get out scot-free, but Lingering Effect hangs on. I mean, that duration is pretty long on the X marks. 4 seconds.
Oh, a catch. Disruptor gets one. Is that 7E?
Okay, back onto 7E again. I mean, we talked about the kills that don't matter. This kill absolutely does. The Kotal, the main person pushing out these waves and being pesky, stopping the push from coming from Kev. So, eliminating him for 40 seconds. Either you force a buyback, or maybe you might be able to get this tier... not the tier 3, sorry, but the racks in the bot side.
They're gonna need like a double, triple minefield right now to defend.
Paulo, he's busy
Dire's
blasting off
turret
waves.
has been killed.
Feels like there's so much for him to do. As Kev continue to exert their dominance all over the map here. Now, they still, you know, they haven't sort of picked up a second gem yet. They don't want to run the risk of losing it again, Kev. But beyond being able to hold on to this and clear out some of the vision around the map is pretty handy.
Disruptor's trying to farm his X. Holy crap. He's not even close, but they're just giving him a lane to farm.
Yeah. I mean, I don't... At Team Zero, it kind of feels like they need to huddle around like scared sheep around their base because they don't really have any other option. Grouping up now, maybe they're looking for a smoke out, but it's so risky because there's just wards littering the entire perimeter of your base. Just need to slowly start clearing that out. Beyond hasn't made his way towards the mid where the vision is planted. Butterfly Effect gonna get that advanced torrent onto 2. Perfect stuff, and with the water park coming in, ZZQ is just gonna go down easy. Onlo looking to follow next as Butterfly Effect and Fly both BKB up. Erica, he needs to get the hell out of here, but gets glimpsed back into hell, and that's not where he wants to be on the gyro. He'll get worked through. Still standing his ground for now, but can't resist against the damage. Oh my goodness, 5 heroes come through. You kill off the Disruptor, but Beyond, his split has run out and he will get split wide open by the Timbersaw. Still chasing onto more here, 7E. Able to Ogre Seal Totem his way out of trouble, but Old 11 going for more with the setup. Butterfly Effect trying for the tidal wave here, but with the BKB from 7E, he'll be fine. And might just be able to turn it around to Old 11. Ooh, last burst, bit of damage? No. The blast can't connect and Old 11 back to safety, so thanking his lucky stars for the Kaya Sans, their status resist. Will get him out of trouble.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And gets a free trick with the X mark back to the fountain.
Yeah, classic Kunkka perk there. As it's like, I mean, Team Zero, they basically used everything in that fight, right? The Spirit Form, the called down as well as the split. If Kev just decide to go again, it could be troublesome, but Roche is coming back up in 25 seconds. Maybe that's what Kev will be looking towards before making another attempt up to the high ground.
They're trying to get the blink on the Brewmaster. Like, he needs to like try to initiate for them. Get the disruptor. Maybe toss out the Timber or the Weaver on the Tornado.
Yeah.
They have to like slowly pick them apart, split them up, toss them, drag out the fights. I mean, it's tough though. Timber and Weaver just runs you down right now.
Yeah, for sure. And especially since they have the BKBs, right? You pop the Primal Split, it basically does nothing in the fights other than a little bit of tickling damage. Uh-oh, 7E. Actually, all 11 misses him by completely. 7E will be able to Spirit Form and try and hightail his way out of here. It is a Hex completed from the Timbersaw, but he's not able to find the Koto in the tree line. Just a bit too much move speed, unfortunately.
Roshan's being done.
Yeah.
I mean, Team 0, what can you do? Can you get a trade?
Yeah, well, it kind of feels like they just need to try and take some space out on the map because I don't suppose, with the lanes pushing in the way that they are, like if you show your face, uh-oh, butterfly.
They see him with the ward.
Yeah, the blast off. The Koto blast. Will reveal that he's in the area. 70 desperately trying to escape now. And the Aegis will go into the hands of Flyfly. That's the second one. So the Roche banner is available. But depending on where they want to put it to maybe pressure out a wave or stop some of the Koto blast from just instantly clearing.
Light speed.
I mean, the catch just gets more and more scary, right? 300 gold until your Disruptor gets Aghanims, you know, another sort of bit of gold until you finish that, what seems to be a Octarine call for the Kunkka. And then Old 11, he has that Blink Hex already, so I mean, these guys just get scarier and scarier. And the Rubik, he's decided to be the aura buyer this game with his Greaves and Lotus. Now carrying the second gem of the game. So, Kev, they're going to try and take advantage of this Aegis timing to really push the issue up to the high ground. Maybe mop up that last tier 2 on the top side.
Yeah, the Rubik just needs to play around his team. And since Disruptor is playing like the catch with the dagger, trying to just use the Gleams and the Aghanims, somebody has to buy the boring items, you know?
Yeah,
Radiant's
for sure.
top tower is
Fortunately, Rubik can't be the flashy hero this game. The Disruptor has elected to rush Blink Egg, so that's the situation we're in. Smoke up. Want to catch a stray defender who's not really expecting this jump. All they see is Flyfly right now. Despite the vision that they've set up, it's a huge minefield on this high ground though. They need to watch themselves. Don't want to get blown up in an instant. Pondo, he's had a lot of time to work in this area. The Flyfly, very, very smart stuff. Only showing the Weaver. Smoke will break on Old 11. Looks like his Rex will just go down without much of a response. Old 11, he's come in straight onto the gyro. They need to fish him out of trouble right now. They're trying their best to heal him, but it's too much magic control and damage. 65 seconds without your gyro, and Ponlo will go down as well. The instant burst pop of all the BKBs and the spells thrown into the mix. The second they saw Erica, he didn't stand a chance. The time lapse as well, just to clear out some of the mines, and without your big bad gyro, I feel like it's been quiet for Erica this entire game. Sure, he has a Daedalus, but to what effect? Beyond will come in now, pull back into the tidal wave. Very awkward stuff. It's now Old 11. I don't think he's feeling any threat at all. I mean, 7E, you can try and blast away all you want, but Flyfly, with that second life, can still hit away at your tower. Not a single bit of concern, and now they're the ones jumping in. Hex up onto Beyond, pull him back, and he can't even split. That's kind of the story of this Brewmaster pick this game. He does have buyback, you're right. And maybe he'll synchronize it up with the techies, with the Koto as well. And now it's ZZQ is just being worked down. Your buyback, but not in time to save your CM. It still remains to be a 3v5. 5 more seconds until the gyro is back in the picture, and maybe that's your timing to fight. But Kev, they have their keen eye on that respawn timer. They don't look to be going anywhere though. Everyone's still sitting at relatively full resources. Want to keep pushing the issue. It's game 1 of a best of 5 after all, and Team 0, the ones that bested them in that upper bracket finals, on the receiving end of just this sheer aggression. Kev, this lineup has worked out great for them, pulling 7E back. There isn't much of a response. It's beyond trying for a wraparound. They've hexed up on the Kunkka, but they can't really follow up for now. Butterfly Effect, he finally gets to pop that BKB as Erika trying to do the damage, but it's into a blade mail. You're killing yourself, you're trying to heal, but not enough lifesteal in the world to get it done. The Brewmaster, he's too busy on the left side of the fight. 7E, he can't even participate. This is GG, and Erika will be the one to call it. Kev, they're able to take game 1 off of Team Zero in this best of 5 grand finals.
Yeah, what a performance here from Team Kev, you know, with the viewer and the disruptor and the Kunkka. I think especially the Kunkka is the MVP for me. You know, he made so many really good moves in the game that kind of felt like it had so much implications in the whole game, like slowing down the Brewmaster, slowing down the gyro, those key movements that he actually made. Not only that, you know, the sentry blocking the Kotal cam as well, like in the early game, making sure the Kotal doesn't get ahead in terms of levels, and just very well done, you know, by the Kunkka.
Yeah, we came into the end of that draft from Kev thinking that, oh, you know, Team Zero, it almost seems like their entire lineup looks very nicely designed, but now at the end of it, it almost feels like Kev knew from the start, right? All these counter maneuvers, singling out the Kotal, you know, making sure that they had eyes on him the entire time. Butterfly Effect lives up to his name. It was very much a Butterfly Effect. All these small little rotations just catapulted exponentially into such a huge advantage, and they get washed away by the tide, quite literally. Feels like Team Zero get caught with their pants down, and we were a little bit worried because we're saying, okay, you know, rolling schedule, you know, how are you going to keep up the momentum, right? Kev, they had a great showing against Eagle in that 2-0, but it did take them some time. Seems like they're not missing a beat. They're not tired just yet. They're ready to go all the way and maybe close it out quick. I mean, what a performance from them.
Yeah, it'll be up to Team Zero to try to figure out, you know, what was the problem. I think that draft-wise, probably maybe the Brewmaster was the only thing, but I also felt like initially when I saw the Brewmaster and then they picked the viewer, I felt like it wouldn't be that bad, but maybe it has something to do with like the execution in the lane. Just feel like he shouldn't be that far behind, you know, from the start, and just allowed the Kunkka to just bully him with the rotations. But nevertheless, well done by Kev, you know, fantastic game, and we'll see whether Team Zero can bounce back in the next game.
Yeah, and we'll have that next game for you right after a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for the grand finals. Game 2 here of the Grand Finals between Team Zero and Kev. Elite Leagues China Qualifiers, Winter and Sneeze here bring you the action. And we're a bit late, so we'll just hop straight into the draft. But of course, we can go through the whole situation in case you're just joining us. But we're already deep into it. These players, they're raring to go and we're already 4 picks in. So much to talk about. But just a recap of this game number 1. It's a best of 5, of course. And there's only 1 slot for either one of these teams to make it to the Elite League Swiss stage. But okay, let's get into it already. Let's talk about these picks because we got Kunkka, Techies, Lifestealer, and Grimstroke on the Kev side. And on Team Zero, they picked up the Pango, Mirana, Rubik, as well as the Doom.
So Team Zero has they have the pick first. They don't have the overall last pick, so they use this 18 pick, which is usually the very key pick for the first pick side to pick an off laner. So the Lifestealer counter is pick the Doom to stop the healing. But we've had this discussion before. Even though Doom kind of counters Lifestealer in the game, but in the lane itself, Lifestealer is going to fare really well against the Doom in the beginning of the game. You have Rubik plus Doom, Lifestealers with Techies. Kind of feels like the Doom might actually just get run over in this lane. And then you have the... Oh, so by the way, I tried the... Did I tell you the
Lifestealer interaction?
Yeah, the slope. So you can only use it on one hero, the Infest with Aghanims. Even though it's so fun.
Okay,
so
okay.
It's the same. It's some spells where you can't cast it on both heroes.
Hang on, okay, so let's say the Grimstroke, he casts Soulbind on Doom and Rubik, right? Then Lifestealer clicks Infest on the Doom. Does he just go in the Doom?
Only one hero.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. No shenanigans. If not, you literally just spawn another Lifestealer. That's crazy. But okay, Team Zero, I think one thing I want to mention in this draft though, even though it's not the flashiest or shiniest part of either lineup, is this Mirana. They've had a 100% win rate on it so far across the 5 games that they've picked it up. This is something that ZZQ is very comfortable on. And in the games that we saw Team Zero succeed, it's just from how well they use the Moonlight Shadow, right? Just needing to spread the sentries out randomly everywhere you go, always being scared of a Doom out of fog. I think that's kind of where it comes from. And yeah, Team Zero's the masters of the Moonlight.
Stats don't lie, you know.
True, stats do not lie.
Loss.
Yeah.
They need a call against Lifestealer. Terrorblade? What? Oh, Morphling, right. Morphling,
Okay.
one of the best matchups against Lifestealer.
Yeah.
You turn into him, you get the free BKB. Lane's pretty solid with Mirana.
Yeah.
Right, so they need a lane counter to this Morphling. Is there a lane counter?
They have overall last pick. I mean, the
Centaur's a lane counter.
Centaur's pretty good, yeah, with the Grimstroke as well. Lifestealer, Infest Bomb target. Techies can help you out.
Run
Not
away
too
when
bad.
you get Doom.
Yeah,
That's the
yeah,
classic.
all these things really, really good. I mean, surprised to not really see it banned out, but it almost feels like Centaur has fallen a little bit in favor. We haven't seen it first pick the entirety of today, or really at all. It's just Undyne playing it on support.
His laning just got nerfed a little bit too much already, so he's not as... He's still good, you know, in the...
Yeah.
In the game, but just you have to be careful when you pick it instead of like comparing it to before when you just pick it to open a draft with like kind of like a mouse, you know.
Yeah. I mean, Kev did that, right? They used Undyne. Oh, wait, was it Eagle? I can't even remember at this point. But yeah, I mean, we saw a support centaur come in. And it's going to be a last pick Night Stalker. So not a hero we've seen at all. I think only one team picked it with an AM very early and they very quickly lost. But this is the last pick that you're talking about.
Go along.
Yeah, they just got clapped, right? Okay,
I mean,
Team Zero.
Night Stalker needs like a lane that he can play, you know, against Morphling, Mirana. I'm not sure though. I mean, sure you can counter him with the silence later, the crippling fear, but
yeah,
you might be too far behind in the lane. But on the bright side is looking at the other lanes, Kunkka's gonna fare fine against Pango. And you have a pretty advantageous safe lane, Techies, Lifestealer against Doom, Rubik. So I think even if the Night Stalker loses his lane, it's not the end of it.
Yeah. The 3v3 looks stellar for Kev's lineup as well, right? Fighting around Butterfly Effect.
And you might have like a 4v3 because Night Stalker likes to rotate to these fights, these type of fights with the ultimate.
Yeah, he's not the type to sit in his lane and AFK farm, that's for sure. He wants to get rolling early. Sometimes we even see Night Stalkers go for early earn just to try and, you know, ramp up the tempo.
They definitely need a vessel this game against Morph.
Yeah, could be him who builds it. It's not the most traditional build. These days we see Lifestealers like to go for something like the Echo Saber start instead after a couple of bracers, but we'll see what old 11 opts to go for. And I mean, I don't know about you, I personally love the Night Stalker hero. I'm a lot more confident about this pick from when Go Along picked it super early on, right? I think the Night Stalker needs to come out at the later stages of the draft. Do you think it's good enough to get them the dub though?
Tricky. It's gonna be tricky. Like Morphling and Doom is gonna counter your lifesteal. So I get it. You know, they needed to pick an offlaner that kind of is the win condition or can be the win condition. Night Stalker fits the bill, but because he's gonna be weak in the lane, that's what my primary concern would be. You know, getting demolished in the lane against this Mirana Morphling duo.
Yeah.
And if you fall behind on this hero, you know, kind of like a viper falling behind, you're gonna be very, very sad.
Yeah, the farming is rough. I mean, we saw what a difficult game Beyond had when he started to trail behind on the Brewmaster and even had to go into the Midas. Not something the Night Stalker wants to do as a recovery first item, struggling in the jungle. It's not going to be a pretty sight. I know you talked about, you know, picking this offlane win condition, but actually for me, coming into this matchup, I realized something now that I'm looking at the two teams previously facing off again. A large part of why Team Zero ended up losing that first game really feels like it was butterfly effect getting the advantage on 7E, right? You talk about the rotations, you talk about the nice moves that he made and the ganks, but the fact that the Kunkka was able to get a CS and level hit start over the Koto, sorry, like 7E never really kept up. It was just the Kunkka running away with things, and it's a very similar story in their previous matchup as well. Every time Butterfly Effect would get off to a good start, he'd be able to trounce 7E, rotate around the map, and he'd be the key difference maker. And on the flip side, when 7E gets off to a good start, well, things go the other way around. Now on his Grandmaster Pango, hopefully he can try and make that difference there to even the score.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. But meanwhile, Ponlo actually ran all the way down to place the Observer Ward.
Wow.
All the way down in the outpost.
Okay. I
This
mean,
is very interesting to see why he actually did this. I mean,
Yeah,
it's no
what
jungling
is-
hero. That's like, it's very strange.
that's
for
kind of,
sure.
yeah, it is interesting to say the least. I mean, maybe you're thinking about maybe potential rotations to the Twin Gate or something like that. I have no idea. This is the first time I'm seeing that ward stay so
Deny.
early.
Okay, 5-5 gets the ward deny.
Okay.
Pretty important. Like letting the Rubik get the free gold and XP.
Yeah. Cute moves here from the Lifestealer, trying to slow him down with the Ghoul Frenzy.
Best spell
which-
in the game.
Yeah, is it? You think? Even better than Mirana powered up Leap with Shard? Even better than Shadow Poison? No. You're kidding.
Poison touch.
Shadow,
Best
Shadow
spell.
Poison, best spell in the game. Oh, Paulo's dead? He's slow. There's a Blood Grenade. He's gonna try and TP out. That
Wow,
is
they
gonna...
act-
How?
Okay.
Okay.
I
Alright.
think I would I rather die? I might actually rather just die there.
Yeah,
feel like-
does he TP back into the lane too?
Because
I mean,
now
that's
his
a-
offlaner is kind of screwed.
alone, right?
Because he's alone.
And-
Like if you die, you TP back. At least the offlaner can play the game.
sure. And I mean,
I
we
feel
already
like
talked
he
about the
actually
Doom.
probably should just die.
Yeah, I mean, a bit too late to sort of regret those mistakes now as he's smoking back to the lane to try and make up for it. But because of that, the Doom can't really interact, right? He's just forced to hide away in this bot side, tuck himself in the corner, looking very, very sad.
That's a
Like a
huge
sad little-
mistake. Huge
like a sad
mistake by the
puppy.
Rubik. Now they're gonna be like, I mean, this lane is already tough, you know, for Doom. You know, now it's even near impossible for him to play this lane against Lifestealer with
Dude,
5
5
denies.
denies. That's like more than one entire creep wave taken away from him. I mean, your Doom, yeah, sure, he scales a bit better into the late game and he can ramp up and farm with Devour, yada yada yada, but early tempo, any little bit that you can get in the game is going to be so important. So being snuffed out like this, it's rough. Team Zero, Beyond, he's going to need to try and come up with something tricky. Oh, I understand. This is for
That's
him to get the
Doom.
small camp.
Oh yeah,
right?
for the Doom. I forgot they have a Doom. Yeah, he just wants to see what camps are available.
Yeah. And make the trip worthwhile, right? Any bit of wasted time is so rough. Is 5-5 doing his best job just to act like a club bouncer. You know, you ever rock up and then this guy just tries to body up on you in public. It's tough. I mean, the Lifestealer, he might look skimpy and weak, but right now with the Ghoul Frenzy, he can't afford to walk up close. Smelly.
All you can do is fight from a distance, pull
Yeah.
the wave. You know.
Yes. And you just gotta rely on some creep equilibrium. Oh my goodness. Creep equilibrium. I almost sounded like a, 2010 Facebook person there talking creep equilibrium. Oh my god. 70 versus Butterfly Effect here. I think this is the titular matchup that I'm watching at least. I feel like it's all about the level 6 rotations, and on this Pango, he should be a lot better equipped to try and mirror them with the Rolling Thunder come that time.
3 minutes. Lotus flower. Do you call it lotus flower? Or healing?
It's like a... I would assume it's like a fruit, right? Because it grows from a plant. And like traditionally, lotuses are plants.
Instead of a flower?
Yeah, it looks a bit flowery, like there are some petals on that thing for sure. I don't know. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. Ponlo's got it. He even commits the blast off just to secure it, but realistically speaking, no one... Oh, sorry, not Ponlo. The Techies gets it.
You know what? The Night Stalker's doing well.
What?
That's a very good sign for Team Kev.
Yeah. I mean, again, Old 11 in a situation where we might not have expected him to, is doing significantly well in the CS, and Erika and ZZQ aren't actually able to pressure him out.
Dude,
Yeah, the
how
arrows
did
just go
that
to the
arrow
right.
actually not land on the healer?
Yeah, that was weird. It's one of those things, the hitboxes of the wings, they're misleading on this Night Stalker. It's just cosmetics at the back, you know, it doesn't actually... Yeah, the wings fly over it. Now, slowed down beyond. Oh no, he is in trouble. This Scorched Earth will be subject to blast off, and Fly sends him blasting off again.
I'm afraid the Doom is gonna be doomed in this laning phase right now.
Yeah.
He's gonna be very, very far behind. I mean, at least he's a Doom, you know. One of the better heroes to recover the Devour. He's just level 3 now. He's just popped level 3, and Qualifier is almost one whole level ahead.
Oh, this is the setup that we've seen from the Kunkas come out time and time again. Butterfly Effect calling for the TP from 999 with the silence level. Catches the Pango by surprise. It's just so easy. Every time at level 4, level 5, you get some X marks, you know,
Yeah,
hold
didn't
them
we
in
see
place.
this like yesterday with what?
We
TK?
see this over and over, yeah. I mean,
Was
it's
it
just such a
Butterfly?
standard Kunka move. I don't think it
Butterfly
was
Effect?
Butterfly Effect that we saw yesterday. Yesterday was TK and I think Team Bright.
Good moves. Very good moves.
Yeah.
Nighttime
Nighttime.
kicks in.
Dun,
Alright.
dun, 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 dun. Scary, scary. I mean, have you seen how wide Night Stalker's jaw
Radiant's
opens when it's
courier
nighttime?
has
It's
been
kind of
killed.
disgusting. And what's even more disgusting is this lifesteal. They just have an all-around very disgusting draft.
See,
Jump through,
actually just
beautiful
dead
lift,
again.
stopping
Goal
that blast off, but
Frenzy.
it's not gonna be enough. Go Frenzy! Slowing him down, Scorched stuff. He's trying to burn up the lifestealer. Fly might actually have to give up his life for it. Tanking the tower, trying to run
Nice
away, and
fight.
all the phase boots, not the
Dire's
creep
middle
block.
tower is under attack.
I don't think it would have mattered in the end, but the fact that Fly walks free is huge, and 3-0 on the board already for Kev.
I mean, this Doom is just in, for the lack of a better word, struggle city right now. 6-minute power rune. So is there even going to be a 3 versus 3 right now in the mid lane? Because
I
the
don't
side lanes
even
are just
know.
so occupied.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like one of those games where things have gone catastrophically wrong for Team Zero too early for this mid lane 6-minute
Oh,
party
here we
to
go.
be assembled.
Here we go. The party begins.
Okay, dun, 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 dun.
Checking
That
your
David Guetta
attendance.
music,
4 heroes
jumping
here now.
in. Oh, nice swashbuckle away though. Should allow for the Rolling Thunder to come through, and ZZQ actually does a lot of damage to 999. And in a weird twist of fate, Kev, even though they have the numbers advantage there,
Oh, nice
they
juke.
aren't able to connect
Juke.
meaningfully. No, sticks
No,
his head
juke.
out.
Juke.
Oh, arrow!
too
No, 999 just ducks and weaves. Fancy footwork from that Grimstroke, and I don't even know if he's wearing shoes. He's like floating, isn't he?
Yeah, I assume that's just dancing, you know, not footwork.
Yeah. He's just wobbling around like
Just
an
moves.
inflatable noodle.
He has the moves. Wisdom rune.
Radiant are
Okay,
scanning.
7 minutes. Scan comes through. Looks like Techies will be able to secure his own, and meanwhile, it should be relatively protected from Team Zero here. I'm surprised how well this Morphling is doing into the Night Stalker despite it being nighttime. I guess that's one of the benefits of the night of the Morphling once you get those
Yeah,
levels.
when you get levels, nobody can kick you out in the lane. Very little heroes can do it.
It feels like
Just
they
the
need
fact
to-
that you can abuse the stats for regen.
Dire are
I
scanning.
just wish that is removed from the game. It's so frustrating throwing spells at that hero.
Yeah, it's tough. As Old 11, I don't
comes-
think.
Butterfly effect. Mike, he's here.
Oh my God, he's about to
Again.
do it to them again. Not like this.
Not this
Kanka.
time. They know.
Oh,
Because
they
mid
know?
lane, the creeps are already on the tower.
Oh, that's true. No one's
Jack
there to receive
Sparrow
it.
is missing.
Oh, someone's ring the bells. The captain's on the
Radiant's
loose.
middle tower is under attack.
And Team Zero, they will retreat. I mean, you know, he's kind of retreated to the triangle to just farm up a little bit, but there's a nice ward placed on the outside of their tier 1 tower towards that small camp that's going to spot out any setup that the Conqueror's trying to make. So, great heads up move there. Butterfly effect, the time will be wasted a little bit at least.
Wait, actually, the Night Stalker is poorer than the Doom that died 2 times. What
Yeah.
in the world?
I think it's just a byproduct of, like what you said, right? The Morphling, he can't be kicked out of the lane, and we even saw Erika basically beating back Old 11. He's been at quite a low HP this entire time, and I guess the only thing you get from this move on the Kunkka is stealing away a stack, which is like, okay, who cares, right? You're not really getting the high value kill.
And
Trying
here
to
you
set
go,
up
Torrent.
now.
He's gonna land the Torrent.
Nicely
Blind
done.
Torrent.
Silence as well. Can't morph away, and with the boat coming through, he should be going down. He can't even auto-attack
This guy is
Grimstroke's dead
so
wife.
good. This guy is so good.
The patience pays off.
Butterfly effect. I'll remember your
Butterfly.
name.
True.
That's a move worth remembering.
True.
And
That is clean. The torrent.
yeah, it's
Dire's
a very
top
game-changing
tower
move,
is
like
under
killing the
attack.
Morphling when he's not supposed to be dead. Like usually Morphlings just sit in a lane at this point of time, and
Yeah.
you can't touch the tower. And now Night Stalker is gonna get some time
Dire's
to
top tower
farm,
is
get his
under
level
attack.
6, and now he's gonna be a threat.
I'm not really sure how that ended up happening because there was a ward spotting butterfly effect out. So maybe just the predictions super on point for this Kunkka. And I'm surprised that this hero didn't actually get banned in the draft by Team Zero because it's proven to be such a value choice for
How
them.
can you ban the Jack Sparrow? How?
I mean,
Jack
well-
Sparrow is not important in the draft now.
Really? It's
He ain't
looking very...
no DK.
Okay.
Ain't no DK.
Yeah, but he's looking really strong now. If Butterfly Effect can just routinely repeat this move, it's not gonna matter. Just some rendezvous through the Twin Gates. ZZQ will narrowly miss that Lifestealer, and I'm sure he's very grateful to have not run up into him. So, Fly. Just comes up to this top side just to chase away the Morphling as Erika has tucked himself into a corner of the map. 2v2 in this mid lane, forcing the blast off up to the high ground as Undyne will get lifted back,
well,
but
it's in
still
trouble.
maintains his position as, yeah, Ponlo will just eat the shit. It's a nice arrow right in front of Butterfly Effect's dome, but it's not gonna stop the coordination from coming through. He had that perfectly timed.
I mean, once again, Kunkka is just making sure that the Pango is not doing anything in the game, you know? Like, he's just out-rotating him, outplaying him, getting the runes, pushing the waves, and I feel like if 7E doesn't find a move anytime soon, his team is going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I think previous iterations of the Team Zero lineup, back when Ice and CTY were in the team, it felt like 7E was very much a sort of spectator to a lot of these games, right? It didn't really feel like he was making these high impact plays on the mid. And even, I mean, in this tournament, part of the reason why Team Zero have been doing so well is because it feels like he's stepped up to the plate, but very much dampened by the Kunkka in this mid lane twice in a row now. The Pango, he's still struggling to get his way towards the diffusal. We'll finally pick it up, and maybe now we'll see some rotations come out from him.
And they're probably going to know
Radiant's
something's up.
bottom tower
They
is
see
under
the Rubik
attack.
farming the mid lane.
Yeah.
Something's not right.
Pango's coming. Just depends on which lane. Undyne is already setting up for it and allowing Fly to take a way safer position. 7E, he won't even try to surprise them. He'll just straight up swashbuckle the wave to get this push going. They can force some sort of a response. They know that into the Doom and the Rolling Thunder, it's a very difficult fight for Kev to take unless they bring Butterfly Effect.
It's a Lifestealer though. I think the Lifestealer feels like he should be holding his ground on this lane, but there's a Doom, like you said, to worry about.
Yeah?
Wait, they want to fight. Okay, this is very crucial. If they win the fight, they're going to take full control of the game.
Yeah, it feels that
Fly
way.
is
Team
trying
Zero.
to bait. He's trying to bait.
He's like, come get me. This is what you came for, right? Don't you want my juicy little bum?
Oh no.
He knows that there has to
Erika
be
top.
something, but yeah, they'll just rotate back up topside instead. They have this high ground vision. And Erika, he is just inches away from
They
being
want to get
pounced
the
on.
silence.
Yeah, they need to connect on
Phantom.
Grimstroke to start. Waiting for him to inch forward. Just that range creep. You know you want it.
They got
Straight
it.
in. And the
Oh no,
ace well.
he's morphing strike? Oh,
Yeah, he managed to react in time. Huge stuff. And I think it's just enough for him to waveform to safety. Are you kidding me? It's actually the safety bubble that makes such a huge difference. Now, even with the haste rune and the TP in, 7E can't actually capitalize on it. But the fact the Morphling lives there is huge.
yeah, totally huge for the morphing not to die there.
I mean, he gets
mean-
rewarded for his inhuman reactions there, right?
How
I'm-
did he actually didn't? Oh, maybe he's just predicted, or he just heard the
yeah,
the
he might have
dark
just heard the
session
sound effect. I don't know.
and just clicked the strength morph. I don't know.
Yeah.
This guy is crazy.
a bit of a mistake. I thought they would start things out with a Grimstroke silence first. So
Yeah, that was what I felt too. Like,
yeah, wasn't
maybe
that what they were
think that
waiting for?
the distance of the ghost or the phantom traveling over would give him enough time
Radiant's
to
bottom
react,
tower
and they were
That's fair.
waiting for him to get closer to the trees to catch him with the crippling fear.
It,
I mean, at the end of the day, it was not that straightforward.
Moonlight Shadow now set up onto Beyond, who's perched himself down here on this bot side and will get punished for it. You don't even need the vision when Undyne can place the bombs down right where they last saw him and kill him off. But Pango, he's in the area as well, but with this full vision, should be able to see him. Yeah, they'll spot out Fly, but the Swashbuckle just goes wide. That haste rune is going to tick out. So nothing else to be found from Team Zero here as Kev continue to hold on to their bot tier 1 and allow the Lifestealer to continue existing there.
Yeah, I mean, this Pango is just not landing any rotations right now. He's not really finding the place to break apart the map, especially the Doom's lane. You know, he needs to find a move here that allows them to kill this tier 1 at the bottom lane.
Now straight out the Doom. The Lifestealer in some trouble now, but the mass TP is coming through and he knows he just needs to run towards the safety of the minefield and no one else can come through. Butterfly effect, he's TP'd in as a response and this should be a dead Paulo. No, the Stolen Rage bails him out for now, but Butterfly effect with one last Tidebringer will wipe out the Rubik. And now the rest of Team Zero, they have to be on the run. Fly chasing through, it's a lot of damage from the Swashbuckle and Diffusal. But he won't get caught off guard.
They doomed someone.
They doomed Fly.
Oh, they doomed him.
Yeah, to start the fight,
no.
and then he just runs towards the minefield and they're like, okay, guess nothing is happening now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, and
boy.
they lose 7E as well?
This is going bad really quick.
Oh, 2k gold lead, 8-0 on the board. Team Zero. We talked about the game 1 and them not being able to find their footing. It feels like, again, the Pango, just a very, very quiet game from him. And beyond, he's just been the target of
issue
aggression,
with his
right?
movement is like the place he's farming, like where is he farming on the map? Like he's just like ping-ponging between his lane and moving to bot. Okay, because there's a ward. But whenever you move to the bot lane, to the off-laner's lane, right, and then you don't get to find an opening, you should stay and farm around the off-laner's lane, like the jungle.
Yeah.
So instead of running back to the mid lane, I think that's like the biggest thing that I've seen him do repeatedly, you know. Like he needs to just give the lane to someone, you know, support, whatever,
Yeah,
the morphing,
just give it up.
whatever, don't care, and then you just go and play around the Doom so that they can actually capitalize when the Doom is getting jumped on, you know, to create opportunities for yourself. You can't just like expect, oh, enemies just gonna overextend and then you TP in. Oh, easy rotation, right? But sometimes you have to create on your own by being in the area first, you know.
Yeah, especially when you're playing up against such a strong team like Kev, they are not just gonna give you these opportunities willy-nilly. Every single one of their moves has just been calculated cleanly so far, right? The Kunkka even getting arrowed mid-combo, he has everything timed just in case. Now old 11, this could be an opportunity, especially if the inhibit. Trying to get the touch on him, but he has the Crippling Fear turnaround. We'll start the Rolling Thunder out and roll up onto the Grimstroke. So, I mean, it's a support kill, which you'll gladly pick up and get out of there. As it is nighttime, there is Dark Ascension available and you weren't able to connect on your initial target. No more roll means no more fight.
16-minute rune, shield rune, that's huge.
Okay.
Wow, alright.
Oh,
CCQ.
ZZQ! That is such a stylish play, but he's gonna pay for it. I mean, at the very least, he denies it from Butterfly Effect, but okay. 7E and beyond, they're able to capitalize on the Doom and the action happening in the mid lane to kill off Fly solo down here. So finally, punishing the Lifestealer for sticking around.
About
Dire's
time.
middle tower is
Yeah,
under attack.
true.
Took them maybe like
Radiant
5 minutes too long
structures
and they were gonna pop the glyph. They still want to defend this tower. They're bringing in the Techies and the Kunkka. Kunkka has both.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Because now that the Doom is down, that means an additional maybe 1 to 2 minutes for your Lifestealer to come back down here and enjoy this space. And I think the thing I'm most surprised by is how farm Beyond is. All things considered, his lane went really rough, but
this
he's...
guy actually got bodied in the lane so hard. But
Yeah.
how is he top?
Yeah, I have no idea. He's still sitting at 7.6k,
And
which
he has
is
zero,
neck and
he
neck.
has 0 kills. The guy actually
Yeah.
has no kills.
He like got 1 assist from that Doom. Okay, cool stuff, but I don't know whether it's the efficiency plays with the Scorcher or he's just right place, right time, farming away. Right now it's
Nice
old 11
arrow.
eating an arrow, but a huge blast off from Undyne sets up the kill onto Ponlo. Now Doom looking to be next. Inkswell gonna pop right over his head, and the Doom doesn't stand a chance in that situation. Quick execution from Kev to get things done.
I mean, Doom is just Doom, I guess. With Devour,
Yeah.
you're always gonna have a good amount of net worth. He got
Yeah.
bodied so hard. I can't believe he still has this.
Yeah,
much
right.
life.
I'm still scratching my head because, yeah, Doom is Doom, but maybe that's why we see it banned out routinely. Even when you get such a rough lane, you're still able to keep up in terms of net worth, just a byproduct of some of the heroes' natural strengths here. Still have yet to
He-
see.
He needs to make this move work.
You can
needs
try.
to-
It's. I mean, we didn't even talk about this, but the Pango being picked up so early, it is somewhat answered by the Grimstroke, right? The Soulbind is such a value spell against both the Morphling and him that they have to be careful how they position in the fights. Light Shadow. They have some vision though, and 999 is just gonna eat that gang. So getting blown up by the Morphling. Looks like Butterfly Effect still wants to set up though. Has the Torrent onto Ponlo. They have the vision setting down the sentry and will
Oh
just
my
cut
God,
down the
BKB.
Rubik. So much damage. Yeah, Butterfly Effect. This timing is insanely early, catching them by surprise, and the Rolling Thunder's gonna do nothing. Beyond has a Doom and is looking to use it. Turns it out onto old 11, who just can run away because he's already in Dark Ascension form. You lose the Pango, and now you're putting a chase out onto Beyond. Not much Erica can actually do to contribute to this fight, as Fly has shown up as
Jeez.
well. Rage up and eat him up.
Look at
Beyond.
how fat this Conker is. Like, I didn't even realize he has BKB and
Yeah,
bro.
no, me neither. We were
Bro.
too busy talking about the Doom. He has like 2 major items already.
Bro, this guy is like mega farm. I don't think I've ever seen a Conker this fat at 80 minutes ever.
Okay, look, Butterfly Effect is single-handedly crushing this grand finals right now. That's what it feels like to me. This Kanka has just been pivotal, and
You're
you
onto
know,
something about Conker needing to be banned. I mean,
Yeah,
you're actually on something.
at this point, you know, you've brought basically what is one of 7E's best heroes. Kotl is another signature pick for him. The only other one that I can think of that he's shined a bit more on is the Queen of Pain. What, you're gonna risk your tournament life and coming so far through the upper bracket cruising on Team Zero, just losing to a Kanka? There's no way. You gotta force them on something else because this is looking far too comfortable for them. All the moves, they're just too clean.
He's gonna have his next BKB charge ready.
Yeah.
He's ready to go again. I mean, imagine how many times he has defended this bottom tier 1. At 19 minutes, it's still freaking alive.
Yeah, every single time he comes back up as well, even when he's in other lanes, that
I
just
mean,
gives
for,
the
for
techies
Team
time.
Zero, this Morphling is their only hope right now. I mean, he's their sole hope. I mean, the Morphling
Yeah.
is still fairly farmed. And
That's what it
can
feels
actually
like.
Carry the game on his own.
I don't know whether the Morphling can actually 1v5 this game. It feels like there's so much silence and control. Especially once the Conqueror gets the water park, he isn't actually even going for that.
That's true. And even when you get to the stage where the Morphling can defeat the Lifestealer in a 1v1 combat, he's going to have the axe to go inside you and avoid the fight.
Yeah. Cowardly Lifestealer, which is a new trend that we've been seeing. No more man fighting. I'm done with that. I want to play sneaky. That's how he goes about it now. You gotta sort of just hide in your... And this is a lesson for all you kids. If you end up in a fight that you can't win, you might just look like Beyond here. Forced to pop the BKB, trying for the TP out. Not enough physical damage, but the X-Mark's trying to pull him back. Doesn't look like there's enough duration at this early stage of the game. But revealing your BKB like that on the Doom, oh, that's gotta sting.
Well, it is what it is. What can you do?
It is, in fact, what it is.
I mean,
And what it is right
Morphling
now
is
is...
gonna get his BKB too, so...
Yeah. Radiance complete for the Lifestealer as well. Kev just continuing to ramp up. And more ground being lost by Team Zero. I guess on the bright side, compared to last game, it feels like they have a lot more options for potential comeback, right? The counter initiate from 7E now that he has the Blink. Maybe the Rolling Thunder from out of vision to catch him by surprise. But with the Kanka's item build almost towards a Linkage now. Oh, he's looking for the setup. The Torrent again preemptively pops that Strength Morph, but I don't think it's enough. The silence and the burst, it's way too much.
This Conker is just... he knows what Morphling is thinking all the time.
Yeah.
Catches him with that blind... actually not blind, but just a preemptive Torrent once more.
I mean, Erican does a good job because preemptively between these moves, I think he hears the sound effects and he starts Strength Morphing, but there's not enough Strength Morph in the game to help you. They don't even have a Spirit Vessel or anything, but they're killing him with ease with the sheer magic burst that they have. Now, holding a position on this high ground, there are 2 bombs up there that are just gonna whip Beyond's HP into half. Q coming forward, looking for an angle, will dust up onto Undyne. You're gonna try and find an opening. The Stolen Torrent setting up onto both supports here. Nicely done by Ponlo. Jump forward, but the Soulbind back the other way. You actually steal it on the Rubik, so that is a huge pickup. And you grab both supports while you're at it as well, at least flushing them out of your jungle.
Yeah, finally a move working out for Team Zero. They needed that so badly. And Morphing's going to have some time to finish his BKB now, thanks to the rotation, and they're going to have to try to make a play with the BKB soon.
Yeah. I think it's pretty telling that the only time Team Zero has had an opening is when Butterfly Effect is farming jungle. Every other moment in the game, it feels like he's just been breathing down their neck, 6-0 and 5. And he just wants to feel extra comfortable up against that Doom, right? Going for that Linken's a pretty defensive build, but I think it's going to serve him well this game.
I think against Night Stalker, maybe like you can't really delay BKB or just play without BKB. There's just no way.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think that's probably what they're waiting for instead, and he'll be able to pick it up now. So disassembling the Echo Saber just to finish that one up, just to try and sync up with his team's timing. I mean, they're very far ahead. They don't want to give this Morphling time to potentially 1v5. He's just 300 gold off his own BKB, and that's really going to turn things around.
Yeah, one fight is actually all it takes, I think, for Team Zero to get themselves back into the game. Roshan fight, maybe, some point. I think Roshan is going to be the next thing that you want to go for on your menu. They're going to smoke up with the double BKB.
Yeah. Joining up with the rest of the squad here, ready for some action. Now Beyond, he does have that Blink BKB and the Veil. He has amassed such a high degree of net worth, and whoever he jumps on is basically as good as dead.
Only wants to doom the Lifestealer.
Fly is his prime target for sure. But Fly is on the other side of the map just farming away his SNY. He's in no position to get caught. Setting up around the Roche, but it is going to go up to that top side in just about 1 minute. And even if you set up on the top side, can you really do the Roche fast enough before Kev come and contest?
It's going to be risky.
Yeah.
I think
Nighttime
they
in a minute
should
too.
try to set up to take a fight. I think neither team wants to be caught in the Roche right now.
Oh, Ponlo narrowly managing to fault Butterfly Effect there, trying for a Fishing Torrent. Not going to
Still has
connect
that
as
Soul
Moonlight
Bind.
Shadow. Yeah?
The Soul Bind into Doom by the Rubik.
Yeah, could be
That
scary.
would be game winning.
You might not like it, but your Grimstroke's looking a little bit different and a lot more green this game. Team Zero. They'll have to work with what they have here. I'd love to try and just make use of this timing.
Yeah, it's gonna time out soon, the Soul Bind.
Yeah. Butterfly Effect, he is presenting himself on the front lines, but the Linken's is gonna block that. I mean, try it for the lift. The arrow just gonna miss as well. So both teams trying to swing, but ultimately missing here, and I can't help but feel like that ends up benefiting Kev, because now it's nighttime. Now it's the Night Stalker's time to strike.
He's joining his team soon. They're trying to figure out if it's a good time for them to do Roche. They have to push up the top wave and set up vision on the top side. Lifesteal is just in a dragon right now, just looking to fight with his Night Stalker.
Yeah. He's ready to go here. A very low committal way of entering the fight and getting vision straight onto 70, forcing the swatch on the high ground, but all 11 follows suit. The Pango, he's not gonna get a chance to do anything this fight. Beyond manages to clip the Doom onto the Lifestealer, and now he needs to run with the Soulbind, the setup. We talked about it from 999, and it absolutely nails them. The Morphling, no more help as a blast off comes in. Butterfly Effect able to control the fight, and between the silencers, the stuns, and all the damage, another double kill for the Kunkka. As Team Zero continue to sink in this game.
What a fight. I mean, Grimstroke and Night Stalker just jumps on them, gets the double Soulbind on both of the cores, the Doom and the Morphing, and that was it, You get the Doom on your Lifestealer, so what, So what?
Yeah, Fly's reached the point where he's able to just stand his ground through that and just walk away. What's your follow-up? Don't really have much of it, especially with your Pango just dying at the start of the fight like that. Very unfortunate stuff, and you really gotta wonder, Team Zero, they had that Morphling BKB timing a bit earlier near the 24-minute mark. They were trying to find something, couldn't really get anything done, and now it's nighttime. You're not gonna have the vision advantage, ever.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I think they kind of needed to fight around their own ward. They just have to be there early. I just feel like they were slow on the supports moving over. And they're just given Kev the time to set up. Night Stalker was in a very good position, and he was able to just use the nighttime, like you say, to just get the better initiation. I mean, once the Soulbind went off, that was it. 2 cores.
It was so awkward too, because I think the Pango almost felt like he didn't know how to react, right? He ran up into a Black Dragon that's eating up so much of his HP because he's not even the tankiest.
He just has to find a way to enter the fights. I think he needs to let Doom do his thing. Doom or Morphing, they are gonna open the fight first, and the Pango ideally just chooses a good time to come in the middle of the fight to disrupt stuff.
Yeah. All teams splitting the map now. The entire roster of Team Zero, they understand they can't fight into this Lifestealer with the Aegis, so they have to give up that tier 2 in the top side. They're trying to play and push whatever waves they can. But, I mean, I guess it's a pretty telling sign that your mid tier 1 tower just gets defended by Fly at the 27-minute mark.
And talking about 27 minutes,
Radiant
28
are
minutes.
scanning.
Pono is
Okay.
trying to steal.
Okay.
They know they're scared. They
Radiant's
actually scared.
bottom
What the
tower.
hell?
Wait, they
actually-
know?
How did
Oh
they-
my gosh, they're on to him. They find Paulo. He blinks away, but the Night Stalker right on top of him. And they'll just pop the Inkswell on his head. Nowhere for him to run. And thank you very much. I'll take a kill with my Wisdom Rune, please.
I guess maybe they saw someone with the Moonlight Shadow and then just realized the Moonlight Shadow was for the Wisdom Rune and just scan on the Wisdom Rune.
Heads up
Good
play
head-
there.
Yeah, good heads up play there by Kev.
20 to 5 with a 9k gold lead. It's nothing too crazy, but it just feels like Kev are continuing this chokehold. Oh, the butterfly effect. He's too comfortable on this Kanka. You
Orchid?
can't keep letting
Oh,
him do
no.
this. The stun up and the silence, not in time. Whoa. That looked a little funny. I thought he would, for sure he was silenced before he managed to get that swash out, but back to safety on the high ground.
I mean, with the Aegis right now on Lifestealer, he's like close to like immortal. Like you can't really commit your heroes on him. He's running in again with the Thunderhide.
Yeah, just using the Thunderhide to come in for you, forcing all those leaps out, but should be easy for Old 11 to come through with a Void, pop out of the Thunderhide, grab yourself a kill, and that is all she wrote for the Mirana, unfortunately. It's a 100% win rate, but it's looking to be dismantled now. Team Zero, with the pick that served them well throughout this game, I mean, the real story about this is just the fact that they weren't really able to pressure out Old 11, and now Butterfly Effect is just running rampant on the map. Another kill onto Ponlo. Just easy pickings for this Kunkka. Was that a Bloodthorn that I saw him complete? No, not yet, but
Dire's bottom tower.
it does have something flying out. It's just a full Aghanim's for him. Holy shit.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
And this guy is just beyond farmed on the Kunkka at minute 30.
Yeah, you know the thing about pirates, they like to loot and pillage. This guy really took it seriously. Like, he has just so much gold. They will set up on him now and get the Doom off, but he manages to pop the BKB. Where's the help? It's around the area, Undying, trying to back up his Kunkka, but in comes the Night Stalker. They all get bumped and rolled around on by the Pango. This could be a decent fight as he's dropping low. The Infest keeping him alive, and he's able to walk this one off. Disaster now for Team Zero as Erika desperately trying to do the damage in the middle of the fight, but it's a water park that he has to waveform out of. Allies disappearing, but they might not be disappearing in the way that you hoped. Already the Doom going down. And you gotta thank your lucky stars that Kev weren't able to find more. Butterfly Effect, he just lives forever there.
Way too farmed. Way too farmed. Yeah. I mean, they're
mean,
running
just-
into just damage issues if the Morphling can't kill anybody right now.
Dire's bottom
Yeah.
30
tower
minutes in a
has
game.
fallen.
Only has the phylactery, but would have loved to sort of get that Kanda complete, but I mean, just being outscaled and outfarmed by his opposition. Can't really blame him though, he doesn't really have a lot of space to work on around the map. And Butterfly
Radiant's
Effect,
middle tower
just as
has fallen.
elusive as Jack Sparrow in the movies. I don't know whether you actually watch Pirates of the Caribbean, but I feel like the central
Every
theme with
single
Jack Sparrow,
episode, every
it's so good. It's such a great series of films. But yeah, I mean, Jack Sparrow's defining characteristic is that just that they literally can never kill him. And that's what's happening with Butterfly Effect, still maintaining his perfect kill score.
I mean, ideally, let's think about the team fight. How can they win a team fight?
I'm thinking.
They need to get Doom on. I feel like you can't Doom the Kunkka. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm crazy because Kunkka is actually so darn powerful right now.
Surely you need to steal the Soulbind, right? Preemptively and then double doom them. That's the only way, it feels like, as Lifestealer, straight onto Porno. Yeah, you're not stealing shit if you're dead, unfortunately. The Aegis does time out. 45 seconds without your Rubik though. It's gonna be a 4v5 situation at best. And Kev, they want to capitalize on this. Just to remind everyone, we are in a best of 5, so
Dire's
even if
middle
Kev take this away, they still have one game to go, but with the momentum that they've gathered for themselves, Team Zero, they need something like a timeout. And Rubik will pause now. Maybe this is
Literal
what they need.
timeout.
Literal timeout. Maybe I don't know. Last I heard from Ponlo, apparently he's playing on a new PC, so I'm not sure whether he's facing some issues connecting or whatnot. I'm not sure, you know. Apparently yesterday he went to a friend's house to play the entire day because his PC was busted. So hopefully all's fine here, and that's not really affecting them too much. Team Zero, they look nothing like the team that we saw dominate through the upper bracket, and Instead, it looked like a bunch of meek mice, hiding, waiting for some cheese to be left out for them. And, when it's not left out, when the humans don't drop any leftovers, they're like, oh, we're starving, we can't get anything done. 14k gold lead is nasty stuff.
I like that analogy.
Of the mice?
Yeah, Ratatouille.
Okay. Remy is a special rat. Okay, that guy's different. If Remy was in my house, I'd be like, okay, tell you what.
If Remy is in your house, it means you're eating fine dining every night.
Yeah, I'll say, look, I'll give you all the food you want. You just cook for me, homie. I don't mind. Oh, what's going on here? They say washroom.
Are you allowed to actually go washroom?
I don't know. I mean, we'll need an admin to weigh in on this.
Washroom. I mean, it's
No,
not.
I mean, I guess
it's not
it's
even
fair
a long
because
game, 30 minutes. Dude.
yeah, he's let off the excitement. He's 2 games up in the grand finals, man. He's about to finally attend a main event after what feels like forever for this lineup. Like we mentioned from the start, these are some names that I'm sure most of the people watching recognize, but it just they haven't had the chance to really show their stuff. And this is such a performance, right? Especially being beaten down to the lower bracket by Team 0-2-1 in what were relatively close games. This does not look close at all, and it's all thanks to Butterfly Effect.
Yeah, they figure out the puzzle.
Yeah, it's a cheat code. Just literally pick Kanka. Surprise.
Sometimes it's just as simple as that. You give a player the right hero, everything changes.
It really does. And it feels
You
like Team Zero...
because you keep overthinking, right? Like when you're
Yeah.
doing prep for the event, you're like bringing out the numbers, you're bringing out the statistics, you're looking at the data, and then you're thinking a lot of stuff.
Pushing
and
up your glasses.
finally,
oh,
you
this
just
and that.
realize, why are we even worrying about all the numbers that the other teams are doing? Why don't
Yeah.
we just focus on what do we play well and just
Yeah.
pick that? Sometimes
And
it just takes like a move like this,
Yeah, it's kind of insane. And I mean, I guess it's a concept. I don't know whether this is real, and you've played Pro before, so I need to ask you. But Kanka was very much a first pick, first ban material just a couple of patches ago, and we saw it completely dominate. Sometimes when you reach a stage in the patch where everything that's in the top tier gets banned out, maybe you just go back for what worked in the previous patch, and didn't really get changed so much. And
Yeah. The last
Kanka's
fight,
looking
sir.
yeah,
Mike,
might have
this
to
is
hold
the
that
last
thought.
fight.
You feel
Hold
that
that
way? You
thought.
think? Team Zero, they're gonna try. It feels like a last hurrah here, but they're right next to a tier 1 off-lane tower. So I mean, it's gonna be very easy for Kev to respond. They were fishing a little bit here. ZZQ on the
Alright,
front lines
there's no
just has to
fight.
pounce away. Yeah.
There's no fight.
There is absolutely no fight.
There's
They might-
only a say hi, pass by, say hi. Goodbye.
I don't even think Mirana said hi. So rude. Didn't even like give them a handshake or anything. Just escaped at the smell of them.
So what was he doing there? Just trying to look for treasure, hidden treasures.
I don't know.
like
He's
Jack
looking
Sparrow.
for a damn miracle. is
Ah,
what they
Jack-
need to win this
Jack-
damn game.
Jack Sparrow hit something here 10 years ago. I'm gonna.
It's the key
pick
to
up
his
a
heart or
treasure
something. You get that treasure and suddenly he's under your control or some shit like that. I don't know. These Pirates of the Caribbean writers are crazy. 7E, just gets blinked up, just can't swashbuckle away in time. Now he does have Basher and the BKB pop by old 11. He'll just get things done. Pondo
Actually, it's
trying
no
to wait
mana.
on the sidelines. Yeah, okay. The swashbuckle just burning away all his mana it seems, but old 11 still wants to chase on. Waiting for the
He's
blink.
still going. This
Go
guy's
punish
crazy.
Pondo instead. I mean, going through with the arrow, but with that flying movement, should be able to just keep this chase going. Yeah, Old 11 is kind of bonkers. He just have a gem, but the tidal wave will now pull the Rubik back into the clutches of the rest of Kev, who were patiently waiting for their Night Stalker to find them some dessert. They'll grab that kill and start taking control of this triangle area.
How is that dessert when that was the first kill? That was a
Well,
starter.
it's okay. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, it's the end of that extended chase. He works up a sweat, so he gets a nice little sweet treat. Let's call it a
sweet tooth.
dinner, a
You
post
must
dinner
have a
snack.
sweet tooth, you know, starting out with dessert. And here we
I
go.
mean, it's 7. Okay,
Team
yeah.
0 moving on to the main course. The
Okay.
Lifestealer.
Let's go, fly. This is a good grab. Break the Lincoln's Doom onto him as well. But no, it doesn't connect. They put on the second Lincoln's, but they still get the kill. This could be the opportunity to turn around Soulbind, holding the Morphling in place, and they pull back Old 11. It's daytime, and nowhere for you to fly off to. 7E coming alive here, trying to get that kill on the techies. One more swashbuckle. Doesn't guess correctly. No, blinks right on top of his head with the bash. Should be able to finish it off. So, I mean, you said it just right. That was the main course. You might get a little bit Rubik dessert, but Lifestealer, that's the one that you want.
Yeah, wasting the Night Stalker ulti there just to kill the Rubik definitely came back to bite them. And they kind of also felt like without the Night Stalker ulti, they were still strong enough to fight, but they were so wrong. They just overstayed, they got punished. I mean, it was a very nice play by Butterfly Effect, popping the second Lincolns onto the Lifestealer, blocking the Doom, but it wasn't enough still, you know. Without the Dark Ascension, they just didn't have the vision advantage in the fights to win.
Yeah, so far it's been a lot of work from the supports as well, right? From Kev being able to put the control out. Oh, Pono. Interrupting Butterfly Effect here, just messing with him a little bit. Oh, Torrent. Actually, oh, narrowly missing out on that TP cancel. I don't think it would have really resulted in anything, but we see in the bot side, 7E was coming through and looking for the cut-off play as well, so who knows? Maybe. Kev, for what
Hope
it's worth,
is restored, Mike. Hope is restored.
is it?
Yeah, it's Team 0.
For
no
you?
longer 0 hope right now. There is definitely hope.
True. I mean, if they can get that done again and actually connect on the Doom, I mean, it seems like they didn't even need the Doom if they find the Lifestealer just all by himself. Kev can't really afford to make that mistake again. You
I mean,
did
that was
mention
a fight they took when Night Stalker didn't have ulti, so I think that's the key. Try to bait out the Night Stalker ulti, back off, reset, and go in again.
yeah, and Old 11 probably gonna get a bit of a stern talking to, right? Like, oh, you see,
Come
you
on, bro.
no ulti,
You know,
how we fight?
He's the person that's giving the stern talking, you know.
Yeah.
Not
He's like, why
the
y'all
least-
fight without my ult? That's probably what's going on in team comms. And a bit unfortunate there, the Roche actually spawned right after that successful fight from Team 0, but they just missed the spawn by a bit. So they went into Roche pit 5 seconds before
they
it
might
came out.
arrive on time.
They're
It's
still
gonna be
trying to
close.
come through and contest. The minefield being set up by Undyne now.
Oh,
You're looking
Ponlo.
for an entry. Ponlo just almost instantly gets destroyed. Diving in now. They can't afford to commit
Run,
for
my
the ages. They have to try and run away. But the Doom managing to connect on the techies is instant buyback. BKB's popped across the board as the Doom doesn't manage to find its mark. They'll finally find it on the Lifestealer, forcing him away. But Butterfly Effect, he's doing so much well on the front lines. Team 0. They still are trying to slide in and finish
bring
off
the
this Roche. Butterfly Effect, they're gonna get this Aegis. Ponlo, he's able to create the space with the rest of the gang. And now ZZQ could come back in as well. But oh, a double stomp up. Fly possessing a Centaur and putting it to work. Will kill off the Pango, and now the Doom's looking next. The Morphling has to desperately get out of here, and he just loses his first life. The buyback's coming out on mass. Team 0, they need to try and hold on in this fight. This is their one opportunity that works out. They get the Grimstroke and the Pango TPing in
Triple
as well,
buyback.
along with the Doom. You need to get Erica out of here. He's silenced up and nullified. Someone help this Morphling, but he's stuck on the high ground with nowhere to go. Silenced up, and now ZZQ's next. Hungry is the Lifestealer, and he's looking for more. You're desperately trying to escape on every hero that you can, but you're running out of resources. They'll even buy back on the Night Stalker to look for 7E, but they'll narrowly miss that Pango. And even though Team 0 get that Aegis, they
might
lose the
get it.
advantage
They
very
might get
quickly. Swashbuckle away, he's on that high ground, Old 11.
They know.
Does he
They
know?
he has no TP.
They know he has to be in this area, but just can't seem to find him. Gonna resign themselves to that
All
fate,
the
but
way
what
down to
a...
top. Beeline to top.
Yeah.
This is what they need to do. Force out the buyback.
I mean, what a fight, Team 0. They... Oh my goodness, they...
I mean, that was actually insane that Ponlo didn't die. That actually
Right?
was so bad for them.
I don't even know how he survived for so long, but him staying alive just played such a big
It was
part.
the pipe, the Mirana pipe, the barrier that kept him
Oh my
alive.
goodness. Every little bit counting here. There is a buyback for Ponlo as well as the Morphling, but they don't want to use it, but gonna have to at least give up one lane of racks, it seems like.
I mean, I don't know about one lane. I mean, the second lane might be in jeopardy too. You have 20 seconds on the Mirana. Do you want to take this fight 4v5? You have no Doom. 3 seconds before you have Doom.
The second glyph might just be enough. The Pango did clear out the creep wave in the top side, so limiting the amount of push that can come through, but there still is resources in the... Okay, this is a roll
Looking for a
up.
target.
They are trying to connect onto old 11, but with that flying movement, he can actually just turn around, force the BKB out from beyond. And now the cover of Moonlight Shadow, they've used up the Lifestealer, and the Butterfly Effect Water Park is open for business. BKB runs out, and Doom's in a lot of trouble, needs to turn around, gets the Doom out onto Fly. They might be able to take down the Lifestealer in 90 seconds without your carry. Butterfly Effect, how much work can he do? Erica, he's starting to put in the damage. This is what they were waiting for the whole time. Old 11, he doesn't have enough HP to try and contribute, but will come back in for the silence. Morphling, you need to get him out of here. The Ogre Seal Totem again, but the tidal wave fishes him back in. He'll slide right through it with the waveform. And now 70 on the backline. Ponlo with the steals. Torrent Storm up with the control, and Butterfly Effect will go down. A huge hole for Team Zero as they're able to repel the Kev attackers and hang on in this game.
By a threat. But there is still hope, for sure.
There is
Morphling's gonna
hope.
be able to finish his Butterfly next. That's
Oh my god.
a big upgrade. Wait, how?
Just some mines. Just some mines on the high ground.
There's random
Unlucky.
mines on the map.
Yeah, there's just random mines on the map. I guess Ponlo is gonna be really bitter about that one, but I think overall still pretty pleased about that situation. They didn't actually have to buy back on anyone, and it's the Grimstroke who bought back. So huge fight for them.
4 kills, so 4 deaths on Team Zero
Yeah.
for 3 heroes. I guess being 10k behind, I think you still have to take it. And now Morphling gets to his Butterfly item, which is going to be huge because Knife Stealers don't really like to buy Monkey King boss, and you kind of have to do it now.
Yeah. I mean, the Lifestealer, that Nemesis Curse that he has as his neutral item might have just worked against him there, amplifying all the damage that he takes. I mean, we just saw him blow up. And Erica, when he's not bothered in the fights, I mean, they are so chaotic, it's hard to keep your focus on the Morphling. He's just able to weave his way around and get the advantage there. He is the big bad carry now. Looking at finishing up that Satanic, and he's essentially going to be full slaughtered. Dude,
Yeah.
this Ogre Seal Totem has won so many fights for him, or gotten him out of so many tricky situations.
They're going to have to try to soul bind him so he can't really get out with the totem. Soul bind, double hex, I think that's probably the best way for them to start the next fight.
Yeah?
If
They
you
have
can
that
get
available on the
double
Grimstroke.
soul bind plus double hex plus the double abyssal on Lifestealer,
Yeah, it's curtains, right?
you should be able to secure the fight. But it's not going to be easy. You have to abuse the Night Stalker vision, find the right heroes. I mean, if you're going to talk about the 2 best targets, it's probably Pango plus Morphling, I think.
Yeah, it has to be. It feels like it's mandatory almost. The rest of the team, though, they have proven, especially Ponlo, it's been a quiet little bit of interaction from him, but the spells that he's stealing, like some of the ink spells as well coming through, and the Mirana's little auras, that every little bit is influencing the outcome of this fight. The fact that 7E now is able to at least get into the mix and not instantly die.
Here we go. Here we go, Mike.
At last fight this time, you think?
The last hurrah.
It feels like it's been the last hurrah for Team Zero for a while now, and I mean, this is a pretty good time to last hurrah, right? Especially when it's still daytime. You have Dark Ascension, but you don't have that immediate vision advantage that the Night Stalker gets
Like,
when
who's
it's
going to
his
get the
prime
high
time.
ground?
Yeah,
The high ground is going to be key.
right now it's Beyond. Branching over here, they seem to know where the other team is. Morphling gotta show his face here. They
Here
can't
we
get
go.
the jump out. Immediately the Hex. They have the control, but they need to break up the fight. Erica able to pop the BKB now, and we need to watch for the Doom Beyond. He's looking for a target, but they have the Grimstroke and Extraction. Kev, they need to get out of here. Own 11 still trying to work down Ponlo, but I don't know if this is wise. Your BKB is gonna run out as Erica has already cleaned up the supports, and now the Night Stalker is next. The Doom onto his head, and he should take out here. The Lifestealer starting to do a bit of damage to 7E, manages to rage off that arrow, but now it's a 1v1 situation that Fly cannot hope to win. Lucky that there's no bash coming up on the Pango, if not that would have interrupted him from TPing out, and would have definitely been a huge pain, since he doesn't have buyback. But Team Zero, in some crazy way, off of a couple of insane holds, they've been able to pull their way back to a 5k gold lead. At this stage in the game, that's nothing.
Yeah, they kind of bit themselves in the foot there. I mean, they chased the Morphling up the ramp there. I mean, it was also a very risky proposition to hex him. I think the hex was kind of also a bait. You know, he baited his team to run up that ramp because they had no vision there. Like the way they needed to take the fight is hold their high ground on the Ancients on the right and try to fight around there. If you take the fight on the low ground, you have to be able to kill the target instantly. Otherwise, the fight is going to be really bad for you. And that was kind of what happened. You know, he hacked, he baited his team in, they ran up the ramp, and they got destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really blame the Grimstroke for that catch because that's the highest value pickup. Oh, Fly. Trying to be funny here with the Ancient Infest, and now he's gonna get bumped up, controlled, and he has to try and rage and run. The Water Park tries to buy him the space. He turns around for open wounds, but he's taking so much damage. Needs to get out of here, and the Greaves will help him out along with the Gold Ships. But it's a lot of commitment just to fish him out of trouble. At the very least, he is able to clear the creep wave, so it's gonna slow down the push from Team Zero. Unable to get anything else, but while it's still daytime, 5 more seconds.
The
15
lifestealer
more for the
actually
Night
needs
Stalker.
Aghanim's. He can't fight anything.
He can't fight, right? He has to go coward mode. Oh my goodness. I can't believe this is the new age of Lifestealer, I'll be honest
Probably
with you.
should have gotten Axe earlier.
Yeah. It's so good.
And he's queuing a BKB. I don't even think BKB is gonna allow him to stand and fight.
The
Yeah.
prize is mine.
Like he's like trying to run around in the team fights with the Golem the last time, but you're not doing any right click damage. If you have Aglims, then you can actually disable the morphing from killing your team, because he also disarms him, you know, so he can't really effectively kill your team. And then maybe that's what you need in a team fight, to just buy a little bit of time and give your team another way of entering the fight.
Yeah, that's true. We'll have to keep our eyes on this Morphling. He is the big component in these fights. Butterfly Effect was one of the major pushers of tempo in the early stage of the game, but right now he's not necessarily doing a lot of damage outside of the Water Park control, right? Once those spells are down, he's nothing more than control, and he can't actually pressure out the
just
Morphling by himself.
The conquer problem when it comes to late game when you're building all these utility items.
Yeah.
You wish you had the Daedalus Rapier Dagger Shadow Blade.
Well, he does have a Timeless Relic, so a lot of his spell damage is being amped up, but clearly
It's
it's
not
not
enough.
something that concerns the Morphling at this stage in the game.
Probably need a brooch, but nobody can buy it. Late game when you're dealing with all these heroes with so much armor, brooch is the answer.
Yeah. I mean, even something like a Skadi would help, but I don't even know.
That should help.
Like who's gonna buy it?
Yeah, right? I mean, Lifestealer needs an M kit. He needs like everything. Smoking up on this high ground now. The Roche will respawn. It's a bit of a longer spawn, so Kev, they have quite a while to wait. I don't necessarily think this benefits Team Zero though, because it's still going to be nighttime when the Roche comes back alive. For now, they're swarming around the bot side and taking control of that outpost area. But they can't really afford to come through the Twin Gates, right? There's just mines waiting for them. Undyne is just setting up here.
Very, very tense.
Yeah. It's finally, for the first time this game, it feels like Team Zero have... It's a very small one, but a 1k gold lead, and that just goes to show how much of a turnaround they've been able to pull off here. They haven't been able to seal the deal just yet. They don't know when the Roche is spawning, whether it's shorter or longer, but it's about this time. The fact the Butterfly Effect is still showing on the wave should give them an indicator that this is not yet up. They're going to fight into a huge minefield.
Oh, he doesn't land the torrent.
But yeah, the torrent goes off the mark, and a clean retreat from the side of Team Zero. A rare mistake from Butterfly Effect, losing him on that kill. And now without the ghost ship, teamfight isn't going to be so straightforward. Smoke up again on Team Zero, you can come back through. But oh, the jump straight onto Paulo, nullified through as well. But 7E, he gets caught by the Soulbind, and they're holding the Doom in place. But who's doing the damage? You've killed up the Rubik, he immediately buys back. Where is the Morphling in this fight, trying to put on the work onto Old 11, but your supports, they're already dying. Fly gets the hands out, and you're trying to return the kill onto Old 11, but he has that flying vision. You still haven't been able to get the Doom onto anyone, and now Pango's in trouble. Getting hexed up and control will get worked down by the Torrent, has to buy back. And beyond, he still hasn't been able to do anything meaningful other than finally doom Fly. This Lifestealer is in trouble, but does have a buyback, and Butterfly Effect just manages to TP out. Beyond was walking around. I don't know whether he was giving him a chance or something, but the fact that Kanka gets out is just a bit late on the Infernal Blade. 999, he's hiding in this area and will be able to get out. Thank his lucky stars that the buybacks come through. Kev, they understand they need to contest for this Roche. And immediately, they still have a tier 2 to run to, and a whole slew of mines. Ponlo, you gotta watch your step, buddy. Still a 5v5 situation as both teams in full force right now. You still have a buyback on the Kunkka as well as the Morphling and the Doom. But the base, it's just being ravaged by creeps. You need to send someone back to answer this. But that basically means that Kev, they can get this Roche for free.
Why can't they just send one hero back? Do they have the travels?
I mean, they don't want to risk it, right? They're just worried because the second they show a TP on the wave, it's going to be a clear sign for Kev to just go.
They're gonna lose the tower.
they're gonna lose a lot more than the tower if they
Okay,
don't
have a
kind of
glyph,
answer
they have
back.
the glyph. This is
Dire's middle
big.
tower
This is
under
painful.
attack.
So tense right now. Any moment could decide this game. You need to get the touch out onto the Pango to stop the control. There isn't a Doom available, which makes this fight so much harder, especially the Lifestealer. The Morphling has to be the one to deal the killing blow on that annoying carry. But it seems like they've given up on this prospect. They just need to answer the waves, and they can't afford to fight in this Roche pit.
I mean, the good news is they're gonna have refresher on Doom for the next one. Double Doom.
Yeah?
Doom the Conquer, Doom the Lifestealer. Fight should be over.
Oh, that's if you can work through the Lincolns, right? So far, these fights, finally getting the Aghanim Scepter on Fly as well. So if he's able to just tuck into somebody on Team Zero, suddenly Beyond's game gets so much harder. It sounds easy in theory, but he has struggled because of the sheer chaos in these fights. I mean, so much going on. You got Undyne with the bombs flying left and right, Soulbind silencers holding you in place, Hexers as well in the Torrent Storm. I mean, there's no shortage of just disables to throw out, and Team Zero, they're going to be looking at their 6-second BKB charges and knowing that that's their only opening to make an impact in the fight. They do have the refresh to get that twice, but Beyond, it's been so tough for him so far.
Red Dire are scanning.
Moonlight. You're not afraid of this Aegis and Cheese?
Yeah, seems like they want to try and catch the side of Kev by surprise, come through with the Doom on the Grimshow. They've identified that the Soulbind is the problem and they steal the Inkswell, but he has an A on this, starting to run away, rolling forward. They want to collapse on the supports, on the backline cast, and they're able to start things off with that kill. Morphling has to pop the BKB to face up against the Ghost Shape, now punching away onto Fly. They have the control of the Lifestealer, and he needs to get out, hiding under the cover of the Glimmer Cape. He'll be fine. Turn around and start lifestealing up, punching away on the Mirana. He'll be okay for now, but only 11, not quite as lucky. He goes down and now Fly out of rage and out of time. Are you kidding me? Team Zero, they are flipping the script on this game. Ponlo, with his BKB, is able to stand toe-to-toe with the Kunkka, and this is the problem that you talked about. They're turning around now with Fly, able to try and get the punches out. On his second life, the double abyssal from the Soulbind. They still get the Infernal Blade, but the Tidal Wave will wash them away, push them out of range, and they're still fighting under the tower. Even in your invisibility, they can see you clearly. This Morphling, he needs the help of the Pango to try and run away. Desperately strength buffing up, needs to waveform up to the high ground and TP out. Can he get out of this troublesome situation? The Pango gets him to safety. But I'm not sure whether 70 will share the same fate. X-Marks pull him back, and he will have to sacrifice his life for his carry. He doesn't have a buyback.
Bottom tower is under attack.
For another 4 minutes, at least the next 2, you won't have your Pango. The Doom will have his, but without a refresher for another 120,
Radiant's bottom tower
Only
is
3
not gonna-
heroes have buyback now. Kunkka, Morphling, and Doom.
yikes. I mean, the Doom, surely he has to pop it now. It's a 3v3 situation.
They're gonna go.
Immediately the buyback. Oh, they found Undyne. That's huge. Being able to kill off the tech, he's out of the picture, controlling up on the Kunkka and forcing the BKB and just mass ghost ships. You've stolen it though on Ponlo and starting to send it and put it to work.
Oh, it
You're
cancels
hiding
TP.
away on the Infist, but you cancel the TP. You're holding the cause in place, and Team Zero against all odds. How have they done that? Fly has the rage and TP away, but I don't know whether he has enough duration, just narrowly surviving. The Aesthetics Cap helping him out big time there. But the only buyback he has to rely on is the Kunkka. And at best, it's gonna be a 2v4 situation. They can just run it down. It's 20 seconds left until the Night Stalker and Grimshow rejoin the fight. And that could still be something that Team Zero need to respect.
Yeah, they have to be careful. The throne is like exposed. It's like he already lost like 1/3 of his health, you know. So if
Yeah.
somehow the creeps manages to reach the base and they don't have glyph,
Yeah.
you buy travels on the Night Stalker or
Radiant's
the
middle
Kunkka. The
tower
Kunkka has
is
so much
under
money.
attack.
Yeah.
You can actually maybe go for like a
Radiant's
trade,
middle
you know,
tower
go for
has fallen.
the throne.
Yeah, you can go for some sneaky X-Marks play too, right? Like the low committal, pull you back,
And look at
threaten
Ponlo.
some
Ponlo is
reactions.
actually he knows, you know, he's just pushing out the top later.
Yeah, he understands that he can't contribute to this fight, but maybe he wishes he was here. Beyond getting
Double
controlled out the
Abyssal?
Soulbind, double Abyssal, like you mentioned, forcing the BKB pop. But Beyond is gonna go down. That's a Doom dieback. But Erica, he desperately needs to find something out of this
Rapier.
fight. Will at least kill off the Night Stalker. And Erica, he's starting to do the damage of the butterfly effect. This Kunkka's in trouble. He needs to get out of it. He doesn't have a buyback, and he narrowly survives. survives thanks to the help of the water power. ZZQ still around with the 4-star, trying to get the Morphling to safety. The open wounds starting to beat into him. He's silence. He needs to kill Grimstroke's dead wife, and he does. Gets out back to safety, turn into the Lifestealer and rage away. But the Lifestealer just gonna hide in his own body. Waveform, maybe you can get Fly into an awkward position, but the chase down, this Lifestealer is still so strong. The 4-star the wrong direction into the Abyssal. Might have been a disaster, but no. The Waveform back to safety, and Erica is out of there. 7E has finally rejoined the fight, and he's starting to bump around onto 999, such a key factor in these engagements, but he's able to hide away thanks to the Inkswell as well as the Glimmer, but hot on his heels, not willing to give up. The Infest save from Fly comes up huge, keeping the Grimstroke up and running, and the silence down to the Pango forces him away. The blast off is gonna keep him controlled for now, but he should be able to kill off the techies. That is a 2v3 situation now, as the Morphling is not in the picture, but he can join the team in due time. It's just Fly and the Grimstroke against the world now.
Wait, the creeps? The creeps are going in?
Oh, yeah, I mean,
money
you could
for
go for something
travels.
crazy, Kev. That would be such a risky play. I mean, you still have your tier 3s standing up, but the Morphling can work through them so quick. He just needs to connect with his team. Fly, not going for anything crazy just yet. We have to watch out for the Lifestealer. These late game decision making, it's gonna be put to the test here. 55 minutes, 6 more seconds until your Night Stalker's back up. It will be at the very worst a 4v3 situation. But Pono, he is hunting, and with an AD rune on this Morphling, he's gonna work through these towers quick. You see the options out here.
800 damage with the Rapier, man. He's
Oh
gonna
my
kill the
goodness,
Lilies.
yeah.
Structures of
I mean, he is making quick work of these buildings. You need to respond, and you need to do it quick, Kev. You're staring down a Morphling who's been the bane of your existence, Erica. It's been a while since we've seen such a stunning carry performance from him, but this could be the thing to turn the momentum around. Bring the tides back in their favor. Ponlo blinks in. Might have been a bit of a mistake. He's overcommitting, but it's buying the space for Erica to try and end the game. All 11, they need to stop this Morphling. They'll be able to hold him back for now, but no. Wave bomb through, and how has this game ended up like this? The Morphling, he just carries the entire team on his back.
Yeah, Lifestealer just expired, you know, unfortunately. You're not going to be able to deal with the Morphling late game, and maybe going for the Agadims a little too late was also a really huge oversight for him. He needed that Agadims in the earlier fights to be able to deal with the Morphling, and maybe a little bit too overconfident with the lead they had in the early mid games section of the game, and just felt like he had enough, you know. But just I think the one key turning point was the Night Stalker ulti when they were killing the... Was it the Rubik? I think they were
It was the Rubik, yeah, you were mentioning in the bot side, right?
Yeah, towards the Tormentor, and they killed the Rubik, but didn't back off after that. And Team Zero took a really decisive smoke, 4v5, and that's how they turned the game around, and they wiped Team Kev and gave themselves a chance to get themselves back into the game.
Oh, I mean, they are showing their grit here. We were counting them out from very early on. They felt so far behind, and it was all butterfly effect all game, but it doesn't even end up mattering. Like you mentioned, the Kunkka and the Lifestealer, they simply expire, and they can't provide enough. You have so many tools. The double Hex, double Soulbind. It looked insane, but they just didn't have enough.
Yeah, not enough, you know. They have to try to reset, you know. Losing a game like this is always very demoralizing. You have to just try to forget about it, try to play the next game, and try to give it your all again. You can't let games like this affect you, but unfortunately it's just easier said than done.
Yeah, this is where the experience comes into play, but our best of 5 is now a best of 3 as Team Zero are able to even the score in an insane comeback. What's gonna happen next in this game number 3, we'll find out after a short break, so don't go anywhere. Started with 8 teams, down to 3, down to 2. Started with a best of 5, now down to a best of 3. Kev up against Team Zero here. What a comeback from Team Zero in that game number 2 to even out the score. I feel like, it was looking very one-sided for the first 25-30 minutes. It was that butterfly effect like we talked about. But at the end of the day, like you mentioned, Winter, it felt like the Kunkka and the Lifestealer on the side of Kev just expired. And they lost out in the end to Erica on his Morphling.
Yeah, I mean, just have to try to reset and play the next game. Try to find another solution. I just felt like they actually had such a head start. Like the Night Stalker was kind of okay,
Yeah.
but just couldn't really close out the game. Maybe just some item selections that wasn't really good enough, and just didn't give them enough to finish the game off with the lead they had.
Yeah, it kind of felt like they fell for the classic Night Stalker pitfall there of, at the end of the day, no matter how far ahead you are, you still need to fight around nighttime. And getting caught with their pants down a couple too many times when it was daytime and Old 11 couldn't really contribute, felt like he kind of expired as well. But we have ourselves a draw for this game number 3. Of course, this is for the 1 slot for the Chinese region, as, the main event already has 3 invited Chinese teams. So, between Kev and Team Zero, their chance to show what they're made of on the international, in an international setting, of course. Yeah, we'll have to see what they bring to the table here, and no surprises that Team Zero, they immediately ban out the Kunkka. Why put yourself through that same headache? But it does open up some pretty unique picks like the Timber Saw, I was about to point out. That's something that Old 11 picked up in that game number 1, to which he used a great effect. And it felt like Team Zero couldn't really answer, but Beyond also a great Timber Saw player in his own right. So we'll see whether Kev have a response cooked up. Surely this is something that's in the back of their mind. They banned out the Shadow Demon, but that means the Techies is still in the pool for them to pick up. It's been such a highly prized hero across the entire tournament. In fact, I believe next to Shadow Demon, it's basically the most picked hero in the game, in the tournament at least, for this particular region. So already cracking into that reserve time for the first pick. Need to figure out what they want to grab here. Couple of high priority heroes already that I can think of, like the, Techies. You could even, I don't know if you want to start things out with the CM, but Mars and some other offlaners also available in the pool.
Yeah,
Pretty
Mars
decent
is
matchup with
Mars
Timber.
kind of okay. I mean, if you want to support, like you say, your CM techies.
Dire team ban.
Hoodwink. Okay, there we go. No surprises. 2 keen heroes just being grabbed up.
I mean, you're also taking the techies away from them. Because
Yeah.
with Timber, you kind of want like a hero that can secure his lane.
I'm just confused because I wonder what else they were considering, because they started to crack into the reserve time on that first pick, and it almost felt like they were thinking about picking something other than the Techies.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, the other thing, apart from techies, I think it's like just Hoodwink. I don't know if
Right?
the other heroes I would actually just really consider. CM is not really exactly that great of a overall
Of a first pick, right? And I feel like some other options that they've gone for, like that Grimstroke or the Lich, would be very strange to grab so early on as well. Maybe they were thinking whether they wanted to secure an offlaner first, like the Mars, like you
10
mentioned.
seconds remaining.
There's still the Brew, also available in the pool.
Radiant team ban.
Gets banned out immediately, Team Zero. Understand that this is a comfort pick for Old 11, and they're not going to let that happen.
Man, they're kind of onto something. He's not really been the same, when he doesn't get
10
his
seconds
comfort
remaining.
heroes.
Yeah?
And
I
the
mean-
Night Stalker as well. Like he made like a couple of
5
really bad
seconds
mistakes in the
remaining.
team fights that made
Yeah.
it hard for his team.
Yeah, I mean, as much as the Kunkka's banned out, I'd still like to see Butterfly Effect on something that he can win the game on, right? I think in previous series and in their previous matchup, he played an amazing game of Puck, and that was what allowed him to just take control of the game. And Puck, very much a hero that can carry the game and sort of do that damage in the later team fights. Scales very well. It might be something that Team Zero might have to keep in the back of their mind coming into this matchup. The Pango and the Tiny banned out, so that's a nod to Pono and 7 who can play both of that. And they grab the Lina for themselves.
Lina. Probably just to deal with the Timber in the lane, I'm guessing. I mean, this
You
is
think
the
this is a
purpose of
safe
the
lane
pick.
Lina already?
Yeah, probably
10
safe lane
seconds
Lina, or
remaining.
maybe it's just an option for them to change I mean, there's no other thing that
5
comes to my mind right now. If they
seconds
pick the Lina here after seeing the Timber, it's probably for dealing with Timber in the lane to just kill him. I mean, he's still useful in the game against Timber if you put him in the mid lane.
Dire
Yeah.
team pick.
You can gank him all the time because whenever you're dealing with Timber, you want somebody to have like a high burst magic damage. So you always have a threat to kill the Timber in the early game because nowadays Timbers don't really buy magic resist items early.
Yeah.
You kind of just
Eternal
rely
Shroud
on the
takes a while, eh?
yeah, you kind of rely on the level 20 magic talent, or
10
sometimes you
seconds
see
remaining.
shrouds, Eternal Shroud, but it won't be early. Normally you buy
5
Blink and Kaya
seconds
first.
remaining. Radiant team pick.
We've seen some Timbers pivot their
Yeah.
build, of course, to adapt to this, but the Mirana still 100% win rate, I think.
Team pick.
Disruptor.
Oh boy.
Alright,
Oh.
not again. I mean, this is scary, right? I mean, they managed to make the Disruptor work for themselves, which I think surprised both of us. I didn't necessarily think that it was...
So we were made the disruptor work.
That's
I'll
what that's
tell you
what
that.
I'm
5
saying,
seconds
right?
remaining.
Like it wasn't even really the Disruptor. He just was lucky that he got a good
5
pairing.
seconds remaining.
I don't know whether Team Zero are gonna allow the same thing to happen though, but already a couple of pretty good spells for the Rubik to steal. If he grabs the Static Storm as well, that could really limit the fight potential for the Kev heroes.
Yeah, maybe they have to try to figure out how to enable this disruptor now. I mean, they're thinking if disruptor is going to be paired with something like a Naga, but then again you're up against a Timber, so it's going to be quite
Yeah.
troublesome for them to figure out a balance. I mean, Lina and Disruptor are both like very similar heroes. They stand behind, they want people to go in front, so they are lacking in a lot of beefcakes right now.
Yeah, Primal Beast Mars still an
Dire
option,
team
not banned out just yet. They will decide for the Omni Knight instead. So
Yeah,
we've seen
okay,
this
this is-
before.
Probably for the Lina carry, I guess.
Yeah,
Because Lina needs physical resistance and Omni gives you that.
Is this good? Because I haven't really felt
Into a
inspired
Rubik.
by it.
No, I actually feel like it's not very
5
reliable.
seconds remaining.
And doesn't Omni kind of suffer against Timber throughout all stages in the game?
Dire team ban.
Am I just high here? This feels like a very odd pick, and it's gonna allow Team Zero to just grab a free Naga Siren, essentially.
Song into arrow.
Yeah. Song to break up the fight or free people from the Static Storm as well. I mean, even if you
Radiant
Guardian
team
Angels, you can
back.
Song to put a stop to it momentarily, wait out the duration, and then continue killing you.
And this looks like a very, very hard game already for Kev.
Yeah.
I mean, the bright side is
10
they
seconds
do have pretty
remaining.
decent lanes with the Lina against Timber. Assuming if the Lina goes safe lane, Lina against Timber with the Disruptor and Techies Omni Knight, or Lina with Techies and Disruptor with Omni Knight. I don't know what they're gonna do here. I mean,
Yeah,
it
I
looks
feel like
the-
wherever the Disruptor goes, it's gonna be a little bit weaker. But at least with the Omni Knight, you have someone who's willing to body for you on the front lines and
10
take that damage,
seconds
allow you to poke
remaining.
at them from
yeah.
afar.
I mean, they're putting themselves in a position where they have to
5
win their
seconds
lanes to play
remaining.
the game now. Just don't really feel very comfortable with that. And Team Zero, they just need to kind of round out their draft with, I guess, another hero that can start fights for them instead of just relying on the Song. Because right now they only have Lift and whatever the Rubik steals, So
Yeah.
not
some
really
control.
enough. Yeah, they need control, like Puck, something that
team
can help
ban.
them start the fight.
Okay. Koto being banned out as well as the Razor, so a few key 70 heroes already taken out of the picture. On the flip side, Team Zero, they banned out the Shrek as well as one final ban for him there. I'm sure maybe the Puck is something sitting in the back of
10
their mind.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, they're just trying to protect the Naga right now. I'm not even sure. Look at their
5
lineup. If they pick
seconds
Lash, it's going to be a Lina Lash Omni Night Call.
Yeah, which is so... I mean, we saw a team try Lash position 1. I think it was Dark Horse. It looked awful. So, yeah, I mean, Team Zero, they're the only ones who successfully made an unorthodox +1 work in the Queen of Pain that Erica was playing.
Dire team pick.
Gyrocopter final ban here. So they're still respecting the potential for the Lina to pivot to the mid lane instead. And Kev with overall last pick means that they can make that switch. So taking out the options, the Gyro would have been pretty good into their lineup, right? A lot of mixed damage to put out across the board.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and now they're trying to figure out if can they actually pick a hero that also
5
deals with
seconds
Lina in the
remaining.
lane, because they're also worried about Kev switching the Lina mid. And then you have if you have a very bad matchup there, then you're gonna get destroyed in two ends.
Yeah.
feel like there's not many heroes, you know. Their lineup is it's not easy to draft
Is-
for their lineup for Kev. You
Is
know, to
there a
finish.
world? This is gonna be a bit crazy here, but is there a world where you pick a hero that could be mid or off lane, and then you leave it flexible between the Timber? Because Timber versus Lina in the mid, that's manageable, right? It's not great for the Timber, but
You
should
can
still be
pick
fine with some levels of
something like
reactive.
a primal if you want to do that, but both of those heroes,
Yeah.
I think you're gonna suffer a little bit against Lina, no matter what. Whoever
Yeah.
goes mid against Lina, you're gonna have a tougher time.
Is there anyone that wins against Lina? that you
No,
can- you
Lina
can
doesn't
see still
lose lane.
available?
I think only DK. I feel like there's only Dragon Knight.
Yeah, and it got first banned out, so not gonna be able to see that, unfortunately. This Naga Siren, it's
Radiant team
it's been a very popular pick, but it hasn't been inspiring. And well, that's the only other guy who can beat up Alina. It's gonna be your sniper mid, 4-7E.
No stuns though.
No stuns,
Yeah,
just a
but
net, a lift, and a dream.
It's gonna be about the 3 versus 3, right? So Sniper,
10
Rubik,
seconds
Mirana.
remaining.
I think when it comes to the room fights, they are pretty strong. They outrange you. They don't really have a lot of
5
setup
seconds
apart from the
remaining.
lift, but they can outrange you with the sniper throwing shrapnels, arrow.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
gonna
I
be
like
very
this a
hard.
lot, right? Because it feels like Team
It's gonna be
Kev.
hard for
the-
the disruptor to run in there.
Yeah, like Kev's entire lineup is they want to play front to back, right? They want the Lina to stand like a tower in the middle, and then they play around her, set up for her, hold you in place. And Team Zero are like, yeah, we'll just get a tower of our own. We don't care. We'll get the Naga Siren Illusions Timber on the front lines. We get Mirana and Rubik controlling on the back lines. You want to play face up into us? We'll face up into you. And the last pick for Kev, maybe trying to break things up here. It's gonna be the Monkey
The
King.
hell is going
What
on?
the hell? Butterfly effect on the Lina mid and Monkey King on the position 1 instead. This is a really good answer into the Timbersaw on the lane, and I guess that's really the only thing I can think of.
Not really. I feel like sometimes Timbersaws I see. I guess maybe the matchup has changed. I remember seeing it going both ways. You know, like it depends on who's the support, who has the better support.
Yeah.
I mean, the
So
Timber
who
can-
does have the better support? Because it's Rubik
against
and like...
Techies, right? No, it's
Ah.
Disruptor.
Yeah?
I feel like Timber can actually maybe play this lane. Like you can just try to use your spells to kill the monkey first. And monkey is not that strong in early phase because he has little armor. So you can actually trade and try to use your spells to actually out trade against him with the chain or the whirling death. I think they're not really that afraid of the monkey, but Fly is a Monkey King expert, you know, so he'll
Yeah.
definitely know better than me.
Well, this is his hero, and when given the last pick, he asked specifically for this. We'll see whether he can do a number on Beyond. And I mean, Beyond, throughout this series so far, even though they did win the previous game, he hasn't really had the best laning stage showings, right? He's been beaten back for the most part by Undyne and Fly. So we'll see whether they can do the same thing here, backed up by the Disruptor this time round. Maybe can get off to an early advantage here.
Both teams
Now-
have lines up that doesn't really have a lot of catch, not really well-rounded lineups. They're all really relying on the laning phase going well. They're trying to counter pick for the lane. They're trying to just eke out a little bit of advantage from the lane and try to snowball from there. You know, so it's a very fine line. Like the game could just be ran over by any team that gets ahead in the lanes. You know, because of how they
Yeah.
have drafted for the specific matchups in the game.
Yeah, I don't really know how to explain this other than it feels like both drafts are very one-directional, right?
Yes.
It's like you're trying to get the Monkey King off to a good start. If he doesn't, the Timbersaw's
They're
gonna eat him
both
alive.
trying to do the same thing, kinda.
Yeah,
But
It's a
Kev
bit-
has I feel like a higher risk draft, a very, very high risk draft.
it's mostly because it feels like if the Disruptor doesn't get off to a good start, the options for recovery are so much less than like a Mirana and Rubik who will still be able to contribute. I mean, don't you think the Sniper's a little bit risky as well? Because I'm looking at 7E in this mid lane. I feel like he's very open to being abused. Like if you get a little bit of advantage, you jump around with the Monkey King, blow up with the blast off and whatnot. I mean, this Sniper's game could be over in an instant.
30 seconds to
I mean, the
battle.
good thing about it is I feel like his playstyle suits like Sniper a lot more. Like you sit in a lane, you farm. Like you can see he's not very comfortable in rotating well on the
Yeah.
angles, and maybe the Sniper is gonna help him just be in his comfort zone and
Yeah.
just allow him to do more for his team. I think his role this game is mainly to outrange the Lina and make sure that he can help his supports get the runes, get their levels, and I think that
The
Sniper
battle
has what it takes to
begins.
do that.
Yeah, it's interesting because up until the last pick for both teams, it feels like every single core is static, right? They don't really want to move. They want the supports to come to them. And then the Monkey King kind of shakes that up a little bit. And it's interesting that it's on the position 1 because maybe we see Fly get active early on with some Twin Gates rotations, jump into the mid lane, moat your Toro, have some impact on the map. We'll have to see. But game number 3 here in this best of 5 grand finals for the 1 slot going into the Swiss stage. This is a lot of tension as both these teams have been able to eke out one advantage over the other, and the momentum that Kev were taking into this series after their stunning win against Eagle, it's definitely been halted now.
New best of 3 right now.
Yeah, new best of 3.
Forget everything you've seen in the first 2 games.
Literally, it doesn't even matter. Who even cares? And a almost fresh set of heroes as well, other than maybe some of the supports being revisited here. Team Zero, they have no reason to shake off from their Mirana that has served them so well. And even though we don't really talk about this hero a lot, all these Moonlight Shadows and just the supporting items from the sidelines, it's really played a big part for ZZQ.
And there's a reason why this support is like a top tier hero right now. He just doesn't lose his lane, that's number 1, and in the team fights he gives you that initiation advantage with the Moonlight. And I know you hate the shot, but I think the shot's amazing on this hero.
Yeah, I'm learning to respect it now. I mean, ZZQ, with these Starstorms, getting himself into good positions to do damage, but it's actually Ponlo who gets first blooded in this bot side. Level 2 power spike. They were able to double up on that creep wave and get that advantage, so great stuff already.
Yeah, like I said, Disruptor needs this type of start. You need the core to help you. So maybe Monkey King is going to be the... He's trying to get a glimpse onto the Rubik.
Oh.
Nicely done.
Yeah, good discipline from Ponlo. We saw that in the first game as well with the glimpse. Ponlo very well aware that that's what the Disruptor is looking for, so he always makes sure to wait a while before showing himself at any sort of tower defense. Ooh, ho, ho. Mid lane, 7E, living on a sliver of HP there. This guy almost literally just dies to a Dragon Slave. Ooh, this is rough.
Actually getting dumpstered in the lane.
He is getting crushed,
we
dude.
have no idea what we are talking about when we are talking about the lane matches.
Clearly.
As usual.
Yeah, we're just a bunch of dummies over here yapping about Beyond. And we'll be able to just slide his way out of trouble. With that level in the Timber Chain now, he should be fine. But the thing is, with the way the lane is positioned, there aren't a lot of trees for him to get back to safety on. That Undyne can't just glimpse him back. Let's look at this top side. We talked a lot about the other lanes for now. It should just be a farm fest, right? I don't really foresee any kills going either way unless the Naga really gets caught out low HP.
Yeah, probably very passive lane here. Both cores just wants to farm. Maybe the Techies and Omni Knight has a better chance of killing compared to the Naga and Mirana. I mean, unless you get a...
7E is just dead, dude.
Yeah.
What the hell?
This lane is actually going from 0 to 100 so quick. 6 years to 20. Oh my god.
Is under attack.
He has nothing in
I
this
feel like
lane.
you can just lose the game if this continues.
Yeah.
There's no way you can play if your mid laner gets stumps at that hard.
Nice arrow and Starstorm though. They should be able to get the kill out onto old 11 in this top side. So great setup from ZZQ and Erica. But again, Ponlo going down to another glimpse and Monkey King just absolute beat down. 3-1 on the board already at this early stage. We talked about how important it is for these teams to get off to a good start, and it seems like Kev having the advantage there.
Yeah, this could be a quick one at this rate. I mean, they have to send heroes to kill the Lina. The Lina has to die.
Yeah, but who do you send at this point, right? Ponlo's busy down here trying to help Beyond out. Nice glimpse back straight into Fly's hands, straight into his staff. A lift back is going to buy the space. Great stuff from the Rubik to help preserve his Timbersaw's life. But now you need to sort of do the walk of shame all the way back to base, it feels like, unless you have some regen coming. And even then, I don't know whether you're going to feel comfortable just sticking around. Yeah, he just has to truck it all the way back home.
Yeah, this is not looking good for the mid and bot for Team Zero. They're going to lose both lanes. And top lane, this Naga is still getting her farm. So this is the only lane that Dire team has that's going okay for them right now.
Yeah, but it's like the one lane that you don't really care about, right? Because even if your Naga does die, she can always go back into the jungle. I mean, what's your Naga gonna do? Diffusal timing, first item? I don't know about that.
The level 6 smoke Naga.
Smoke song play with
arrow.
Chakram. Oh my goodness, yeah, that's the setup right there. She can do it once every 1.5 minutes. It's gonna be crazy, just watch.
I mean, the Disruptor's even here, like trying to set up for... The sniper knows, you can't even go out. I mean, look at the CS defense. Oh my god, almost 3 times.
Yikes. I mean, they're not able to bully Fly down here in this bot side, even though Undyne went for a little road trip. So, I mean, that goes to show just how far ahead they feel right now. Monkey.
2 levels. Look at the Lina's level 6, Sniper's level 4.
Yeah. Thought about this matchup, thinking that maybe the Timbersaw and the Rubik would be doing fine. They are absolutely getting hammered, 33-12 in this mid lane, and we thought the Naga was doing well. Turns out she's dead too. So everything going wrong, disaster for Team Zero. Everyone who's a supporter of Team Zero, please close your eyes for at least the next 7 minutes. It's gonna look rough.
Well, I think after 7 minutes, we might be on to the next game at this point.
We might be on a break. You hear the break music come on, you know what's gonna happen. Butterfly effect, or yeah, like you mentioned, the level disparity is insane, and he's just absolutely centering this lane right now, standing up, posting up, and challenging the sniper to come forward and eat another Dragon Slayer.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I was say,
Sniper's
connect. Sniper's deceased. Sniper is dead on my screen. 7E has never been more dead in my life. Butterfly effect is gonna
Imagine
be
a
able to walk
regen
out of
rune
that one.
spawns.
Oh my goodness. It's a haste. Oh, Ponlo could get a freebie. This could be nice. Turn around,
He has
get the
to kill
haste
the
rune.
Lina.
He needs to go brazy. He needs to get the last kill. The blood grenade, it's enough. Huge pickup from Ponlo.
Alright.
I mean, that salvages things a little
A
bit.
little. I mean, Lina's still like almost
Monstrous.
2 times net worth of the sniper.
Yeah.
Prize is mine.
Well, that's gonna cause Undying to check for a ward there. But yeah, still, it doesn't really soften the blow there. The sniper's still very much far behind.
Dire are scanning.
I look at the disruptor.
Yeah.
And this is going. If he sees the sniper, if he sees
Oh,
the card.
set up on the top side. Old 11, but it's a nice blast off from 999 to return the damage. Oh my god. Erika's dropping so low. He has a Lotus, but he can't stand up against the hammer. As Old 11 delivers the beat down onto this Naga in this top side. It's a pretty decent setup with the net arrow, but it's just not enough damage to cut through the Omni.
I mean, this is just really bad right now. Looking at the net worth,
Yeah.
all the heroes are just below the Radiant cost on the Dire team.
Yeah, 3.5k net worth already. Basically eclipsing the sniper by 1k. And you're forcing him to go into such an awkward build as well, right? He's got 2 points in the shrapnel because he realizes that's the only way he's allowed to interact with the lane. Step up a bit too far and you're going to get
Dire's
LSA'd
middle tower is
again.
under attack.
Pono's trying to make some recovery stacks for him now. As a ZZQ goes down in this top side. Great catch from 999 with the blast off. And out of leaps, it seems like, for that Mirana.
Yeah, they have to try to string together a move. Like, I think the 2 supports have to try to join up to get joint forces and help
Oh
the
my
sniper.
god, whoa, what the? Fly just walks up to this triangle, starts beating on the Pono. What am I watching? This Monkey King's so aggressive. He has a Primal Spring, gotta jump straight onto that Rubik. And Pono, there's no way he can escape from that. It's a level 6 Monkey King in his triangle.
He can do nothing but watch. And now they see the stack. Lina's here. Thank you very much, Dire team. Oh boy.
Bad to worse is the name of the game right now if you're a Team Zero player or fan. These stacks
He's even gonna
lovingly
take
set
the
up by Pono.
Ancients. He's actually
Oh my
just straight up
goodness.
taking everything.
I mean, he has an AD rune, why not, right? And who's gonna come through and challenge? The sniper's a little bit too busy contending the creeps right at his doorstep. They can't even finish the power threats just yet. We'll finally get it at 8 minutes. That is really rough stuff. And meanwhile, you look at the Lina's items. She's almost finishing up a Maelstrom already. Now, Undyne, he might have stuck around for a bit too long there, and he'll give over a freebie to the sniper. No? Okay, it's ZZQ who gets it. I don't think they're too fast. They're just getting themselves on the board somewhat there.
Loaded to the gills.
I mean, there's still an Omni Knight that's free farming top, you know. We've been just looking at the Monkey King and the Lina causing so much trouble, but the Omni is like still gonna be a problem at top lane. He's actually going to be a threat. Once he gets his Echo Saber, then you have the talents on your, especially the level 10 plus 50 base damage, you know, then your Hammer of Purity is gonna hit like a truck.
Is under attack.
God, it's already doing so much damage. Starting to run forward here. What is that
mean,
red effect? Is
this
that the
hero is
Crimson
actually-
Witness effect?
Yeah, I mean, this hero is actually insane once you get the Echo plus your shard and your level 10 talent.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye out for that. Maybe the Naga will just disappear in front of our eyes. The Moonlight Shadow hiding Pono away for now. We'll spot him out thanks to that Disrupt the
You say
high ground
hide,
vision.
but they see him.
Yeah, not much of a good hider compared to the Monkey King. He will beat you down again. Feels like that's been Pono's fate for most of this game. 1-4-1 unfortunately on this Rubik. Can't really get much done in the lane. And Beyond just has the Timber Chain out of there.
And Butterfly Effect, that's another rune. Illusion rune. I guess not the most useful rune for Lina.
Yeah, I mean, you just get some mana back, right? And smoke up early aggressive move. We were wondering whether the Monkey King would get active. Highest on the net worth, and that's not going to stop him from continuing to push the advantage with his squad there. Talk about 3-man unit. Yeah, Monkey King wants to get involved too. Might be able to find the sniper. Oh, yikes. Just jumping onto him. 7E. We talked about his game being over real quick. The blast off as well. Wukong's command, nowhere to run. This is not your territory anymore. And they're going to convert this into a tier 1 tower, it feels like.
Tower down, 10 minutes. Where is your sniper gonna farm? This is
I don't know.
so much problems right now for Team Zero. Like, Naga's not gonna come out and help you. Like, he's gonna be jungling. So jungling on top for the Naga. Sniper's gonna be hitting Ancients later on the bottom. Presumably, if he even has access to the Ancients.
Yeah.
I mean, Timber is the only person that you can actually count on for the supports to make a play with.
And it's kind of scary, right? Because Timber, he hasn't really been faced with real opposition yet. As long as the Monkey King is in the lane, he can't really exist. And I assume that the same will be the case as soon as Old 11 or maybe even the Lina rotate down there. They're just looking so strong. Now 999, he's caught out ZZQ, but some nice body blocks holding the techies in place, limiting the distance jumped by the blast off. But Flyfly actually runs into the mix there. Seems that he's seen a bit too many heroes for his liking, and meanwhile bot side Undyne will go down. So like you mentioned, the Timber saw the one little tip of the spear that they're trying to play through. They at least get themselves a support kill.
Yeah, and Rubik gets the heal, the purification from Omni. Very nice spell to have. I mean, that's the good thing about being Rubik this game. There's gonna be a lot of things you can do with the spell steal. Anything from Lina, anything from, I mean, not anything from Disruptor, but you probably just want Glimpse and then Omni-Knight spells.
I mean, Sticky Bomb, Thunderstrike also not too bad to maintain vision on like the Monkey King trying to jump through the trees, right? So, a couple of handy tools. Of course, Pondo would love to get his hands on the LSA just perpetually. As 7E is still struggling to get his first item in the Dragonlance there.
And here comes the Disruptor. Can they find Erika?
Gonna try. I mean, he's hidden under the cover of Moonlight Shadow. Gets the net out onto the Monkey King. It's a perfect setup and more than enough magic burst damage. Flyfly, no! With the one, he turns around and rips them apart! Gets 2 kills and the glimpse back on the Mirana as well. The Monkey King goes down, but it's a double for the techies, and Butterfly Effect claims the last. They'll get a tower for their troubles, and I don't think Flyfly is sad about this at all. You know, he wanted to play active. He was looking for trouble, and he finds the Naga Siren.
Yeah, he was looking to play for his team. He was ready to die, you know, with the way he was playing. He was jumping in, making sure that he's going to be the body for the Disruptor, for the techies, and it just worked out tremendously for them with Lina just connecting at the last moment to just clean up the fights. I don't even know if they needed the Lina in the end. Maybe they needed her to kill the Mirana, but the fight was kind of already over by then.
Yeah. Huge set of mines being placed there, and between the mines and the Wukong's command, there was just a bit too much damage in that area. Unfortunately, the Naga just gets melted. Unable to finish off the Monkey King. I mean, it's not too bad of a use of the ultimate, and the whole time you keep mentioning this because it's so important. The Omni, he's just inching closer and closer to that Echo Saber timing that you mentioned. I think he already has it flying out to him on the courier, actually.
Yeah, Echo Saber shard with your level 10 talent, and you just see the supports disappear.
50 base damage is a butt ton as Beyond. Trying to chase out onto 999
He knows
here.
he needs to get the kill here.
Yeah, he's gonna try Starstorm with a double bounce through, but oh, Flyfly, big bad bodyguard, Monkey King. He's just gonna chase them away. Keeps his subjects alive there, rewarding them for their service. And
Ponlaw is going to steal.
oh, Ponlo, big thief. Whether he'll be able to get it done though. Lift back, oh, steal on the bomb. He's actually gonna kill 999. Oh
nice.
no, just out of range.
I mean, he still gets
The
the
taser. Yeah, and Ponlo will be able to grab that, but unfortunately ZZQ does go down. Ponlo, does he have a... He has a TP out of this situation, but he's just sticking around for now. Maybe wants to set up more mines in this area and perhaps catch someone off guard. Not really sure whether this is good use of his time though. I mean, the rest of the side of Kev, they're hunting with a smoke move. They're looking for Beyond. All they need is some vision for a glimpse. Oh, the Timber on the wrong side of those trees, and Undyne can't find him, unfortunately. Oh no. Just set up some vision before TPing out, and it'll instantly be cleared by 999. So, no wasted time, but not too bad. You stole the proxy mines, which is pretty neat, and now Moonlight Shadow looks like they want to make some sort of a move.
I mean, how are they going to start the fight? There's only
I have no idea.
I mean, level 1 live.
That's kind of the problem, right? With this last pick sniper, we were wondering whether they would pick a bit more control from their mid lane and they just go the complete opposite direction. And like we said, so much of the early game advantage is a very one-directional game plan. And right now, the map's all messed up. They kind of lost the plot and the sort of overall direction of the game so far. They just need to buy so much time for their sniper to come back, it feels like.
I mean, eventually you're gonna have to take a fight somewhere. You can't just dodge the whole time. You can't just give the enemy the whole map. You have a sniper, you have a timber, you have a naga. Like
Yeah.
the map is gonna be very small and it won't be enough for the street cores to survive together.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
What is this item? A Gleipnir complete for the Monkey King.
Yeah, he just wants to
Holy.
catch. Like he knows his job is to just play around the supports and set up kills for.
Dire's
I mean, the
bottom
Lina and
tower
the
is under
Omni are
attack.
the real carries.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because the way this guy is playing Monkey King, he kind of looks like a mid or even an off laner instead, right? He's playing active, he's getting utility, somewhat utility items. He's not too worried about his scaling, no Battle Fury, no Maelstrom, no need to deal with all that. He's not worried about the Naga, that's not his problem. Like you said, his real carry is the one we're looking at right now, this Butterfly Effect Lina, who also has that Gleipnir Boots of Travels.
I mean, Omni is also online right now with the shard. He just got
Yeah.
the shard, Echo Saber with the talent. He's gonna kill heroes easily now.
Well, let's see if he can find them. For now, Kev still swarming around this area, trying to set up an outcrop for which they can farm unsuspecting heroes. Let's see here. Okay, so what is the angle? Is there actually any move that Team Zero can make? Because like you said, there's like, how do they even start the fight? Right? It
They
has to
can't.
be some sort of lift. So what?
They have to
Moonlight
wait
Shadow.
for the enemy run into them so that they can actually counter play with the Rubik and Mirana.
Oh my god.
I mean,
they
there's
were-
only one stun. There's literally only a lift.
I mean, now they're trying to make the goal onto Undyne, but there's a Monkey King waiting right for them.
Look
And the
at what
Static Storm
happens
hold them in
if
place.
they try
Bye-bye,
to initiate.
Beyond. Just shredded down. Just pull back, and ZZQ is dead as well. 999 will grab that one on a mega kill streak on this techies. Already has the mech complete. That
I mean,
is a
they see a
decent
hero
time.
running up to them, but they have literally no disables to do anything.
Yeah. The literal disruptor just walks away. It's the most anticlimactic thing ever.
Radiant are scanning.
7E is in trouble. There's a monkey
Oh
here.
no. Started to chase
Smelling.
down. Guesses wrong
He
though.
smells the sniper here. He smells him.
No. His nose is gonna betray him, unfortunately. As Erika is still down here, but of course has the song in the safety bubble, so should be a bit meatier of a target to try and work through. They don't seem to know that the Naga's here. Now the Moonlight Shadow will try and set up for a move on the top side and also help Erika get out of trouble. Want to kill off all 11 here. Ponno and beyond. Is it gonna be enough? This Omni Knight is really tanky. He's just gonna turn around and TP out. And again, where is your control? Nowhere to be found on the side of Team
And
Zero.
look who's here.
Fly.
Shun
Good
Wukong is
Shun.
here.
Yeah? He's ready to dominate this area on the map again, make this place his territory. They will spot him with a nicely placed lane ward though, so they should know that he's in the area, and that's gonna make sure that Team Zero are well aware to retreat.
There's no TP on the timber.
Uh-oh.
They're actually gonna try to kill him. Okay?
Yeah.
Even enough damage.
They're setting
Yes,
him around. It's
Purification
just
on
this
Rubik.
tag team duo again. They're trying their best. Purification. The burst is pretty insane, but the Wukong's command comes out. Oh, you need that Jingu. The Chakram looking to cut him down. The last bit of damage. He's fine. Fly with a Purification. He's gonna live from this situation.
Tower is under
And the rest of the squad of Kev were just around, and Ponlo and beyond, they were so close. And Ponlo narrowly dodging out of trouble. They had that vision with the courier. They gotta watch out. The Monkey King courier is flying in as well. But now Roche, it's an easy grab for the side of Kev.
I mean, it was a valiant effort for them. You know, they knew that they had no choice but to try that dangerous play, which almost paid off for them.
Yeah.
Almost. And Ponlo is he's trying to do it. He has no TP, so I guess he's just chilling until the enemy leaves.
Yeah, not much he can do. I mean, he'll just sort of stick around, vibe out, you know. He's been doing that quite a bit in some of their losing situations as well. A 9k gold lead and an Aegis for the Monkey, allowing him to play even more fearlessly than he already has before. And Winter, I come back to you with a question of what the hell is this Naga supposed to do? I feel like this is a hero that we've seen so many of these teams pick. Well, maybe you can kill a Disruptor, that's pretty neat, and you'll have to try and TP out now, but the Gleipnir will put a stop to that. Yeah, just easy pickings. All you can do is split the map. All you can do is not even fight 5 on 5. What is the item timing? What's the hope here for Team Zero?
The hope is your enemy screw up.
I hope it's sniper high ground, I guess, at this point. I mean, with how fast you're conceding every area of the map that isn't your high ground. 70, he does have that Maelstrom complete now. Whoop-de-doo. Is that good enough? I don't really know. Double Wraith Band up as well. So in 5 minutes, he'll get double the stats.
Ho ho. 25
Yeah.
minutes.
Yeah, watch out. His armor is going to get +2, I think. Yeah.
Sad if
Yeah,
you're stuck in this
I
type
know.
of position. I mean, there's really not much you can do.
Yeah.
You
It feels
just
like
try
Team
to
Zero...
try to push out the side lanes, you
Radiant's
know,
top
get
tower
some
is
defensive
under
wards
attack.
up, or even you place wards that can stop people TPing in.
Yeah, Pono. We'll try and turn some damage out onto Undyne, but Butterfly Effect here to protect his poor little Disruptor. Turn around with the Dragon Slave. Undyne is ticking very, very low thanks to that Arcane Supremacy burn, but he'll be fine, able to salve up and finds another. It's very reminiscent of how Kev were playing in game number 1. The second they get an advantage on this Disruptor, they're just all over the map. 2 to 3 man death squads everywhere, just finding pick-off after pick-off.
Definitely helps when you're hit from the lanes.
Dire's bottom tower is
Story
under
of
attack.
this
Having
entire series so
Disruptor
far.
is just like the perfect perfect support for this type of games.
You know what's crazy? Both of us don't really have a lot of faith in this Disruptor, but the both times Kev have picked it, they seem to know something that we don't. They're able to set themselves up with a great laning partner in both the Weaver and the Monkey King, and they've just completely dominated. Like Team Zero, I don't know where they look for an opportunity on the map.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm afraid you were right about the high ground comment. I think that is the only thing that they can actually try and defend right now.
Yeah.
Nothing outside of the
Dire's
tier
bottom
3s
tower has fallen.
belong to Dire.
Safe, right? Like it's all given up. They just
It's all Radiant's territory.
true. A Tormentor looking to go down as well. Old 11 and Fly more than damage between the both of them, and it will be the most useless shard in the game.
Yeah, kind of agree with that.
Yeah. Yeah. This one is
Bottom
rough.
3?
Bottom
at
3
least.
for sure. I can't even think of one that's worse. I'm trying to.
Okay, that is.
Because I mean, some shots are worse because, you know, for example, if you're a support Tiny, the Tiny shot is kind of dog water. But on regular Tiny, it's fine, right? Support or Core Disruptor, if you ever play that for whatever reason, it's still kind of bad. Like, the Thunderstrike actually does nothing.
Okay, Bat Rider shot. Support Bat Rider shot.
Okay, yeah, but then again, on Core Bat Rider, it's lit.
Dire's
Right?
middle tower is
You
under
see what I'm
attack.
trying to say here? I feel like regardless of what position you put Disruptor on, this shot is just god-awful.
So you're
Increases the
telling
cast
me
range.
Bat Rider is meant for a hero.
Maybe. I kind of wish that was the case. I don't like this schemy off-lane support bat shenanigan. It feels kind of like playing cheat. I'm not gonna lie. You need to go in, you know. You need to have style on this Bat Rider in the mid lane as trying to hunt down ZZQ, who's under the cover of the Moonlight Shadow. He's so unsafe right now, but he's able to TP out, thankfully. I guess the one upside that you can no, it's not. I was gonna say it's decent for scouting, but you already have the techies for that. You literally don't even need it. It's kind of weird. I mean, glimpse, I guess. Okay, not like you have trouble doing that anyway. Smoke out from the sniper as well as the Mirana. Not really sure what they're on about.
He was just
Like-
trying to avoid death. Lina almost right-clicked the Mirana to death.
Oh my goodness. Pono's dead though, as Lina will right-click him to death. It's actually Undyne who gets that last kill. And Song able to fish Erika out of trouble. Preserving themselves for the most part here, but yeah, I mean, it kind of feels like Kev are in no rush at all to try and push this high ground, right? They can just keep cleaning up on the map like this. Narrow blink away from beyond, but still being chased through the trees. Fly, we'll start things off with a glide here. You don't want to be jumping around the woods, especially against a Timber. The last thing you want to do is get cut down. Start the chase out. Beyond gets tagged by the second Gladiator here. Butterfly Effect is in the picture. Silence up, auto attacks. Fly will get that kill.
Yeah, just very, very sad. Not much they can do, you know. Like, just this is the best they can hope for. Somebody's gonna die. You're gonna have the other heroes farming, rinse, repeat, try to cut the map with your
Yeah.
Naga illusions, and just hope for the best.
Yeah, and Kev
fingers
feel-
crossed.
Yeah,
High
I mean,
ground.
my fingers are crossed right now because this is looking like a very one-sided game. And I think, Kev, you know, it really feels like the only thing they're waiting for is this second Roche before they start
Radiant's
going
middle tower
full ham
is
again.
under attack.
I guess the upside, if we want to try and find... Okay, Winter, let's try and both find silver linings, okay? One by one. I know it's hard, but at least, silver lining 1, Team 0 have been in this position before, right? They literally just came off a game where they were able to come back in a crazy turnaround. So maybe 15k gold lead isn't anything too crazy for them?
You're
Dire's
coping.
top tower is under
I
attack.
might just be. I mean, that's all I can do right now, and I'm pretty sure that's what Team 0 are trying to do as well. Coming up here for this defense.
Scanning.
Say they want to set up and maybe catch out the monkey, but with his freshly picked up BKB,
Radiant's
doesn't
courier
really feel
has
like an
been
option,
killed.
especially with this high ground being controlled. Talked about both these teams being front to back, and when your front is kind of weak, there's not really anything else to play for. Caught out with the Gleipnir.
Dire's top tower
It's just a
is under
creep
attack.
though. They weren't able to get the snag onto the Naga Siren, unfortunately. All you can really do is try and clear creep wave with Shrapnel and Fate Bolt, which I guess at this stage of the game is enough.
They see the techies leaving. Maybe this is the opening they
Radiant's
need.
middle tower is
Yeah.
under attack.
45 situation. Maybe you make the goal onto the techies instead.
Nagas is dead.
Okay, well, yeah, they just get the touch out. Easy glimpse back and control. Butterfly effect and gang just surge forward, and they'll find Ponlo as well. Jump straight on the Rubik and make quick work of him. Poor little pause for 2, 8, and 2 this game.
Is under attack.
As Beyond
Radiant
desperately trying to push up the way.
structures
Oh,
are
70, 70. Oh my
Radiant's
goodness,
middle
not like
tower
this. Walk up to the high ground, get greeted by a sniper.
actually winning.
What a perfect little surprise. Fly. He's trying to stand his ground and fight, but oh, the Jingu, the lifesteal, yeah, you aren't winning that one. The second he gets his passive, it is curtains for you. Team 0 losing their position 1 and position 2 essentially for free.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
Money to
There is hope, you know. Sniper does a bit of the damage.
Yeah, a little bit.
I mean,
I mean, he does have the Nemesis curse.
On the high ground, the monkey can't do that to you.
Maybe, who knows? Maybe he just jumps by the sidelines and then
Radiant's bottom
jumps in,
tower
sets up a
is under
Wukong
attack.
right next to you, and then holds you in place with the Gleipnir, and then even if you're trying to threaten a kill on him,
Are
that's
you
what the Omni's
actually
for.
that PMA when you're playing your games? You're in this type of situation, you go to your team now. Don't worry, guys. There's always hope. They can do this. They can do
Dire's
that.
top tower is
Well,
under
okay,
attack.
look, I mean,
Dire's
there's
top tower
coping,
has fallen.
and then Sniper, to a funny extent, if you don't win the early laning stage, I feel like the only out for you is high ground. Right? That's the classic sniper situation. In fact, I think there are some sick freaks who like to play sniper just to lose early on, to play that PvE style defend the base forever type beat of a game.
Helm's
So,
Deep defense.
yeah, right? Like you literally, that's just your plan from the get-go. I mean, I know a couple of carry players who don't mind just getting screwed over in the laning stage so they can AFK farm the opposite side of the map. I mean, Naga Siren is a great carry to do that, so still have a chance here. I think, genuinely, it would require a serial, insane amount of mistakes from Kev, though, but they have already shown themselves to, you know, sometimes get a little bit cocky, a bit too big for their britches, running up on the Night Stalker in that game number 2, although maybe by now, in this game 3, they've learned their lesson.
Yeah, those are the mistakes that you only do once
Radiant's
a
bottom
day.
tower is under attack.
Maybe if the game is happening in another week,
Yeah.
you never
You
know.
know, a 1 or 2 day break, then your memory just resets like a goldfish and you're like, huh?
Yeah, all those
Oh,
mistakes
run high ground, run
stings,
high
you
ground.
know? Yeah, it's like a 24 duration debuff on
Yeah.
you, so you remember how you lost it.
I mean, the debuff duration, looking more like a buff duration with the way that they're piloting this game. 24-6 with a 20k gold lead. This is obscene levels of an advantage. And yeah, I mean, they are well equipped to actually... Look, okay, I'm gonna need to suss this out with you, Winter, because I'm not sure. How is their high ground push? Because it feels like you might need something like a Monkey King Agonyms, and then you send the clones up here. Oh, you might run into the Disruptor, but oh, they get the perfect setup! They had the vision in place, and now they have the full Wukongs onto the Naga. They'll start beating her to a pop. Ponlo just casually dies to the AoE damage, and now Mirana nowhere to run, chased down by Old 11. And you thought you were trying to find something, absolutely not. The door slammed shut on you.
perfect
Zerg.
voice line. You see that? They are trying to kill me. The disruptors.
They were. And they failed over and over, it feels like. Kev, just have Team Zero's number.
Sniper almost got constellation prize there.
Pog? What, a kill? Or
A kill on Techies. He was like 1v1ing the Techies and can't even finish him off.
Nemesis Curse Mjolnir Sniper with the Dragon Lance.
And he packs
Still
a punch, you know. This
He
guy.
does, he does. That's if he doesn't instantly die, is the problem.
He has no way of kiting, no escape item.
Is that the harpoon complete as well that I see on this Omni Knight flying out to him? Seems to be that way. Or am I tripping here? Did he just not go for the harpoon? Is he going for the Kanda instead?
It's probably the late game item for him.
Yeah.
I think he's definitely one of the top 3 Kanda users. I mean, Morphling plus Luna is definitely the first two.
Yeah.
And Omnia is like probably maybe
Kanda Sniper? Copium? That might be the only chance of approach this game. I feel like 70, you know, he hasn't really done anything this game. I argue to say even this was a very similar story in game 1, and we already talked about this mid lane matchup. Butterfly effect very much on a hero that can win him the damn game this
Radiant's
time.
top tower
He's the
is under
carry.
attack.
And he's gonna get that second Aegis for himself. You just look, I mean Winter, just look at the items. It's looking so rough. Like you have a Skadi on the Monkey, your Lina's got Satanic, Hurricane, BKB, Aegis, and Gleipnir. This guy's almost 6 stacks up, and I think some of the less successful Lina games that we've seen in the past, you said this is a hero that needs to hit her timings. I think she's early.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Isn't that like a good point about how hard is it to go high ground? Like even with someone like Alina, you can hit from far range, but you're still struggling. You're worried about going high ground.
That's true. I mean, also, I think, like you mentioned, the sniper kind of packs a punch now, and if he's in a position where he's not being focused down, he can actually do quite a bit of work. I wonder what it is, though. I wonder what it's gonna take for Kev to feel confident enough to try and breach out into that territory, because we already mentioned they've already claimed a large part of the map outside of the tier
Radiant's
3s,
courier
right? So at
has
what
been
point are
killed.
they going to be starting to push that even further?
They need to kill like heroes. I mean, their lineup is just much better at killing heroes, not killing buildings.
Yeah, true. I mean, the supports can't really contribute there unless you get a proxy mine in. Oh, they find the sniper straight in with the Gleipnirs. He's going to try and hold his ground, but you need the backup. There's none of it to be found. The Grease just can't do enough healing. BKB committed for Flyfly. Now, you jump forward with Beyond, but hidden away under the cover of the Glimmer Cape. He'll be fine. So,
Dire's top tower
okay.
is under
I mean,
attack.
that looked easy. Where's your high ground defense now? Meanwhile, they're actually TPing back to try and address the Naga. Seems like they've caught her out. Wukong's command out and just free kill onto Erica as well.
And surely this is the sign to push high ground. Surely.
Yeah. I mean, we didn't catch that on camera, but that was just another clean setup from Undyne. Being able to pick off that poor Naga Siren. Thought she was safe under the cover of her own ward. 999 now, playing around with the Timber, knows that his team is coming through for backup, which means Beyond just has to get the hell out of there. And 8 seconds without your sniper, you'll just go up onto the high ground. Butterfly effect starting to auto attack off and forcing that lead away from the Mirana. Quite a bit of damage to the tower now. Got the first glyph and the stolen Dragon Slave. That's a pretty big pickup from Ponlo. But yeah, held in place by the Gleipnir. Oh, here comes Old 11. He's hungry for some action, but we've seen him do this before. Can get troublesome. He's forced to pop the BKB and the Guardian Angel, which the Rubik promptly steals. So that'll be a great tool for them to use in the fights. Just like that, with the Naga Siren coming back and the glyph used, they will preserve their racks for now, Team Zero.
I feel like he just needs to like sit behind and just wait for the enemy to jump on the Lina.
Yeah,
and the monkey. Like if he does that,
that felt a bit like... That felt a bit
Oh
aggressive.
my.
You know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of Jabs. Like every single time they have an advantage, he just runs up the high ground for no reason on his offlane hero and just gives away. Like especially when he's playing something like a Dawnbreaker. And, you know, I love Jabs. He's one of my favorite players, which is why I even mentioned that. Because Old 11, he's got a bit of that craziness to him as well.
The off-laners, I think, that the other carries.
Yeah, it's a classic syndrome of off-lane carry syndrome. Yeah, it's a bit of a disease, actually, if you ask me. It's tough. But so far, it's working out for the Omni. He's doing very well, matching net worth with the Naga, which really puts into perspective how rough of a game this has been for Team Zero. Dual Moonlight Shadow to try and get Beyond out of here, but bashed up. Hidden in the under the cover. He's actually able to Timber Chain away. And Fly can't find him even with the gem. Can't jump in time and will lose sight of Beyond. Great escape there.
And there's no creeps, you know. Naga has already cut every single wave.
Yeah. It's a bit annoying, right, at this point, because Kev, it feels like you need to just get rid of this Naga first before you can really mount any sort of aggressive move. And Erika, credit where credit is due. Sure, he gets caught by the, you know, the Disruptor here and there, but oh my gosh, wait, I didn't even realize. Do you see the scoreline? What the heck? The Naga is 0, 7, and 3? Oh, it doesn't feel like it. I mean, the Rubik dies again. 7E, taking advantage of the Defender's Gate to try and find a good angle there, but it's just another easy kill for Old 11 to get. Oh my goodness, I mean, Erika is suffering. Yeah, the only person who's died more than the Naga is Ponlo. He has a buyback in this situation, but now your ranks are being pushed. Immediate boundless strike forward with the shot. Wukong's command set up and the sniper's just gone. 65 seconds without him. High ground defense who? High ground defense where? Team Zero, speak up because we just can't hear you right now. Didn't you defeat us 2-1 previously? Weren't you the favorites coming into this? Doesn't feel like it. Kev, they just take complete control of this game and I mean, one ranks down, they can look for our next.
There's nothing they can do without the sniper.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Where's your base defender? You have an outpost, but no one standing up there, you know?
Yeah, the Naga can't do shit in these situations. All they can try is to deward and push and try and clear creep waves and cut, but they're cleaning up onto your racks. Megas being threatened now. One last set, melting like butter. And Kev, make quick work of it. There just is no response because who starts the fight? GG is called. Yeah, Team Zero, they tap out. A very unceremonious ending to game number 3, especially with such an insane comeback that they managed to pull off. It's a bit disheartening to say the least. Here we were talking about, oh Kev, you know, their momentum is put to a halt, you know, they were riding this high off the previous series. And they just pick it back up. They don't care. They're not going to be dashed by a silly little comeback where they made a few mistakes. They just right back on track, steamroll straight through Team Zero, and now they're one game away from reaching the main event Swiss stage here.
Yeah, it's just very, very good play, you know, from the get-go. Like, doing really well in the lanes. Monkey Key definitely feels like he's the man of the moment in this game, you know, setting up so many kills for his team, and the way he itemized, the way he played, the way he just moved around, understood that he needed to be the core that's moving with the Disruptor and the Techies and giving the farm to the Lina and the Omni Knight the whole time. You know, I think that was only a play where you can make if you understand your hero very well.
Yeah. I think not just understand your hero, but it felt like everyone was on the same page, right? With this Monkey last pick, it did leave us with a bit of worries about the Timbersaw matchup. But like you mentioned, Fly, he's a master at that Monkey King, and he shows his prowess right there. It's high time, Kev. We're coming closer and closer to the end of the grand finals to find out who's representing China. And Kev are just one game away from smacking down Zero, who've had basically a flawless upper bracket run. Can they complete this 3-game win here despite losing one, or will Team Zero be able to find something in them and come back in this best of 5 series? Find out after a short break. Don't go anywhere. If Team Zero can't come back from this deficit, we're gonna have ourselves a winner for the Chinese close qualifiers here for Elite League. Permasneeze and Winter here bring you the action, and I mean, what a stomp from Kev, right? Picking that disruptor, we had our doubts, but Fly on that Monkey King last pick made fools out of them. Just monkeying around for the most part, jumping here, jumping there, beating them up with his staff. It felt like even a few opportunities that they had to try and get the kill went completely wrong, and Team Zero, they're gonna have to pick themselves out of the ground for this game number 4.
Last game was basically laning 101.
Yeah. Perfect. I mean, that's if you need sort of a bit of a lesson on how to maneuver a trickier situation, and go back to that replay, watch what I think some of the Kev heroes were doing, because that was some stellar stuff. And they were just hitting all the right notes there, and Team Zero, they are going to choose to ban out the Timbersaw coming into this game number 4 instead of picking it for themselves. So maybe, you know, they tried the same thing against Kev, giving the Timbersaw over. Didn't really pan out for them in that game number 1. They tried it themselves, didn't pan out either. Seems like Kev are well equipped to answer it. And Team Zero, they've felt very neutered on the mid and off lane for both these games. So they pick up the Mars for themselves here to start things off.
Yeah, this is sort of like a better complement to what 7E wants to do. I mean, he's drafting, right? So I feel like he
10
kind of
seconds remaining.
realizes that he needs to
Radiant
put the
team
offlaner on an
pick.
actual offlaner. Like he
Yeah.
needs to have some stuns, some team fight, some catch. So it's easy for him to pick his static playstyle hero so that he can keep farming and scaling. I think that's what he likes to do and what he thinks he's good at. So
Yeah.
right now with this type of opening, it definitely enables
10
his
seconds
playstyle
remaining.
to be more optimal in the team.
5
And Kev,
seconds
obviously
remaining.
they won their lane, so they're going back to the same thing: lane dominating supports.
Yeah. The Shadow Demon does slip through the ban, so it's been basically taken out in the past few games. Shows its ugly head here, and I mean, it's a great compliment to the Mars, right? Because you can basically set up a free spear with that disruption. I don't really know whether it constitutes as a kill lane, but if you can stack up that Shadow Poison, things can get really nasty. You did mention that 7E kind of styles himself more as a static sort of farming player in the mid lane, but I guess it's just a bit weird because he's taken on a completely different profile coming into this grand finals, as we're going to see the Pudge get slipped through as well. Quick picks come out, it's Lina and Pudge selected by Kev. But yeah, just to finish this point about 7E, like, when Team Zero was successful, the last time we saw them, he was getting active, man. He was on these Kottles, on these Quarps, Pango and Tiny, a couple of key heroes he played that banned out as well. I mean, when Team Zero look best when he's moving, but he just hasn't really moved for the past 3 games.
I think he's picking static heroes, so I don't know. I mean, the
Yeah.
Pango game is, I feel like, it's more about like the way he's looking at the game, like the way he's moving. Like he's not really
Yeah.
full-heartedly committing to move. Like
Yeah.
I remember
I
we
get what you
were discussing about when he moved to the bot lane. Sure, you know, like he missed the gank, but he needed to stay
Dire
around
team
the
pick.
off laner. So you farm around the jungle nearby instead of just walking back to your lane. So if something happens, you can't really do anything, you know, if you already walk back to your lane. Like he TP's bot and then he walks back middle. So the enemy sees him in mid and just goes on bot. And then your off laner just dies, you know.
Yeah, it's honestly a very weird situation. I'm not gonna lie,
10
like these guys are
seconds
pros, and I know better than to question them. But I think there were a lot of
5
moves that
seconds.
I
Pango
thought
was
we are
making in the
allowed.
game.
We are allowed to
Are we?
question them.
Are
are
we?
allowed to
Okay, then I'm
discuss.
gonna question him. That I don't know what was going on with that Pango. I'll be honest with you. And Team Zero, their Mirana 100% win streak is broken, but they do have one of the most broken heroes of the patch, this Lifestealer. Up against the Pudge, it should be a pretty good matchup if Old 11 wants to run it in the offlane again. And Shadow Demon
Time for
Mirana,
support
classic
Pudge.
combo.
Time for
10
support Pudge, I think.
seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
time
Lifestealer
for
is
support
like
Pudge.
probably one of the worst call it call matchups that Pudge has.
5 seconds
It's
remaining.
it's also an interesting pick because I kind of feel like you can't hook heroes out of the arena. So once you're caught in there, you know, it's not like your Pudge can really contribute to
But
saving you.
are going to dismember the Lifestealer in the team fights.
Sure.
So maybe you can be still useful in that way.
True. Yeah, we'll see what
And you get
they
the
go
shard,
for.
save your teammate.
True. The range on that is really short. Maybe you can just reach over the arena and swallow them, and then maybe that helps. I don't know.
Swallow them.
That's what you do, right? You hide in Pudge's belly. It's like a reverse infest. You're forced to infest him, which is a bit strange.
What happens if the Lifestealer has Aghanim's and he infested your teammate and you with the shard on the Pudge dismembers your teammate? What happens to the Lifestealer? that's gonna be
Is
the
he
next,
just locked in? Is he just locked in jail? Like,
that's like
is
the
he
next
just
trivia.
imprisoned inside the belly of? Yeah, I mean, in the past we saw all these like Pudge shenanigans with like the Life Stealer infest in, then Rot Radiance, all that stuff.
Radiant team back.
I don't know whether that's still going to be a factor, but okay. Tide Hunter is the selection here, so we only saw it successful in the hands of Irving in Team Bright. And it's going to be something that Old 11 picks up. This is a very Old 11 hero, so like you mentioned, the Pudge likely going to be in that position 5.
10 seconds remaining.
It's a good lane against Lifestealer. Because Lifestealer does very little
5
right-click damage, but he
seconds
attacks very
remaining.
quickly.
Dire team
And
Yeah.
with Kraken Shell, you pretty much block everything.
Yeah, you don't really care.
And
it's
you
also
can-
pretty
you're
decent into
kinda-
Mirana, right?
Yeah, you can also deal really well with the SD Mirana
Dire
combo because
team
you have
back.
Kraken again, you know, so you don't die.
Yeah. Kraken's just looking great in
Time
this
to
game.
ban all those break heroes, so they ban out the Primal.
Ban out the Viper, thinking.
Yeah.
Team
And then-
0 Viper, okay, 70.
And then
You
they
talk
come
about
up-
static heroes, that
Yeah.
works for sure.
And they come up with a mid hoodwink. Ah.
Yikes. It's still
10
available.
seconds remaining.
I think I saw a mid hoodwing, but I don't know whether that was a pub or whether that was a
I
pro
mean,
game. Surely
you know,
not a pro
we
game.
actually have a mutual friend that likes to play mid hoodwink.
Do we?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll have to ask you who that is, but later on. I mean, mid hoodwink has its merits this game. You have the sticky bomb to try and find her in the trees, and the ravage is going to be a problem, but I'm not going to hypothesize more about it just because I don't think it's a thing. What other options do we have here? Let's see. What heroes are available?
For the
Well,
carry,
the-
for Kev
Radiant
against
team
Lifestealer.
ban.
I guess so. You could go... Terrorblade's
The
a bit
Void?
too rough into
I mean,
Shadow
Faceless-
Demon.
Faceless Void is still
Yeah? Yeah?
available.
They ban out
you can-
Morphling and Weaver.
Against Lifestealer, so Lifestealer core to core
Radiant
matchups. Let me
team
think.
pick.
Let me think.
Troll Warlord?
Troll, yeah, Troll.
Use the Gush
not?
minus armor. Kind of annoying into Shadow Demon Mars though. But pretty strong laner to pair up with the Pudge. And can really set up kills early on.
10
Medusa.
seconds remaining.
Medusa has to be one
Perhaps.
of the. I mean, you're up against Arena though. That's the
5
annoying part, and
seconds
that's a
remaining.
disrupt.
Arena and Shadow Demon. I feel like Shadow Demon is so annoying of
I mean,
a pick
that's,
because
uh,
it feels like it just walls out so many carries.
How about Wind
Marcy
Ranger?
carry.
Wind Ranger carry. You like Wind Ranger carry?
Ooh. Yeah, I like that. I mean, it's kind of cringe because you can't walk out of the arena, but other than that, I think it's fine, right? Wait, Wind Ranger into Shadow Demon? Doesn't he just press ulti and you lose?
I know.
Okay. Is there a chance that this is a Kev mid pick for Butterfly Effect here? Because we've seen them allow for this Lina to be flexed. We'll see. Kev, they got... What in the shit? Okay, full tempo mode. Or Pudge mid Lina carry? What am I watching? I mean,
I think MP's carry. I feel MP's the carry
okay. You think so? I feel like we haven't seen NP carry in so
because
long.
it's
though.
the lane is Nature's Prophet with Pudge, so you have Sprout Hook. I think that probably is the
Oh,
combo.
that's true. That's true.
And
but you
you
have the
kind of match
disruption.
up well against Lifestealer later when you have the Sprout talents and whatnot. You can block him because Lifestealer doesn't build Battle Fury, so you can maybe use it to
Yeah. He has to hang on to that Quelling Blade for a very uncomfortable period
like
of
there's
time.
no
throughout
way.
the game.
It's like no way if it's a 40-50 minute. There's literally no way.
Okay, so they run
Life
things out with the
stealer Slada.
Slada. Okay, classic little combination here. It's going to be a mid Slada, so pretty interesting that that's what they've decided to go for. But 7E, he's gonna bring his stylings to the mid lane up against Butterfly Effect, who has already trounced him once with this Lina pick against a sniper, which we thought was gonna be a winning matchup. You know, we know nothing about matchups. I think that's the reality, unfortunately. But now
Blame
Lifestealer
the
has
low
two.
support players. You know, we are just lowly
True.
support players. How?
Yeah.
how
We're
you
just
expect us
scum.
to-
We're scum of the earth. We're no mid hoodwink specialist pickers. Those people would surely know about matchups. I'm sure. Okay, but matchups. This game number 4, Team 0, 1 game away from losing. Do you think they have what it takes in this draft to bring it back up against Kev?
Yes, let's go.
Okay, confidence. What or do you just want a game 5? Is that what this is?
I just want to spend more time with you.
Oh.
That's
So sweet.
That's about it.
Look at how our relationship has blossomed from the depths of despair in day 1 to flaming each other in day 2, and now we're just BFFs. Look at us.
Yeah, day one, someone just You know, when AFK, you know.
Hey, that's past us now. We've moved on. Here we are, grand finals. I mean, a lot has happened throughout the past 3 days, and I think it's really helped these teams prepare for this moment. But in a funny twist of fate, the fact that Kev got knocked down to the lower bracket and had that prep game against Eagle, sure, at some point it's going to start feeling a bit tired. They're going to start feeling the fatigue and the tiredness, but kind of feel like those 2 wins against Eagle taught them quite a bit about what they need to prioritize in their lineup. And
They seem to find MP as the replacement to the Monkey King. I think
Yeah.
Fly he realizes the way he needs to play in this game, he needs to like kind of help the other 2 cores because 11 is very greedy. He doesn't like to move, and with Butterfly Effect playing a more greedy hero, which means that his safe lane hero has to be someone that can play with the 2 supports. So the 3 heroes moving is actually Fly plus the 2 supports, and MP is
Yeah.
kind of the same with the
yeah,
Monkey
we got
King.
I mean, Pudge, techies,
That's
and
the
Nature's
formula.
Prophet.
When you find the formula, you stick to the formula and you
Yeah.
don't change the formula.
Yeah, and you lock the formula away in a safe in the back of the sort of the house, and you never let anyone
30
get
seconds
that
to
secret
battle.
recipe.
No, I would hide it in the most obvious of places, the most dangerous place, the place that you would think there's no way he hides it there. Just in front of everyone's
Like-
eyes, you know.
Like in your wallet.
No, in the front door, you know, in the front porch, you know. People would not expect you
Oh
to
yeah,
hide.
it's funny.
Like,
You just
you
hang
know,
it.
people
You
put
just hang it on the
keys-
wall or something.
They hide the keys under the rack to
Oh,
open
true,
the door,
true.
and people would not expect like, well, who the hell actually puts the keys
The
under the
battle
rack in front of the door?
begins.
Nobody, right?
That's true.
And you do that.
I used to put my keys in my shoe. Is where my keys were at. Like right outside my house as well.
Why
so
would you
realistically,
torture yourself? Why?
no, as in not while I'm wearing them. Like in a shoe. Like
Shoebox.
you thought I was just walking on them for fun.
Well, that was what it sounded like. My keys on my shoes while I go out and have my chicken rice, and then I'm always
Yeah.
thinking about, oh, my keys. Where's my keys? Oh, they are in my shoes.
Yeah, I can tell because it hurts like shit. Well, this mid lane, once again, need to let everyone know and preface this by saying we don't know anything about matchups, but my little silly monkey pulse 5 brain thinks that this should be pretty good for the Lina, no? Like Butterfly Effect, he should be able to keep his distance, and the lane is a bit too short for 7E to really chase her down.
Yeah, but you have the water buff on this hero.
True. I mean, it's gonna help you survive against some of the harass, but whether or not you're able to make anything
You know what's the
happen is,
strat? The Lina's gonna always push the lane. You're not holding the.
Oh,
So he-
true. Yeah. You
he's
don't
not
want to. You kind of need to reverse it. Oh, Pondo, last auto attack, Fly will land it, and again, Pondo is the one to give over first blood. Very unfortunate that it's
The
Undyne and
Sprout
Fly
hook.
attack team
You
up.
see that Sprout?
It's too
hook,
good.
Orb of
It's too
Venom.
good. Yeah.
Orb of Venom. Never seen this item for ages.
Dude, this is such a build on this Pudge, man. I love it on Undyne. It's bringing us for a little bit of a spicy selection, and 7E already struggling in this mid lane already. Oh, I thought he was dead. I'm not gonna lie. Just narrowly missing that Dragon Slave, unfortunately.
I mean, funny
Still-
you look at the mid lane, you know, look at the 4 wards in the mid lane.
Yeah, the full focus there. From the start of this matchup, we already said it was going to be a focus there in Pondo. I mean, right now they're focusing on him. One last auto attack, TP in front of his face. Where you running, buddy? You're dead! Last auto attack, finds it. And Beyond can't really do anything to help. It's so weird because you think Shadow Demon Mask, not too bad of a laning combo, but you're an NP Pudge. That's disgusting. They're going to start running up into you. 5-4
Nice
spear
spear.
back, nicely done. Undyne in a bit of trouble now, has tanked a bit too much damage. And you gotta wonder what that Pudge was thinking, because that's the only move the Mars could have made
No.
to punish him.
The Pudge wasn't thinking.
He clearly wasn't. Yeah. He dropped the brain down. He's level 30 Grandmaster Pudge. He doesn't even think anymore about the plays. He just feels the momentum of the game.
All about instinct, you know? Like in
Yeah.
pubs, there's a lot about instinct. You win games with good instincts.
Yeah. We'll see whether... I mean, those good instincts cause him to get speared to the tower and die. So, Kev, they need to keep an eye out for that. The last thing you want is to still give Beyond a nice chunk of change, even though you're getting an advantage on your Prophet. Because level 6, I mean, there's still the potential that the Prophet gets burst 100 to 0 if he's not getting his farm.
I just want to remind you, pubs and team games are different. So the
Sure.
same instincts doesn't apply.
Fair, yeah. You need to kill all those pup instincts because they're not gonna help you here.
By not playing pups,
Yeah, the Kuroki way, right? Like, is what people always blame him for.
you have to play, but you have to have a separate
A secret account, yeah, that
separate
nobody
PC.
knows
No,
about
you
for
need to
10
have a
years.
separate mindset when you're playing. Oh, this is just a pub. I'm just doing this for fun. Then when it comes to the team games, you don't remember whatever silly thing that you did that worked in a pub that felt so good. You forget everything.
Yeah.
That's
I don't
tough.
even know if you're kidding, because that sounds like, I mean, getting
I'm,
stuff from
I'm totally dead serious. Like you,
Okay.
you need to be able to
Okay.
differentiate.
Radiant's courier
Am
has
I
been
playing
killed.
Dota or am I playing Dota?
True, yeah. A little bit of Dota being played right now. Double blast off. Beautiful setup from 999 as Erica just gonna get run down by Old 11. They do get the return kill. ZZQ able to trade out on the techies, but it is not a fair one by any stretch of the imagination.
Oh no, Fly, he's here.
No! 70! No!
Is under attack.
One right click. Thank you so
So-
much. Collecting the bounties.
It's so easy. It looks so easy the way that Kev are moving on the map.
Because you know why? They understood the formula. Fly knows the formula. They
Yeah,
have
Fly
found
gets
the
it.
formula.
Yeah, and they are hanging
Oh,
at
no,
the front
another
door,
one.
and it's not even like,
Sprout.
oh, the hook out. Polo, you need to run. Buddy gets speared, keeping Undyne away, but Beyond can't even follow up, dominating on Fly. This Nature's Prophet is on fire. This last pick is really paying dividends for them. He's already 4-0, my god, and he's still beating on the Beyond under his own tower, mind you.
He has 1 point in bulk work just to deal with the MP. Oh my.
Just blocks out that forward-facing damage, right? What can you do? It's Struggle City on this Mars, and I think it's a sign of the times. Team Zero, it feels like they need this Slada to get early and get active. I think the build for mid Slada when it was briefly
Radiant
popular is
structures are
you rush Blink
fortified.
after phase boots and then you just immediately get shot, right?
Lifestealer, Erica. Oh my
Oh,
god,
is he dead
Watermelon
again?
running at the Lifestealer.
Yeah, Erica, he's able to rage out, but I'm not sure whether that's going to block the damage. 999 taking quite a
Wow.
bit. The hook
The
from
sniper.
downtown. Undyne just finds him. That's that instinct, and not the Dota instinct, but that's clearly the type of instinct that gets you a kill on Erica, which is like, that's free, baby.
Runes. I mean, the Slada is actually not doing as bad as I think he would.
Yeah.
25 against 39.
It's
And
just that first death, right?
I mean, net worth
It's,
wise, he's not even that.
Dire's
Dude, last game the
structures
sniper
are
was
fortified.
half
Okay.
of the net worth of the
True.
Lina at like, what, 5 minutes?
Okay, but for what it's worth, the sniper can farm a lot faster in the jungle than the Slada.
Slada farms
Right.
heroes. He doesn't
Okay,
farm
Pono is
jungle.
dead again. Pono 0, 4, and 1 now. He has not had a good time this entire series. Had a decent sort of comeback on the Rubik stealing key spells, but even in that game, he was suffering in the laning stage. And I can't help but feel like Kev, across the board, they've just been out-laning Team Zero.
You're supposed to support your friend, you know.
I am. I'm casting his game, man. I wish nothing but the best for Pondo, but at the same time, it's I gotta tell the truth, right? Right now, it's not looking too good for Team Zero, and it's already a 1k gold lead isn't too
70.
crazy, but I feel like Kev, they can play at an insane tempo.
As a punch.
Mid lane,
That's
dying.
a
Dude,
punch.
wait, what is he diving the tower? Patch techies. I mean, they're doing.
Dire's
Oh, Laguna. No, oh, Fly does go down though.
Radiant's bottom tower
I think that was
under
a
attack.
not even an arena use, but probably just catching him off guard at low HP. So big pickup. Maybe the game isn't over just yet, right? They have some chances, and they have some opportunities to make moves as well.
Yeah, Undying. TP's Detector Wisdom Rune. Pono picks up the
Radiant's
other.
bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, Nature's Prophet as a core is just easy to kill no matter what, because you don't have any way to escape. So whenever you
Yeah.
get caught in a bad position, you're more or less gonna die. You know, he's really good when you're on the aggressive side, when you are running, TPing in and running in for kills. But when
Mhm.
you're getting dove on, then the hero feels really bad.
Seems like Undyne just TP'd out of some trouble, going back to base to reset there.
And this
And,
Tide
you know,
is just having a good old time against this Lifestealer.
he doesn't even care, dude. Old 11's bossing up on him. He's just standing there, not even auto-attacking, just to
I mean,
taunt
you
him a little
know
bit
the
here and
lane
there.
has gone so well when there's only 1 point in Kraken.
Yeah, true. It's not concerned at all. Can just completely ramp up that farm with the 3 levels in Anchor Smash. Aren't really any stacks for now for him to go back
Dire's
to,
middle
unfortunately.
tower is under attack.
Just one of the Ancients. Hondo stealing away the Arcane Rune, looking for the setup. An arrow
Nice
from
body
downtown lands onto Butterfly Effect. Beautiful body block, but the hook out of trouble. Can Butterfly get out of here? No, ZZQ with the chase down in Starstorm. Perfect stuff from the trio of Team Zero to make things happen.
That is such an important kill there for them. I mean, they're gonna need to do that a couple more times. Yeah. I guess one more, if they can get the Lina once more, then the game is gonna be starting to stabilize for them.
Yeah, she's still at the top of the net worth, which I'm sure she's very, very happy about. 4.2k, right neck and neck with the Tidehunter, who have just both had swell games, and the Lifestealer is the big person suffering here. And not looking quite as strong as some of these other appearances that we've seen from this hero.
Is under attack.
But maybe he can just get involved with some kills, right? You know, early infest onto the Slada with a blink, contribute to the team fights a little bit with that Ghoul Frenzy level 3 Hog.
A soldier's fortune.
Radiant's
Just wait for
bottom
the
tower
dagger
is
on
under
Beyond.
attack.
That's when the Lina is going to be an easy target. I feel like I always see like all these Linas being far ahead, and they just die. You know, one stun they have it. So no matter what, it's going to be easy to kill them.
It's starting to
That
get
was
things
a
going here.
strange hook, but yeah.
Yeah, I think it just doesn't miss the mark there. ZZQ able to pounce down onto the low ground, but 7E slowed to a crawl. Still trying to hide away thanks to the Moonlight Shadow, and he will be able to make a clean escape. Old 11 tried to spit some water at him, but that's where he's the most comfortable. Running out of that sprint. Oh, Trouble City now. Up to this high ground, trying to get the double stun, but not allowed. 7E will unfortunately just go down to the tentacles there. The Ravage committed for him.
I mean, it would be so funny if you gush the Slada and the Slada gets the buff.
I mean,
underwater.
technically, you've just wet him. By right, he should be moving a lot more slippery, in my opinion, at least.
Dota doesn't.
Yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame.
I mean, if Dota ever worked that way, it would actually mean that Lina can never do damage to Morphling.
Yeah,
How can you burn water?
true. Yeah, a lot of elemental things that come into play as well. But of course, that's not how Dota is designed, and thank God for that. I feel like people will be very mad at Ice Frog, and maybe pick Lina against him because that's what will work. Bit of a pause here. Seems like Ponlo's having some issues, unfortunately. Some color going out, yeah. I mean, you already mentioned it. Winter wouldn't be a Chinese Dota match if there weren't any colors. Now, a quick question about the state of the game here. They've managed to get a couple of openings on Team Zero, set up with the Slada. I mean, he does end up going down, but that's a Ravage committer and quite a bit of time, right? So, some space now for Erika to work. He's still trailing very far behind along with the Slada, but I kind of feel like Team Zero, they could band together from the 10 to 15 minute mark and actually try and get some kills with their ultimates.
Yeah, the Slada amplify damage works really well with the Lifestealer plus the God's Rebuild. They do a pretty decent amount of like physical damage. I mean, Lina doesn't stand a chance. Like the Lina can be 3,000 net worth, you know, ahead of like your cost, you know, but she still dies in one amp and one stun. And she's gonna have to play really careful. Like I think the shard from the Pudge is gonna be very key at keeping her alive. And then you have the Ravage, obviously, to protect her in the team fights. I think those are the spells that she has to be very, very constantly looking out for to protect herself, and just be level-headed. You know, when you're sieging the towers, you can't afford to be, oh, I'm going in for this kill. You know, instead of just like finishing the tower or finishing the initial kill.
Yeah, we'll see. Definitely a lot more consideration on the side of Team Cat. The calls that they pick can be killed at any point in time, like you mentioned. So nothing, can't go too crazy with it. We already saw a bit of zaniness with the Pudge and the Techies just diving tier 1 at like, what was like 6-7 minutes.
Yeah, Nature's
Yeah,
Prophet and
actually got the
Luna
kill.
practically the same type of hero.
Yeah.
Just glass
Birds of
cannon
the same
singer.
feather. Yeah. A double up into this, I'm wondering, Kev, is there any specific timing that they're trying to hit? Is it the first few items that you're looking at? Gleipnir for the Lina is what you always say, and what about for Prophet? Is it a Gleipnir as well?
Dire's top tower is under
Probably
attack.
same build.
Okay.
Yeah. And then at some point they're gonna have to buy. I think you need to buy like what Swordcrest Greaves on your supports to give armor. They're gonna have a Glads on tight, so that's nice.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Okay. Everything
They're
coming
gonna have
together
to
for
just-
this timing.
Address all this minus armor later.
Just feel that way. Lifestealer still trying to work his way up to an armlet. He definitely needs that chunk of armor. Can't afford to go the Radiance this game, it feels like. Beyond.
No way he gets Radiance this game.
Yeah, no, this game
He's gonna buy
it's suicide. He's gonna regret it for
want
sure.
Desolator AC.
True.
Double
So the Mars is 100 gold away from the Blink.
Dire's
So once
middle
that's
tower
online, we
is
might
under
see a
attack.
bit more action from Team Zero. Maybe set up for defense on this tower. Old 11 has yet to be touched up here in this top side. Now,
Oh, bot lane. Disrupt.
trying to get the touch. Yeah, they managed to get the disrupt, but instantly the TPs come through and instantly cancel as well. Kev, the scare tactics work out in their favor.
Space.
Yeah. I mean, it just depends on what Team Zero can do in this situation, right? Because you've basically taken a bit of a rotational advantage. You know that those TPs were
Dire's
committed
top
as
tower
well.
is under attack.
What else can you find here? He's using the Treants to scout, so Ponlo can't get the sneaky jump on him anymore.
The prize is mine.
They're gonna move with the smoke right now. If they can actually find a kill into the tower mid, that would actually be really nice for them. This is their timing. I mean, Ravage is up. I mean, if they can also fight with the Ravage, that would be
Radiant's
nice
middle
for
tower
Team
is under
Kev.
attack.
Yeah. They're trying to use Slada as a bait because Slada is just inches away from his own Blink Dagger, so maybe trying to lull Kev into a false sense of security. There's so many mines just littering the mid lane though. Can't help but feel like Kev will know something's coming if Team Zero step out of line.
Radiant
Still trying to
are
swarm
scanning.
over this bot side area, but nothing to be found as a scan just doesn't connect on anyone as well. The Prophet was there, but like what, 30 seconds ago, so missing the timing and opportunity there.
Yeah, Team Zero doesn't really want to go to the tide right now. They know that it's very hard for them to kill the tide until they have the break mechanic on the Shadow Demon.
Yeah. And the only thing stopping Tide from rotating is the fact that he's yet to finish off.
Oh, the only
Finish his
thing,
business
the
up
only
here,
thing
right?
stopping him from rotating is himself. He just wants to sit there.
Oh, you think so? I thought he would want to
Radiant's
stick
bottom
around
tower
until
is
he
under
kills off the
attack.
tower.
Yeah, probably. I mean,
Yeah.
he's waiting for his team to come over, but I feel like right now they don't feel comfortable because the MP and Lina, they don't really want to like show up and hit your tower. They're still like looking to farm and get to their next timings, and it's gonna be a
Dire's
slower
top
game right
tower
now,
is under
which
attack.
kind of benefits the Team Zero lineup. I feel like if they get to their like BKB starter, you get the Desolator on Lifestealer, you're gonna just have an overwhelming amount of damage in the team fights.
Dire
I feel like
are
it's Lina and
scanning.
MP are just gonna die in one or
Radiant's
two shots from
bottom
the
tower
Slada
is
and the
under attack.
Lifestealer. I mean, this is a very
Dire's
classic
middle tower
Slada
is
combo,
under
Slada
attack.
Lifestealer.
Yeah. I think it's the default Lifestealer combo. In fact, when people think about
Is that the
Lifestealer.
default?
No?
Isn't, like Storm the default. Storm Lifestealer.
I mean, I guess from the off lane, right? It's just these blink stunners, and for the most
Radiant's
part,
top
it is
tower
Slada
is
because he
under
can go
attack.
in over and over and over.
yeah,
And he works so
physical
well with the
damage.
Lifestealer compared to something like a Sand King or a Centaur.
Easy shot.
Blink and you'll miss it. With all the slowness that has engulfed this game right now, the goal lead and the early lead that Kev has managed to garner for themselves, it's being caught up to. The Team Zero cores are finding their way on the map, and they're not necessarily trailing
Dire's
as far
top
behind
tower
as
is under
Kev might
attack.
feel.
Yep, Moonlight. They definitely don't feel like they are behind. They're here to fight.
Yeah.
I mean, Erika feels like even though he had a pretty bad lane, but as long as the Slada's with me with the M damage, I'm gonna be able to output a significant amount of damage still to overwhelm the Lina and the MP. As long
I
as
mean,
the
they would
punch is
love
not
to-
around to hold me down, you know.
Oh, you see that little puddle there? Oh, ZZQ going down to a hook there, it seems like. Just the mid lane ward spotting him out, unfortunate. Just the Nature's Prophet ulti rings through. And Team Zero, they're back up for now, but yeah, I mean, just 100 gold to the shard, and I feel like this Slada's burst potential is actually going to be
Dire's
pretty
top
significant.
tower has fallen.
Denied.
And Tide is gonna have dagger to kind of counteract it. I think before the BKB timings on Mars and Slada, this Tide is going to still be pretty scary in the team fights to protect the
Dire's
MP and the
middle
Lina,
tower
especially the
is under
Lina.
attack.
And
He has the
999.
gold for his
Ponlo.
999. Blast off to the low ground. Nice try from Ponlo to interrupt that, but straight into the waiting arms of Erika and bursted down. Doesn't stand a chance in that situation. The Tide Hunter actually has enough gold for the blink, and yeah, he will commit to buy it. So he gave it a little bit of thought whether he could
Dire's
afford to go
middle
for something
tower
like the
is
Veil
under
instead as an intermediary, but
Radiant's
decides
bottom
against it.
tower is
Oh,
under
ZZQ.
attack.
Ooh, a lot of damage on this Mirana. Not a lot of HP on this hero.
Yeah, the patch shot is going to be online soon.
Yeah. Lines being drawn there by the techies. He knows exactly where the Team Zero heroes are congregated around. And Kev, they don't seem too bothered about this game state. I mean, the Nature's Prophet and Lina are still farming away towards that timing that you mentioned. It almost feels like it's mandatory for them to get that Gleipnir before they really want to start going. And Manta being queued up now by Fly.
Dire are scanning.
Something to dispel the starter corrosive haze. I still feel like
You
he's
think-
just gonna die.
Radiant's top
In
tower
one
Do you
stun.
think the Tide Hunter is bought? Because if I was playing Tide Hunter, I'd be a bit bored too. I'd be like, yo, I want to use Ravage, guys. Can we do something here? Like, we have techies, we have hope, we're so strong, let's get this mid tower. And that's exactly what they'll do now, but it doesn't seem like Team Zero are in any position to respond. We'll just have to give this one up pretty easily. But yeah, Old 11, he's gotta be itching for some action. I know I would be.
Yeah, they don't really want to give up like too much position on the map, you know. That's why they're constantly making sure that the waves are pushed out first before they try to engage. And probably the Lina also feels like without the BKB, she might just die, you know. Like, so now she has the BKB. So now
Catching out the techies here in this mid lane. Beautiful arrow from range. I mean, ZZQ has been on the money with these. And the setup, more than anything from Team Zero, has been superb. Tested up onto a wolf. They'll just jump straight onto Undying. Immediately gets the dismember, but the spear able to connect and kills off that punch. So a quick pickup on both the supports. They have their eyes on the Old 11, but it's a huge ravage. The Slada's in trouble, just Laguna bladed down. And the Gleipnir onto 2. Trouble City now as Old 11 gets a damage reduction onto both of them. Pono, he still has a disruption and narrowly saves Erika's life there. Butterfly Effect and Fly, they were thinking about chasing further, but not gonna risk that TP into dark territory.
Fly TPing in for the rune.
Oh, looking for the shield. Denies that from the side of Team Zero, and they still chase on further. Old 11 able to just get that gush off onto Ponlo. A disruption available, and I mean, Ponlo should be able to just walk this one off, so he'll be fine. Nothing else to offer up here after that initial Gleipnir.
Yeah, now Ravage is down. I feel like it's time for them to
Go again.
Rosh? Maybe they can go Rosh.
Yeah, the minus armor is pretty significant, although
Beyond
really
has
sure whether they
BKB
have
as
the
well.
position for
Maybe
it.
they're gonna just look to fight with the BKB. It's a pretty huge timing.
Beyond is doing pretty well for himself, all things considered. On this Mars, he might just be the hope that gets him back into here. The team fights just have to be sublime onto these two range cores. The arena can do so much work. But
Radiant's middle tower
that's
is
true.
under attack.
The Ravage is still off cooldown, for which it is another 70. You have a 1 minute opening now.
Radiant
The
are
last little bit
scanning.
of nighttime.
Radiant's middle
Scan
tower is
connects
under
though,
attack.
Kev. They read this move cleanly. They know exactly what Team Zero are trying to do in this instance.
Dire's
I mean, they're
bottom
under a
tower
ward,
is
so-
under attack.
Yeah.
They see the patch. I want to go on him. The average is still on
Yeah.
cooldown, 50 seconds.
Radiant's middle tower
Just an
is
easy
under
D-Ward
attack.
Beyond will just slide right through and kill off the techies, trying for the 4-staff away, but 999 in trouble. They see the parts, like you mentioned, and he just gets melted. It's a lot of damage back the way of these two supports, Pono and ZZQ, but now they're trying to set up on the Old 11. I don't think this is actually a kill that you can get, especially Fly TPing in now.
Radiant's top
We'll just
tower
have to back
is under
up and
attack.
settle for this tier 1 tower, but all things considered, Team Zero, they're starting to strike back.
Lifesteal's
middle
feeling
tower is
he's
under attack.
strong enough, you know, as long as the
Radiant's
Mars has
middle tower has
BKB, he
fallen.
feels like he has the confidence to initiate with the arena. And Lifesteal just doesn't mind like fighting all the time. Like he doesn't really need too much items because of the corrosive haze. He just needs to be able to enable his team to get into the team fights and win them and jump on the supports. I think Pudge is always going to be the first hero that you want to take down in the team fights because he's the only one that can stop you when you're rage.
The burst damage coming out from the Slada is really meaningful now, especially with that shard complete. And he's going to work his way towards the BKB. So not going to be greedy with the Aghanims. Understands his situation in this game. He just needs to hold people in place for Erika to do the damage. And that should be enough. At least that's the hope.
Yep, tight.
Ravage back
Tight
up.
as Ravage again. Time to go.
Yeah.
Like they're really vibing to win a team fight and go into Rosh. Like both teams want to do the exact same thing right now. One pick off into the Roshan.
Very different styles of heroes, but fundamentally they're still trying to achieve the same game plan. Smoking up now. Kev, the two supports served them well in the early stage when it was laning and chaos, but now in these sort of more collected fights, it's a bit hard for the Pudge to find his mark. ZZQ will just run into the entire squad. And I guess that's not too bad because you break the smoke, but is that going to be enough of an opening for Kev to head into the Roche? It seems like that's the case. They'll just storm right in there.
It's gonna be a bit tricky though. It's just 20 seconds, and they don't really have that much minus armor outside of Rush. I mean, they're gonna try it.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a bit risky. Let's see if they have enough damage with the Lina.
I guess they're gambling that Team Zero are not going to contest, especially if that Moonlight Shadow used, right? Because even if the Mirana respawns like, what, in 3 seconds, you're going to have to get a perfect setup with the arena. They're still smoking up, but I can't help but feel like they're a bit too late. The Aegis will go over, likely to butterfly effect here.
Let's see if they still decide to take the fight. I mean, they think that they're still strong. Like, a Lifestealer is pretty hard to kill with the armlet SNY.
Oh, everyone retreating.
Oh no,
Lina
they're gonna
showing, and
see
they're
the
trying to
TPs.
wrap around now in this bot side. Straight up, the Slada Crush. Doesn't actually connect though, but they have the touch out onto old 11. It could be a very meaningful kill on this Tidehunter. It's a lot of HP to work through, but they will still find their mark and at least get that pick off.
Yeah, he kind of got left behind there.
And he
I mean, not
kind of
the-
decided to stay behind, to be fair.
Yeah, he was gonna finish the 2 ganks before.
Oh, the arrow. Oh, not the arrow, sorry, the spear, but the hook back to safety. Butterfly effect. Undying has his back. And now 999 being hunted down by ZZQ as well. Has a whole arm. Whoa, where did these guys come from? The treants out of nowhere. I feel like I haven't seen those in game when Nature's Prophet's picked anymore. And 999
Everybody
able to
just
walk
goes
his way
stats,
out.
right?
Yeah,
that's
right. Oh, 7E spots him with the daytime vision as his eyes on that juicy techies will just blink through and pop open with that life stealer intact. Just crush out onto Kev as well. They can't actually fight. They're starting to bleed some kills here.
Yeah, that's the power of the Slada with the Lifestealer. I mean, they're just running around the map way too quickly. It's very hard to keep track of them and push out the waves at the same time. I mean, with the tide down as well, it gave them so much confidence of running wherever they want. I feel like Kev has to start to ball up. They need to actually just ball up together. Maybe let the MP... I'm not sure, Lina has travels, MP has global TP. Both of them don't really want to be in the fight, but I feel like they have to be together.
Yeah.
If
I
you
mean,
split,
this
you're gonna
splitting
die.
yeah, it's not doing them any favors, right? Team Zero are doing well to set up these kills with the arrow, with the spears, and the crushers. And that's kind of what their lineup excels at. The 5v5 team fight might not necessarily go their way if they can't find the Slada connection. But if you're just leaving your 2 little heroes around here, sprinkling some carries here, it's a lot of space for them to work with. And the shard going Undyne's way, so we get that dismember save like you mentioned. But on the flip side, ZZQ has his own shard now, so quite a bit of Starstorm damage coming out.
I mean, once they have all their BKBs up, actually they already have it. Slada has BKB, Mars already has BKB a while. I feel like the Ravage is not really that big of a threat now. And they just maybe need to wait out this Aegis, which is going to last another 2 minutes. And they should be really good to fight after that.
Oh, Ponlo. Really daring up here, using the cover of the Moonlight Shadow to sneak his way through what he has no idea is sentry-infested territory. If there was a single hero around to punish him, he'd be dead meat, but... They're all perched up here in this top side, Kev. They're trying to push the issue on these tier 2 towers with that Aegis on the Lina. 2 more minutes left and it isn't really looking quite as scary of a timing, especially if Team Zero just dodge, right? You don't necessarily need to go up into this Tidehunter, especially when they have that advantage.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's gonna be all about like all these next couple of items. I feel like the Lina, she's buying a Satanic first, but she's still like gonna die very easily. I feel like she needs to get like some armor item. Somebody needs to do something to deal with this. She can't really get focused on in the team fights.
Yeah, we talked about getting a Solar Crest. We've yet to see it, and the fight's gonna break out. They got the touch on the Lina, and that's just the first life. That's exactly what you mentioned. Old 11, he's gonna try and wait around to save you with the Ravage. As they break things up for now, Beyond, he'll pop his own BKB, and Lina has no choice but to TP out. The Slada's a bit too deep into the mix though, and he's likely gonna go down. The Ravage will finish him off, and it connects onto the Lifestealer as well as Beyond. Starting to spear out, but do they have the damage? It's a beautiful spell to hold them in place, but now Flyfly's the one in trouble. Swarming all over the Nature's Prophet, they'll kill off the Pos 1 and get the techies to boot. Ends up being a 2-for-1 trade. They can't find any more as the escape is clean from the rest of the Kev members, but still, pretty good stuff from Team Zero.
The Lina literally melted in like 1 stun with God's Rebuild and he just died.
Dude, I need to start writing an apology form because I feel like while it's rightful that we were talking about beyond having less of an impact throughout the past few games. This game, on this Mars, he's really shown up big time for the team.
It's also like a much better draft, you know, like put together for
Yeah.
Team Zero. And
Agreed.
this time I feel like he has a purpose in the game. And with the
sure.
Starter and the Lifestealer, they have more than enough damage, so he doesn't really have to worry about like getting the perfect initiation. Any decent, semi-decent initiation, as long as he can block off the hook, because the hook is the only way that they can kind of save, you know, he can hook or dismember. So if the Pudge can't get in range, then the target is gonna die.
Yeah. And this is the stage of the game that makes you click on the right-click the Pudge's profile and press report, because this is where the pick feels a little bit useless, right? Like, you get it, some early nice kills, cool, but in the massive team fight like that, when your cores are just dying, we saw Undyne, he wasn't even able to help dismember save his Lina in time. And honestly, how can you? She just melts like butter.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
They're gonna need like a long time to farm their items, because the MP is gonna, he desperately needs to finish the AC. I'm not sure what do you get on the Lina that's gonna give you some armor.
Radiant's
I mean,
bottom
maybe-
tower has fallen.
The only thing I can think of is like the Hurricane Pike to create the distance, because there aren't really any good Lina items that you want to
Dies,
get.
you know. I feel like she still dies. Like just
Yeah, that's
instantly.
fair. You just need to get Aeon Disc at some point. The burst is overwhelming.
Nah, you can't do that.
Because if they commit in with the BKB, I mean, your Ravage ain't gonna do nothing to them.
It's tough though. There's no good solution for this. I mean, the supports can maybe kind of get like a Greaves and Solar. I mean, they're gonna have.
I
a
mean,
Greaves.
they have the Greaves on the techies, but or at least they're trying to get the Greaves on the techies.
Yeah, I
but
mean,
it's still a
the
bit
thing
far
is like
away.
the Pudge just feels like he can't do anything in the team
Dire's
fights. He
bottom
can't save
tower
the
is under
Lina or the
attack.
MP. It's not reliable.
Yeah, they're playing one man down, it feels like, this game. Like, you were talking about wanting the supports on Kev to build something like a Solar Crest, but that's nowhere in sight. The Pudge just needs to mind his own business and try and keep himself alive in the fight with that Ghost Sector.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's tough. It's really, really tough now. Everything hangs in a very, very thin line in the team fights. If you make one wrong move,
Dire's bottom
you
tower
just lose
has
your whole
fallen.
team. That's why the MP and Lina, they are electing to just split the map, keep trying to
Radiant
scale.
are scanning.
But I don't even feel like if you wait until minute 40 and you get another 2 items, I still feel like you're gonna run into the same amount of problems
Radiant's
against this
top
Lifestealer
tower is under
Starter
attack.
combination. Just too much damage, you know, you just die.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of worried about, because the plan for the Kev lineup is they catch you without your BKBs, Ravage, and the Prophet and Lina can just go ham. But you suddenly have so many more tools, like there's a Solar Crest on the Mirana, there's gonna be a Grease on her soon, Ponlo exists, Beyond's Mars has been stellar. They try for a hook onto the Mars, but it won't connect, and now Beyond, he's the one on the hunt. Looking for some aggression here, Shiva scouting. Hidden under the cover of the smoke though is the Pudge, and he'll be fine tucked up here in this very safe corner. Nothing to be found from that situation. Roshan may respawn soon though. 3 more seconds until we decide just how long of a spawn it'll be. And it's pretty quick. 30 seconds. This is gonna benefit Team Zero if they can find the touch on Butterfly Effect. He is... Oh, just narrowly slides out of trouble up to that high ground where there must be mines. I'm sure Team Zero are well aware. They will prevent themselves from taking too deep.
Damage rune on Starter with the Lifestealer.
Bottling it up. I mean, he takes it, so I mean, it just means the burst damage is even more lethal. And now, with that Basher and SNY looking at the AC completion, yeah, you can finish that up on the Prophet, but it's essentially going to get cancelled out. We were a little bit worried about the momentum from Team Kev coming into this game number 4, right? But it seems like it's fine here. Like, right, Team Zero, they've managed to stabilize. They've put together a very cohesive draft that works cleanly together and has natural synergies. The Minesweep up here in this bot side, preparing potentially for the Roche that has just spawned. It is a daytime Roche, and I think they know it's alive. I'm not sure whether ZZQ actually peeked up in there. But the smoke move out, Kev. Again and again, it's this Roche pit that they need to respond at. It's so hard for the Pudge to maneuver the fight, essentially playing 4v5. You need to get the jump on your opponents with that Ravage. And 999 setting up the vision on that high ground again. They have the sentry that will let them clear out the vision. It'll be Tidehunter who shows himself for now. Team Zero though, you choose to try and contest here. Starting to gear up. Maybe it's time to get in the Slada Infest and get going. I don't think Kev are confident enough to start this Roche. Maybe Butterfly Effect will start going for it, but you can tell they are very fearful of the team fight that Team Zero can put out. Still holding this area, inching closer. Every step forward is potentially proccing the mines with Fish with an arrow. So tense now as Beyond blinks to the backside, finds Old 11, both the off-laners staring at each other, hoping for a bigger reaction, pump faking the Ravage but forcing the spear out. They're just spacing out perfectly. 7E, he's looking for entry to the fight, can find a perfect crush on the Butterfly Effect, and the hook away saving the Lina for now, allowing her to create the distance, and now Undyne with the Dismember, but here comes the BKB Mars with the Arena, holding the Lina in place. You need to fish her out of trouble. The Ravage, it buys her the time, and Erica, he's just not in position to do the damage. He finally kills off the Lina, but he's dropping very low. He needs to square up against Flyfly, who pops the BKB, but no more HP for this Lifestealer to work with. 4-star from Pomlo, getting his carry to safety. And the Mars will buy back in the fight. Full buybacks from both sides here, expended, and fighting force back to full. 5v5 situation, no more Ravage though. No more BKBs. You still have that Slada initiation. Pomlo, you're walking very far forward, my friend. You gotta watch yourself. I know you gotta blink and a force, but the last thing you want to do is lose your life willy-nilly. He will tuck himself back in. And this is the fight that feels like it's gonna decide the game, or at least the next 20 minutes. Straight into Beyond they go. It'll be the Mars who has the honor of delivering the Lifestealer to glory here. He needs to find such a huge opening, and there's no ultimates to work with. They're straight on the Roche already. Hook coming through, Undyne finds him. Beyond in some trouble and no BKB. The rest of the squad comes through, but Beyond is already dead. They'll buy back immediately on the techies, and 7E can't get into the fight. It's Erica against the world here. Butterfly Effect just beating into this Lifestealer. He's life-stealing up though. He's able to sustain. They're trying to reduce his armor and trying to put him down, and they will take down Erica. They wipe out Team Zero from this side of the pit, and they will be the ones to claim the Aegis. 7E just couldn't contribute in that fight.
Ponlo is still here to make sure he can steal the Aegis.
He's gonna try. Has to be a big ballsy play. And Scout with the Shadow Poison, the Roche is dropping low. Coming through, you will reveal yourself a bit too ahead of time, and they stop it immediately. They understand the only harm that can befall them is if they allow for this Shadow Demon to get up to no good, and they will punish him accordingly. Despite all the buyback, despite all the resources thrown, it's Kev that come out on top in this Roche fight.
Yeah, somehow they were able to just kite the Lifestealer and the Starter. Like initially, I don't know how did they see the Mars. He was like on the Lotus Pool, and somehow the punch just gets the hook on him and it kills him right away. And he had no buyback. He didn't do anything, and the fight was just really messy from then on for Team Zero.
It's, I mean, it just kind of felt like you got that initial connection. It was cool. But Beyond basically had to fish a bit too deep, and they weren't able to burst the Lina. For the first time, we see Kev, some of the defensive tools come into effect, right? Undyne, he came up big that fight, being able to hook his Lina out of trouble and save her with the Dismember, holding on to the Mars on the front line. I mean, that was everything for them. Now Team Zero, just as quickly as they had carved an opening for themselves, it's Kev back in the driver's seat.
They're gonna get the Solar very soon on techies. I feel like the Solar is gonna be huge for the Lina. I mean, you saw how she actually almost got enough lifesteal to fight back and survive. Like
Yeah.
if you had a Solar, she was definitely not gonna die there.
Yeah. Now, the Lifestealer is a really big force, but it kind of feels like he's all alone up in there, right? We're looking for the Slada.
Amplify damage. I mean, the corrosive haze on. If the corrosive haze is not on, then the Lina can just stand and fight the Lifestealer. I think that's very crucial. The moment they try to make a move, they need to be able to jump the Lina. Because I feel like if they jump anyone else, like even if you kill the MP, I feel like the fights are still gonna be hard, you know, because the Lina is actually the one that's pumping out the most damage in the team fight.
Yeah, the Butterfly Effect Lina. I mean, we already talked about the dynamic of this team, Kev, right? He is the carry. He's shown his worth. He's shown his ability to gap 7E in the mid lane over and over, and it's happened again in this game number 4, where they're one game away from qualifying for this tournament. It'll be the biggest one they've been a part of in a while, and the pressure's on. I mean, Lina has the world to do here in these games, but set up perfectly by her team, and all you need is patience.
And all you need is Pudge to be able to save
you,
right?
right?
With the Dismember and maybe get another good initiation with the hook, like what he did. I don't know how he actually got vision. I have no idea. He just
Yeah.
maybe
It
he
was
just
actually
knew he was
crazy.
coming or something. Then he gets if he gets another similar initiation and he forces out the early BKBs, and
Yeah.
he just needs to make sure that every time he tries to make a move with his spells, he needs to have Ghost Scepter so he doesn't die. He comes out and he still has his save for the Lina. And once you force them to use their BKB or Rage early, then the Thai is going to win the later fight.
Yeah. All it takes is just to buy that time, right? Kev, if they get instantly busted down, there won't be any further discussion. But for now, they've been good about the spacing. They've been good about creating the distance. I mean, even if you get that corrosive haze like you mentioned on the Lina, it's like she just has a satanic. She can just shrug it off, especially if the timing on that is right. It's so hard as the starter to stick on, especially with the poor start that he's had this game.
Yeah, you're right. They probably have to commit the arena and spear onto the Lina, so they need to kind of all in her and make sure they kill her.
Yeah.
And at the same time, the arena needs to be placed in a way where the Pudge cannot save the Lina. So there's a lot of things that they have to make sure they do it right.
It feels like they need to get all the equations right, make sure that everything is lined up exactly the way that they need it to
like
be.
the BKB, once you go in, you pop BKBs, you find the Lina, you have to kill her. If you don't
Yeah.
kill her in the BKB charge time, that's it. The Ravage comes in, you're all dead.
Yeah. It's a waiting game. And that's exactly what Old 11 will do every single fight. Just try and get his anchor smash on the lifestealer and just wait for your
I feel
silly
like
little rage to run
He
out.
probably should, or someone should get like Wingmaker to keep the Lina alive.
Yeah, right? Why not? I mean, hell, if the Pudge gets an E-Blade, I wouldn't even be that mad. It'll force the lifestealer into a nullifier, and it's not like he's chock full of resources. He's queuing up a BKB this game because he realizes how important the magic immunity is.
Yeah, I actually don't really like the BKB on the Thai is giving a BKB. Like, for God's sake, just buy a Wingmaker. Like, I feel like the only thing he needs to do in a team fight is just stand next to Lina, give your Vlad's aura to her, and make sure you keep the Lina alive. That's your only job. Like, why is he? If he buys BKB, he's not going to be right clicking
No, that's fair. I get what you mean. He's like, oh, I go core mode, I crush them with
How is he
anchor.
doing?
Bossing up, that's what he's doing. He's about to win this qualifier. That's what he's doing.
Dude, she's straight up creeping the game and buying this BKB on Thai.
We'll see whether your prediction comes true, Winter. You've been shockingly accurate with them so far. It's less than a 1k gold lead, so it really does feel like it's anyone's game. As much as Team Zero have lost the previous engagements, it still feels like as long as they're able to connect on a good arena and get the jump on Kev, still should have a pretty good chance here. But they need to 100 to 0 the Lina, like you say. And it's only going to get harder and harder, especially when she gets more and more items. MKB complete doesn't really give you a lot of HP, but helps you deal with that Mirana level 15 talent for the Moonlight Shadow evasion.
One minute on Aegis. Probably gonna expire. I mean, maybe they get this tower.
Yeah, perhaps. I'll try and force it now. I mean, with the threat of the Ravage, I can't imagine that Team Zero are exactly thrilled to try and fight. Unless they see a very clear opening with
Lina has Rattle Cage, so she has an armor item now.
Nice. Happened in the end. 12 armor and basically you fire projectiles back at the Lifestealer. Very cool. The MKB sound effect is so satisfying here. Unfortunately, it doesn't work on
Dire's
towers,
middle
but
tower is under
butterfly
attack.
effect. Needs to watch out for that arena spear on the high ground. That could really divide the fight into unwinnable territory for Kev. Doesn't seem like Zero are too confident to step up to the plate here.
Oh,
You're gonna try.
spear back.
That's the spear back. Where's the save? Where's the Pudge? You need a helper out here. First life already gone and the walls of the arena will split up the fight. They've held the Lina on the other side, complete prisoner, but she can just pop the BKB and get it going. It's a huge crush and then just walk down the Pudge. That's your save out of the picture. They got the Shadow Demon ultimate on the butterfly effect as well, and he's desperately trying to run away. But Erika, hot on his heels, just has the touches, finally getting the Ravage, but it doesn't affect the Lifestealer because he's an angry, angry boy, and he's gonna eat everybody up. 2 minutes without your Lina and Old 11. Nice BKB, buddy. You try to TP out into a bash. That is not gonna happen as Team Zero deny Kev and wipe them off the map outside their base. And you called it perfectly. All you need to do is save your Lina, and Old 11 can't even do that.
Hey, BKB, save yourself, buddy. Can't even save yourself.
Can't even save himself. And just like that, back and forth we go. Team Zero now 9k up ahead just from that fight alone. The swing is insane. 15k EXP going their
Look at
way, especially.
how paper she was in a fight. You know, she's like 24k level. So what? You know,
Radiant's
rattle
middle
kick.
tower
So
is under
what?
attack.
Literally 12 armor, I don't give a shit at this point. That's what Erica's saying to you right now. Mindbreaker probably catching her a bit
Radiant's
by
middle
surprise.
tower
They're not
has
allowing her to
fallen.
hightail the way out of there. And more than
Yeah, she got
anything,
purged as well by Ponor. That's why the
Radiant's
solar
middle
crest
tower
buff wasn't
is under
useful.
attack.
And she
Yeah.
was just like moving
Radiant's
so slowly
structures are
throughout her BKB charge.
Ono managing to get his way towards the Aghanim Scepter amidst a bit of a rougher game for him. Able to farm up thanks to these assists, and now suddenly your ranks are just going down. That's the power of this lineup.
Radiant's middle barracks.
You don't have a single buyback, and you better thank your lucky stars that Team Zero don't know that. If not, they just go straight for the throne. They're showing that respect, force the glyph out, but they have no reason to leave here. Arena up in 3 seconds. We don't have that refresher, but one arena should just be enough to at least get this Rex before the Lina comes back up. Couldn't go wide, just dodge out for safety.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
They'll play it safe here. They don't want to run the risk of losing their advantage they've just gained so painstakingly. That team fight was everything for them. And Team Zero, I mean, yeah, I'm looking at the graph, okay? I'm looking at the win probability graph, and I'm not sure if our observer can open that up for us, but Winter, you can open it up on your own screen, and that has just completely tanked all the way down.
One fight threw them off.
One fight is all it takes. And suddenly, I mean, all you need to do is keep your cause alive on this Tidehunter, and it's not really working out that way.
He definitely feels like he's on another page. He's on a different memo on how to play the team fight. He needs to keep.
Yeah.
He thinks that he needs to keep himself alive to win.
Yeah. Old 11. Maybe he's a bit worried that they focus him down before the Ravage comes out, but realistically speaking, they're not really gonna kill him, right? Unless, even with the 5
he's
heroes punching into him.
actually focused before anything happens, then they have bigger issues. You know, it means that he's
Sure.
exposed.
Yeah, means that his positioning from the get-go was a little bit rough, but still trying to make a go here.
Right, the
Ravage
last,
is
the
back
last
up.
hurrah.
I don't
Let's
know whether
go,
it's the last one
11.
just yet. You need to try and find an opening.
He's purged.
But already
Lina's
the fight
purged.
breaking out. Oh no, Lina's in trouble. Where's the Ravage? Nowhere to be found. Nice BKB again. He's just gonna run away from the fight because he can't watch. His carries are dying. He TP out on the Nature's Prophet, but interrupted by the bash. And your position 1 and position 2 are killed off. We're going to a game 5, Winter.
Indeed. This MP Lina duo.
Oh, did you see that? ZZQ is so happy. He just leaps into a minefield and dies. But that's got to be the sentiment on Team Zero right now. They take us the distance. And we already said that this was going to be the matchup to watch coming into this qualifiers. It absolutely proves itself to be. Team Zero, they're able to claw it back from a really rough situation, understanding the timings of their draft. And this particular game, for me, MVP has to go to Beyond. I feel like he stepped up big time.
Yeah, for sure. Like from the early game, he's like the person that's top net worth. He's even like set up so many really important kills to allow them to slowly but surely claw themselves back into the game. And ultimately, I feel like the late game, the Shadow Demon plus the starter initiations with the Lifestealer definitely just sealed the deal, you know, for Kev. Maybe if they actually had the right items, I feel like the Wingmaker was like a crucial part that was missing. If they had one of those items and the Lina doesn't die in that crucial mid push with the Aegis, the whole game would have like maybe be entirely different. You know, they would have been up 1 lane of Rex, 2 lanes of Rex, and the game would have been completely different.
I mean, again and again, we keep looking at these fights that Team Zero are successful in, and we see all 3 of them just easily collapse on the Lina. When it's open, in the open playing field, sure, around the Roche Pit is a little bit tricky because it's mines and stuff, but when the Lina just exposes herself on a lane like that or in the fight, it's so easy. Snap, bam, she's gone, and her neck just falls off. It's like, what can you even do in that situation?
Yeah,
You're
I mean,
looking,
Punch-
waiting for the BKBs.
Punch is not bench, you know, it's he can't
Yeah.
just save you 24/7.
Yeah, and it almost felt like with how the game evolved, Undyne really just fell off completely. Like, this patch had 1 good save, that's about it. Too much chaos in the fights to really contend with, and with that, we'll find out who takes the slot. We're still no better than we started. We still don't have a clear winner. It could be anyone's position there in the Elite League Swiss stage. We'll find out after a short break for game number 5, so don't go anywhere. Going the distance has never looked this good. Welcome back to the Elite League Chinese Close Qualifiers here. You're joined by Permasneeze and Winter, and we are in Game 5, all the way to the max, between Team Zero and Kev. These two teams were the invited ones coming into this qualifier, and they've defeated every single other bit of opposition, and now only one foe remains, each other. They've both shown resilience, they've both shown different strategies that they can bring to the table and execute. But this is where it matters the most. They need to step up big time.
Forget about big time. Forget about everything that has happened. This is a one-game shootout.
True.
Time to cheese your opponents, man.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Get the LDs out, bring the Huskars, you know, you want to be honest, grab a Lash, who cares? Throw everything into the mix. Anything goes here in this best of 5, and now we're down to the wire. I think anything goes even harder. Now, Tiny finally makes its way through for Team Zero. We've seen that is a strong pick for both 70 and Ponlo. Meanwhile, they have to give over the Shadow Demon though to Kev.
Tiny core seems legit. I actually like Tiny as an offlaner a lot more now.
Yeah? Okay. I mean, what exactly makes Tiny offlane stand out to you?
10 seconds remaining.
Power of Kanda.
I didn't know I was talking to a degenerate Kanda addict here.
Dude, it's legit. Do you not see Ama?
No, you see, when you use that explanation, it's just not a good one. It's like, oh, do you see Falcons? Oh, do you see Yama? Yeah, I do. They're a one-of-a-kind team. I'm not sure whether anyone else can just replicate that success.
And do you not see that in common? What's in common right now? You say that they are one of a kind team, you know?
Dire team.
Okay. Are you suggesting that Team Zero is a one-of-a-kind team? Is that what you're saying to me right now?
Kev is a one of a kind team too.
Yeah, Team Kev. Team Kev is pretty good.
BKB type.
Yeah, that's something special, alright. I mean, if there's anyone who's gonna pilot that carry in the offlane Tiny, it might just be Old 11, but unfortunately that, of course, has gone over to Team Zero.
At the moment, I have a 011 allergy.
A bit.
scared.
I don't understand. Yeah, I get you. I mean, I would be scared too, because at this point, the 2 games that Kev lost, like, okay, I'll be honest here, Winter, I don't like blaming people, okay? I don't like pointing fingers. But
You're not blaming,
you know,
you're merely stating the facts.
no, yeah, okay, let's state the facts. Yeah, okay, Judge Winter, hear my case here, okay? Game 2, that Night Stalker dive onto Rubik, steady downhill trend from there. Game 4, BKB on the tie, everything was fine before that. After he brought the BKB, things went to shambles. I think we're seeing a bit of a sort of picture here, and Kev, go back to the support that they've been winning on. It's gonna be this Disruptor again.
So your case is settled. BKB tight. And
No, I'm
Night
just
Stalker
saying
running in. So last game, there's no way 011 salvages everything and redeems himself.
I would like to see that. That would be a hero arc, because he kind of plays with them a little bit, right? Team Zero, okay, you can get a few games. Actually, I'm way better than you. Screw this. I'm done messing around. But Team Zero, they're able to get their hands on the Mirana again. It's only lost 1 game for them, and that was the game 3 up against Kev, where they just got completely rolled. So a little bit worried, but I think this is looking a bit more promising. The Tiny.
Dire team pick.
There we go. Core Tiny is back. Core Tiny is back.
How do you know this isn't a carry Mirana is my question. What if Erika decides, I'm done playing
don't.
Luna? You don't? Yeah, you have
From
no
my
idea, don't you?
experience, there is only one team that does this.
10 seconds.
Which is that?
BZM. The OG.
5
Yeah, those guys are those guys have a unique approach to the game. Let's just put it that way. Grimstroke?
So you can say the same for 011. He has a unique approach.
Yeah. And unfortunately, there's a reason why it's unique. It's not really worked out for him in recent history, right? He hasn't been able to really qualify for any international level stuff. But hopefully this can change. This can
setting a
silence
bad example here, dude.
Yeah.
We're telling
Why?
everyone, if you have a different build, you have a trash build, you just need to say it's a unique build. And
Is that a
everything
bad
goes.
example? That's true though. Dota can be played in many ways, right? It's just that there are some ways that are wrong.
Or you could simply just put it, there are only some ways that can be winning you the games.
Yeah. Okay, with that being said, I do want to ask, because now that this Tiny is...
No, don't ask me.
I can't ask you about Tiny. Okay, I'll waffle about it myself. Now that this Tiny is locked into the core, I'm worried whether it's gonna open up Kev an opportunity to abuse it, whether it's in the lane, maybe a good matchup, something like a long range turret type hero, you know, maybe the Lina gets banned out, but you still have your options like, I don't know if you pick Sniper into this, but stuff like OD or these kind of butterfly effect heroes. I mean, a couple of them already banned out. I'm not really sure what he's going to pick. They go back for the old 11 Omni Knight and pair it with a Death Prophet. So they are basically ensuring that you will never get to run at them because they'll be too busy running at you.
Plus glimpse, plus
Yeah.
saves, SD Omni.
10 seconds.
Well, time for like mobile
Medusa?
heroes.
Oh, okay, you're talking about mobile
They only
heroes.
have glimpse.
remaining.
For Team Zero, you mean?
Anti-mage, dude. Anti-mage is like king here. Anti-mage
This
wins,
game?
wins
Really?
the lane against Omni Knight. You have a mana
Okay.
void target. They have no good... Okay, I guess Disruptor can kind of catch and kill you, but that's the only one.
Doesn't Death Prophet run over your entire map before you come online?
I mean, that's none of the anti-mage's business, right?
Oh, right, it's not his problem, right? That's
the
it. He
team-
doesn't care about that.
The team has to deal with.
Yeah, that's not his problem. You can just mind his own business. Yeah, you're absolutely right, actually. That's the classic anti-mage mindset right there. Okay.
Team? Question mark.
Team question mark? What is that? I don't know. My name
you
is
get to a
Erica.
point where you are just creep skipping and you're not even TPing back when the enemy is taking your racks.
Yeah, they're like, please help. They go for a Sven instead, so a good deal of armor. It's...
Against Omni Knight?
This feels weird. Yeah, against Omni Knight, that's my big hit scratcher. It's one of the few times in this tournament so far that we've seen what we assume is a direct counter pick. Usually you pick the Omni into the Sven.
He wants to get the
seconds
shard for the
remaining.
armor against the DPLT.
I
don't know. I mean,
okay.
Sven is
Yeah,
still
and then
a-
it gets dispelled against
Dude,
because the Shadow
aura,
Demon has
there's
the
an
ult.
aura. It's an aura. You can dispel the freaking
Sure,
aura.
okay.
I mean,
Fine, but you still
I
need to get
just-
shot with the...
Yeah, I just think that the Sven is also like a very top tier carry right now. He's just very very strong, solid in the lane, enables your supports,
Yeah.
and
10
you just have like
seconds
a
remaining.
good build with the hero right now. Kanda,
I-
the best item.
yeah,
for Sven.
wait.
Remaining.
I didn't realize this. I guess now it's popping back in my memory, but with the change to the Agonyms, it applies a basic dispel, so that's gonna be pretty useful against the Kev lineup, right?
Sure. You fly
Okay,
in
you don't sound
and you
you
die.
don't sound convinced
You
at
fly
all.
in and
dude.
you die. Okay, maybe
Yeah, but
you
that's
don't,
kind of
you don't fly in. You just spam the stun. I mean, he has
Yeah.
to be very careful of how he commits.
Yeah.
There is Demonic Purge. There's Guardian
Yeah.
Angel. Those two are going to be very, very potent against the Sven.
10
So
seconds remaining.
maybe this is a game for Dagger instead of the Agonyms. Maybe.
5
Yeah,
seconds
haven't seen
remaining.
that in a while. Would
Yeah,
love to
I
sort
know-
of
I
get
know,
a bit of
I
a
know.
refreshing build.
I know.
How does Doom and Mars make it to the end stage of the draft? That's pretty crazy. And Centaur completely ignored. And maybe it's still an option for Team Zero if Beyond wants to grab it. He has his Primal Beast available as well. Still trying to see. The Brewmaster is still open if that's something they want to go for. You
Not bad.
mentioned mobile
Not bad.
heroes.
Brewmaster, not bad. Toss
Do you
the
think
Omni
there's a
in the air.
chance they go for a last pick mid on Team Zero and put that Tiny in the off lane?
Yeah,
5
pick a puck, you
seconds
know.
remaining.
They don't really have very good catch against puck. I mean, the silence from DP.
That's all right. I mean, Puck into DP matchup, is that good?
Not sure. I don't want to answer any mid matchup questions anymore. You're just trying to
Okay.
bait me.
Sorry. Yeah, you caught me. Took you 3 days and 5 games, but it's you finally caught on to me. That's crazy. Unfortunate. Okay, let's not talk about mid matchups then. What is still available that would be good into the Sven as like a carry? Because the oh my dude, these two supports are literally not gonna play the game. Team Zero.
Terrorblade.
Terrorblade, yeah. Time for Terrorblade. Good old reliable. Last game of the tournament, perhaps.
10 seconds remaining.
Might not even have a tournament after this anymore.
I mean, Kev is
Kev.
like, give me Monkey King again. Oh no, there's no Monkey
It's
King.
banned.
Terrorblade.
Throw Warlock being taken out as well. I think good cover bands for this Lycan last pick.
Yeah, I
In
think
Team
that
Zero,
Terrorblade is the only one.
you think so? Alchemist?
I mean, Terrorblade with DP is also a classic. You have the Sunder to save DP because DP usually gets focused.
Yeah.
Okay, it's totally different pace. You know, it's like a very fast pace.
Questionable.
I mean, it's not really questionable. I think it's nice too.
Choose
There
your
we go.
hero.
Okay.
Sunder
Yeah.
the DP.
Sunder the DP.
You know,
indeed.
Fly
Butterfly
knows
effect?
his role. He's
Yeah,
not the
he's
carry.
not the real carry.
He needs to keep the real carry alive. You know.
Now, if you could just let all the 11 know that as well, I think we'd all be on the same
He-
page here.
I mean,
It's just
he's Omni Knight. Come on. Like, what else can he do with Omni Knight?
true. That's fair. I mean, he had a pretty good showing up against Team Zero just now on this Omni Knight hero, so... What?
This
You
is,
don't sound convinced. You think? I mean, Beyond, he brings out the cheese just like you asked for. No holds barred, right? Game 5.
Game 5, you know, Beyond. Is he gonna do it with his Lycan?
I can't believe it. I haven't seen a Lycan in so long. It's exciting, honestly, even though it's a little cringe. I won't
What's the
lie.
build now? Do you still
Isn't
go
it
Helm?
still Helm? It has to be,
Helm.
right?
Let's do buy Let's Helm.
Yeah, you could get both, right? Both are really great items for the Lycan. You're not really... I think you still try and play at an up-tempo pace. And I wonder how that's going to affect the rest of the team. Because, you know, you want to drag your supports over, and you talk a lot about these trios throughout the entire tournament, right? Does the Lycan suddenly become the focal point for the supports to play with, or are you still just using him as a sideline distraction?
Tiny. Tiny is the
Tiny.
focal point. Tiny with your
Okay.
two supports. Not Lycan. Lycan is... He's just gonna join you if it's convenient for him. The wolf is
just
not
matter.
gonna follow you, you know?
Yeah.
You follow
The
the
wolf...
wolf.
correct. The
And
wolf
if
is
the
not
wolf
at your
comes,
door.
it's because he wants to join the fight, not because
Yeah.
he has to follow you.
He has his own free will, okay? He's not just a pet dog. He can get things done by himself. And that's what they'll be hoping to do here into this game number 5. Can you believe it? We're all the way through 2-2. A couple of very shaky showings from Team Zero up till this point. I mean, one thing's for sure, they can come back. And maybe it feels like with this Lycan pick at least, they need to at least come out of the lanes even or with an advantage. They can't really afford to get swung down early on.
But the main question is, the important question is, do you believe in your countryman, Ponlo? Can he actually
Oh, you can't, I mean, you can't put me on this.
do it? Yes, I
it's
can, and I will.
Can you? Really? Okay. Well,
Okay,
Let me-
let's just watch the game. I'll spare you. Spare you.
no. I'm ready to answer the question. I want to believe in the Lycan. I think this is a cool pick coming out.
Grimstroke
And-
Lycan, you know, ink spell on the wolf.
Yeah, he's gonna run in a scary painting of a
30
wolf that turns
seconds
out
to
to be
battle.
real. Every child's worst nightmare.
Dark Portrait of Terrorblade.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
And
Hold on. You mentioned that Terrorblade DP is a classic lineup. Is Terrorblade Sven a good carry matchup for this TB, you think?
come on, bro. Terrorblade has armor.
Okay.
Sven is full physical damage.
Yeah, I
Bro.
guess so. But I mean, Sven
Bro,
also
you
has
said
armor,
you played
right?
Dota for 10 years, bro.
Oh my god. Okay.
The battle
I mean,
begins.
Then in that case, hang on. Bloody fight here. It's a bunch of runes traded out evenly, 2 for 2. Okay, then do you think that Team Zero are making a mistake then? Because they already have Terrorblade with the insane armor, which of course they last picked, but they already had the Omni, which provides you insane resistances to physical damage, right? Do you think all inning on all three of
That
their
is not
calls
part
on
of
this?
the plan. No, that is not.
Okay,
part
no,
of the
not
plan.
part of the point. Okay.
The part of the plan is to give O11 a hero which he can't feed on and which he can't fuck up the item build. Because
True.
Omni is very straightforward.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Echo Saber, Harpoon, Shard, you know, get some kills with Blink Dagger.
And he's not gonna be thinking about BKB when he's playing Omni.
Thank
'Cause
God.
He
Hopefully.
has BKB.
Watch him bite anyway. I thought that was the case with the Kraken Shell. I didn't think he was too concerned about the situation, but we never know what's going on in Old 11's head, and that kind of seems to have both foiled Team Zero and given them a lifeline in this best of 5. Down to the wire here, and 7E again in a situation where he's up against Butterfly Effect, who has very quickly become his AWP. As you just can't seem to win a lane against this guy.
Has been killed.
Has he actually just lost every single lane?
He has, yeah. He has not
Every
won a
game?
single lane against Butterfly Effect, yeah. I mean, the Pango, the Sniper, it's all looked atrocious. Even the Slada.
Mid diff?
Yeah, actual real mid diff, and you need to try and make up for it in some other way. So maybe level, I don't know. The level 6 rotation, is that meaningful for the Tiny, or are we just looking at the rune fight?
Ruin fight.
Okay, rune fight. That's all we want here.
And
Bunch
the
of
thing
savages.
with rotating against a DP, it's very similar to DK. She takes your tower, so you have to
Uh-oh,
be
Pono.
careful.
Oh my god, is Pondo gonna
no.
give over first blood again? And he's gonna try and turn around and at least get the kill onto Undying, so it ends up being an even trade, but it feels like, what, the third game in a row that Pondo just dies because of first blood? A bit awkward.
You're supposed to say, it's okay, it was a good trade for Pono.
Yeah,
He's
good
my
trade. Hey, good job, man.
He's my
That's-
countryman.
Singapore
He knows what
number
he's
one
doing.
is what. Bole. Is that too Malaysian? I don't know. We're not even casting Southeast Asia yet, Winter. You gotta save these for tomorrow and the day
Tell
after.
that to yourself, bro.
Oh my god, okay, relax. I mean, it's so aggressive, jeez. I mean,
Trying
this
to get into
early...
trouble, huh?
Am I? You're the one posing the questions about whether I support Pono or not. That's crazy. Just because he's like... I support him if he's playing well, you know what I mean? And a nice arrow stun set up onto old 11. Disruption buys him some time though, 999. Quick on the fingers, and I guess
Such
if
a
you're
classic.
able to...
He's only my friend when he plays well.
Damn. Yeah, I mean, exposing myself a little bit. But no lah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think Kev and Zero, one thing they proved for sure is that they're evenly matched. The mid matchup, maybe not, but everyone else seems pretty okay.
Dude, he's doing well this game.
Who? The Tiny? 7E? Pork Crazy?
He has to wait for the last game when there's no way back.
Yeah.
He's back, he's against the wall, and he
Yeah,
figures-
literally.
figures out he can't back down to the butterfly effect.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, this Tiny is a
Glimpse
very specialty pick for him.
Beyond the game.
Uh-oh, is he dead? Oh, Beyond actually gets the kill, but he's getting worked down by the Fly meta. Not enough armor, and Pono can't actually fight into this Terrorblade. So another trade up in this top side. While we were waffling on, we missed the kill on ZZQ in this bot side. So it looks like the Omni and the Shadow Demon were able to get it done there.
So whose fault was that? Was it me? Did I distract you?
Was it you? No, I don't know. We weren't even looking at it. Fly now. Oh, what is going on? Is Pono trying to dive with the Wolf and Inkswell? Misses on the Stroke of Fate though, and now things are a little bit awkward.
Oh, the
I
tower
don't think he has
shots.
enough damage now that he's missed and has to wait for that spell to come off cooldown. There still are 3 stick charges on Fly. You know, send the Wolves forward to chase, but just pushes the Terrorblade out of the lane. So Undyne, he's gonna pay for trying to TP to this mid and help out the poor DP.
Glimpse.
The tower.
Body block.
Oh, they're trying to body block him. Nicely done. Beyond taking a lot of damage just as he's come back into this lane. But a lot of natural regen on this Lycan means that he should be able to shrug it off, so not too bad.
Not too bad indeed. So finally we actually have a game, yeah? Both sides is
Yeah.
kind of going. Yeah, Sven is,
Evenly.
Sven is like
Yeah.
a little bit behind, but nothing too major.
Yeah.
I mean, this
And
is
I mean,
kind of like
Sven-
what we expected, right? When they picked the Sven into the Omni, I was like, oh,
True.
Omni lanes really well against Sven, okay? Omni
Yeah.
also does really well against Sven in the mid-late game.
Yeah. I think Omni just does well against Sven in general. And right now, tag teaming up with the Shadow Demon, it seems like they will do more than well. They will murder him. Stacking up the Shadow Poison as we look away because we can't even watch the Sven die. We gotta watch Butterfly Effect get some rocks in his head. He's trying desperately to run, but yeah, he can't survive. Dude, this is excellent camera work because we switch back just in time for him to die. So we don't see the Shadow Poisons, which is a bit too flashy for now. It's still early game, you know. We gotta keep the excitement for later.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant
It's
are
only
scanning.
fair that in the last game of the series that this
No, it's
happens.
fair. I mean, clearly this guy's a Erica fan because he wants to avert his eyes, right? He doesn't, but he can't afford to get called T-Tours in chat, so he has to switch back, but he doesn't want to see it. And I get it, you know.
Such a big memer, man.
It's real. I mean, I personally don't want to watch this fan go
Okay,
down as well.
try versus try. Trio fight. 6
Oh,
heroes
here we
mid.
go.
Let's
6
There we
minute
go.
in the mid lane. And grouping around for the runes. Where is it gonna spawn? Looks like it's gonna be bot and a regen, but 7E gets the kill on this
TP?
poor Shadow Demon. And
TP.
yeah, I mean,
Oh, no mana. He didn't.
oh, he's in trouble. 7E. He's just gonna get worked down by the ghost here. Meanwhile, on the top side, it seems like there's a Terrorblade trying to chase away Beyond. A nice glimpse as well means that the Lycan is gonna go down. TPing in from Ponlo isn't gonna help him there. And good move from Fly just to exert dominance. And this last pick, Cheese Pick, not really working out for them, it seems. The Lycan struggling in terms of the
Radiant's
CS.
top tower is under attack.
I don't even know what he's supposed to do this game.
Yeah.
Against Omni Knight, that's Terrorblade.
This I don't know. This Lycan has definitely raised my eyebrows a bit. I would love for it to succeed, but beyond, it's goes back to that
blame
point you were saying.
You know?
Oh,
you were,
you're
you were,
blaming-
like,
okay.
praising him. Oh, his Marsh is so good last game, and he decides, okay, the last game, I'm going to make sure.
That Permasneeze eats his words like an idiot. Like, I'm gonna look like shit. And that'll really show him I won't qualify for this very important tournament. That's my first international showing in a while. Haha. Ah, he got me. Okay. Well, good job, Beyond. Nice moves. Dude, he's one level behind
I made a
his,
wager. I made a wager with him. Like,
Did you?
If I win the wager, I told him I'll convince you to change your name to Perma Freeze. You know.
Oh, okay. Is that worth it? Is that a funny enough name for you to want me to rebrand? I don't know.
Just for the lols.
Perma Snooze, more likely.
Yeah, Perma Snooze.
Yeah, Perma Snooze is what we'll go with. I think, you know, even
Exactly
though the
what
Lycan...
happened on the first
Exactly.
day. Yeah.
True.
Perma Snooze.
Perma Snooze. 2k gold lead up now for Kev. How far gone is it? Because it still kind of feels pretty even, right? If they're able to connect with the Tiny, like you mentioned, I think there's still an opportunity for them to open up the mid game. But for now, 7E, he's still trying to wrestle for rune control here. They brought full members, and unfortunately, it's going to be a haste rune, which should allow Butterfly Effect to connect on this free kill on Ponlo. Poor thing can only throw his dead wife out as one last parting gift. But Death Prophet, you know, she's very well familiar with dead ladies. She'll just be like, hey, new friend.
Why do you have to do them dirty like this?
Wait, how is that? That's just law accurate.
Yeah, but still,
Radiant's
sometimes
top
doesn't mean
tower
it's right.
is
It's
under
okay to
attack.
say it. You know?
Okay, yeah, I mean, I need to be a bit more sensitive here, sorry. Let's look at the murder of this top tier 1 tower then. Perhaps that's a bit more appropriate for the audience, unfortunate situation. 7E is trying his best to push in the mid-tier tier 1 tower, which makes sense because really that's all you can do.
Radiant's top tower has
Already an
fallen.
advantage going Kev's way, and they have the second EXO, so if, you know, Butterfly Effect wants to come back
Come
to this
back
mid
here,
lane-
Tiny.
Oh, you're
Disruptor
going
says-
nowhere. TP in. 7E trying to run desperately, but Fly is here out of nowhere.
Space.
Huge avalanche, but disruption. Dude, there's 4 heroes running at him at 9 minutes. They just don't want him to have a game. In the one instance where he actually does well in the lane, they just punish him big time. And already a 4k gold lead for Kev.
Classic, you know, mid players when he
Radiant's
dies because
middle
4 people
tower is
dives
under attack.
him and he clicks on his carry. You better carry me now. I've made
Yeah.
so much space for you.
Yeah, and then he's looking...
And then
yeah,
the
he's
Sven-
telling
the
that to
Sven
the guy
says-
who picks Sven into
How
Omni.
am I supposed to carry a game when there's Omni?
Radiant's
No,
middle tower
I-
is under attack.
My
Very,
lane-
very heated words were exchanged after that.
Oh, ZZQ going down. Butterfly Effect is just starting to control this game. And this is what we've known, come to know about this player. As soon as you give him an inch, he just takes a mile and doesn't look back.
Radiant's
Yeah,
middle
he's
That's
the
not
kind
the
of
perfect
player
hero.
where he actually really knows how to squeeze all the small little things out.
Yeah?
Uses
Now-
advantages very well. Some players are very conservative, so even if you give them an advantage, they're not really going to press forward as much as a player that knows their
Radiant's
limits.
bottom
Or
tower
sometimes a
is
player
under
that
attack.
is not afraid of pushing the limits. Those are the type of people that you want to put them on the polarizing heroes, you know?
Yeah. It's like Mr. Old 11 there now on this Omni. Kind of in Omni jail a little bit here. But that's going to allow Butterfly Effect to just come down here, use that second EXO. And just like that, it's 10 minutes and they've wiped out all tier 1 towers. Which team has the Lycan again?
Is there a Lycan in the game?
I don't know. I heard a bit of howling and barking and whining, but I'm not too sure. Maybe it doesn't really feel like it. I don't see one. At least for now, Team 0. And this is quite a struggling situation because in
Oh,
contrast
okay.
to some of the
I
other...
I know
What?
what the Lycan's gonna do. Wolf bite.
What?
Wolf bite the Sven.
Wolf bite the Tiny, pot crazy.
Okay, the Sven. No, the Sven. Tiny.
Dyer's top
Tiny
tower
not too bad
is under
too. I mean,
attack.
if your Sven dies immediately because he's facing up against an Omni, you know, at least you have that option. I don't know. I feel like it's already early into the game, but we're already coping, which goes to show you how rough of a situation this is. The 6k gold
Is
lead.
this like the worst out of all the 5 games? Like,
I don't even think so.
least
That's the
at
crazy
11
thing. They've
minutes.
been at worse situations, but I'm just concerned because I don't know whether the Lycan gives them what they need to come back in this game.
I told you, Wolf bite.
Is that
You just said Wolf bite Tiny.
Okay, now Tiny is going to.
Oh no!
join up
11.
with
Why
the
are
Lycan.
you? Do you know that is not your home? Did you go back to the wrong home?
All Gold 11. He was running up on Beyond 2, like ready to square up and shit, and just gets absolutely punished.
I mean, he was
Team
trying
Zero.
really hard to win the best Oscar nomination because his team is trying to make a play in mid, and he was just trying to act on the top lane like he has his whole team behind him.
Yeah. I mean, that just, I don't know who's gonna tell him that the Oscars are over. Unfortunately, he's not in the running for that anymore. Maybe trying for next year.
Yeah,
But
next
with
year,
this,
there's always next year. There's always next
yeah, but but what I'm saying is that there's only one more game, and then you can take part in Elite League. Maybe that's a bit more of a pressing situation. Mid lane with the Moonlight Shadow, but they can't choose Butterfly Effect as a target. Just way too tanky, scaring away the Tiny. Oh, I'll try and go fishing. Oh, the Sven. Dropping very low here, just gonna get worked down. Fly. Able to just run down his counterpart. All willy-nilly. That was essentially a solo situation.
Dude, the Disruptor glimpsed him back and cast his ulti on him.
Oh, okay, my bad. Must have missed that. Sorry. I was trying to catch up.
Hell?
You know.
Are you even watching the game?
I am, just maybe from a different screen from you. But okay, glimpse back again. 7E starting to feel the pressure from this DP, and I mean he's not gonna last for long. At least able to turn it around with a disruptor kill. 7E will go down to 999, just auto attacking him, which is rough. DP is caught
comes
in
the
between
Rogue
the
Knight.
tree line. Okay, Lycan is coming through. Finally, the wolf is at your door and gets a support kill. Yippee! There's a Lycan in this game, Winter.
I beg to differ.
Okay, well, even with that support kill, you're not convinced.
It's like a juvenile wolf in the game.
Yeah. It's not a
puppy.
Lycan yet. It's still learning. He's still learning. Beyond, definitely on the struggle bus here. A couple more bits of gold until he finishes off that Helm of the Overlord, and maybe then they can alleviate some side lane pressure with some Black Dragons pushing the waves or clearing the creeps and stuff like that. Low committal D push as well. I kind of feel like Butterfly Effect, he can get to the point of the game where he's going to be unkillable, right? You have potentially a Shiva's build-up that you could go for because you know the Omni's not going to go for that. So a nice chunk of armor, as well as just vision in the area, slow down everyone and get them connected to you via the Spirit Siphons.
Yeah, I mean he bought Kaya Sage
Yeah.
instead of like Shivas. Felt like he needed Shivas this game. Shivas
I'm
is
sure
like,
he'll get it. He's really rich.
he's so greedy. Like this guy just loves buying his boots of travel.
Yeah. He got that really early on too. That's how he was able to connect on some of these moves, but it's really paid off for him. A 5k gold lead. It has stagnated a little bit here as Team Zero are able to find some openings. And now that smoke up, they're trying to make a move onto the Omni. If they can burst him down before a response comes through, that could be huge. Moonlight Shadow starting to get sneaky here. Nobody revealed their moves. They know exactly where the Omni is. Quiet. Hold 11. Okay, hold 11. Oh, the Shadow Demon's here though. And even if they get to go onto him, the save is in the area. Some ASMR for you, the Omni, he can't cast the Guardian Angel, but coming through with the disruption, that's exactly what you needed, and the response is sound. The Fly, he's here, and he's meted up. Trouble City now. Ponlo, he's gonna get worked down, and the Tiny just has the TP out. He just gets melted by the Purification. The Disruptor finally goes down. There's a, oh my god, there's a wolf!
Run!
There he is, he's running away. Dude, at this point, the Disruptor is literally the boy who cried wolf because he's the only one dying in this fight. He's like, wolf, guys, there's a wolf! And the rest of his team is like, what are you talking about? You haven't seen one in ages.
He needs to put the kinetic field around his own grave.
Yeah, just circling
Block
around
up the
his own
wolf.
gravestone there, but with this EXO as well as the meta pop, Fly and Butterfly Effect will just make a beeline for the Roche. And this timing is crazy. Kev, they're here so bright and early. Team Zero, they need a couple more items before they're ready to get going.
What do they need, sir? They need a BKB on Sven.
Yeah,
Even
I think
with
so.
the BKB on Sven, you're like, oh, I see Shadow Demon, I don't move.
Yeah. Lincoln's on Sven. Smart.
Lincoln's BKB dagger.
I don't know. I mean, for now he's going for Echo Saber.
Daedalus.
Yeah, Daedalus. And then you just get Guardian Angel as a counter, and then you're like, okay, guess I'll lose.
Alright, 0-11 once again alone, and finally he's on the right hero because this hero can't die when he's alone.
Yeah. He's fine, you can save himself. There's
Dude,
still
man, he's
Guardian
still
Angel.
farming. He literally just got ganked and he's still hitting the creeps. What the hell is he doing?
You know how some actors, right? You know how all these Hollywood actors, they're really, really rich, but sometimes in movies they need to pretend to be this pitiful, sad character just for the plot of the film. That's exactly what this own 11 Omni is doing. He's just putting himself down so it looks even, when in reality, Kev.
How delusional he is. Like, he thinks, oh, they didn't kill me this time. I'm gonna stay
I'm
and
fine.
wait for
I'm
more
fine.
heroes to come
Yeah.
down.
Let me give them another try, you know? I'm a merciful god. Kev, starting to encircle the Team Zero heroes now. They have Moonlight Shadow, so this might be a decent fight. Oh, Sven doesn't have
It's
God
so
Strength.
infuriating playing in a team
Radiant's
with
bottom
him.
tower is
Some
under
games he's like the best player in the game, you know, like some
Dire's
games
top
he's
tower
very-
is
you have no idea if he's even 0-11.
Yeah. He kind of looks like he's not even in the same Discord call as them, you know what I mean? He's just like...
He literally looks like another player in some
He,
games, you know?
he just looks like an NPC a little bit beyond. The Wolf will be right with the Disruptor in a short bit, but Undyne able to make a clean escape thanks to the Twin Gates. Join up with the rest of his team, and he should be safe for now. Starting to wrap around though, Team Zero, they are in the bottom side of this lane. Almost feels like they want to fight with this God Strength coming back up.
Yeah, but as long as 0-11 is just standing behind the Terrorblade and the DP, what can go wrong? And stand
Yeah,
next to the
see,
Shadow
I
Demon.
think you've already
What
messed
can
up the
actually-
fundamental...
What can actually go wrong if he just stays behind
No,
the
look,
Terrorblade?
hear me out,
and if
hear me
he
out.
knows and he understands his position in the game. He's the slave of the
Okay, so
yeah,
tell me
Terrorblade.
why he's farming mid, Winter. Tell me why he's farming mid.
Because he does not understand he's the position 3 in this game.
Okay. Are you gonna give him a scolding after this is done?
You can tell them to hire me and I'll give him a private
Tell-
pep talk.
Tell Kev, the organization, to hire you. Yep, okay,
Yeah,
I'll
I mean,
do that.
tell
I'll
them
drop
I-
them a ring.
Tell them I know Mandarin, you know, I can translate.
Oh yeah, okay, can you try and say, Old 11, can you please do your job in Mandarin?
It's not even doing his job. He doesn't know his job.
Yeah,
he
you
needs
need
to
to
know
ask.
his job to do his job.
Yeah, he's looking a little clueless now. Okay, what is this? Your Mandarin's better than mine. Tiu Bao.
Packet loss.
Packet loss? Oh, bao like bag, like packet.
Yes, sir. You find
Do you know? Okay, look. Okay, fun story. I won't go into too much details, but long story short, I found myself in a position where I had to translate for a Chinese team. In a winner ceremony brief, right? So when it comes to the stage, you need to tell them, okay, you know, you go up there, you spread out, you wave around, you look cool, and then you grab the trophy. I forgot the word for trophy, so I ended up saying the word for cup. And then they all looked at me so damn confused. They're like, what? Like our water bottles? And I'm like, no, like the big shiny cup. And they're like, oh, 奖杯. And I felt like a goddamn fool. So yeah, this is why I need to take more Chinese lessons, I think.
Well, you're in the right place. Chinese
Yeah,
Dota.
They're not teaching me anything. And Winter, you're being very stingy with your knowledge. You're like, I can't believe you don't know Tiu Bao.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, well, I mean, the joking has subsided as I think Team Zero, I don't know how happy they are sounding right now because they are very far behind. It's only 4K, but it feels like the tempo of the game is just completely out of their favor. They need, like, even with the Sven BKB timing, it's not gonna do much,
I mean, the
right?
good news is at minute 12, the lead was 6k. At minute 19, the lead is 5k, you know, so they're
Sure,
making
sure.
progress.
Okay. But your Tiny also has 7.5k net worth, which is 1k below the Omni.
He just need the Kanda. I kid you not.
Radiant's
Okay.
bottom tower is
Kanda
under
will be the
attack.
difference maker this fight. Mark
Dire's
Winter's
top
words,
tower
guys.
is under
You heard it here
attack.
first. He
Not
called the
this fight,
Terrorblade
but
bait.
eventually, somewhere down the road.
Yeah. I mean, he can't afford the Kanda right now. He's still working towards his Echo Saber. Grouping up in this top side, they might just chance upon a wolf, and they'll see him this time. Forcing the wolf form out, there isn't any additional disable. Oh, with the cage. They've caught him. Undyne will get his revenge. All he can do is howl like a pitiful little dog as he just gets mauled there. Very sad, surrounded by all the Kev players. Oh, they're just all quick moves here, Kev. They want to keep the pressure going, immediately TPing this Terrorblade down here, and the rest of the team joining up as well. Now they just want to keep the pressure on.
Shield rune on Butterfly. Time to roll. Keep rolling. Keep the ball rolling. EXO is
Yeah.
up.
Why not? Butterfly effect. He's been doing well for his team so far, and not showing any signs of stopping. He's pocketing 3k gold. Is he saving for buyback? What?
11 is farming creeps. He doesn't know his job again.
Yeah, and right now they'll just get the touch onto Undyne. This Disruptor will suffer as he drops back down to earth into an Inkswell. And Old 11's like, okay, maybe I should join my team now that my Disruptor is dead. Starting to pressure out on this tier 2. Setup is there though, Team Zero look like they want to try and start a fight. Honlo's gonna show himself, get the double soul by now, but where's the follow-up? I mean, blink in, 7E with the Avalanche, beats a Shadow Demon ultimate instead. But both these teams kinda throwing up their hands for a fight they can't possibly take. I don't think any of them are really equipped to try and get out of here. Ooh, the Inkswell just mistimed slightly. Would have cancelled the TP on DP. Okay, Butterfly Effect through to safety. I mean, I don't know whether he would have died with the Sanjin Kaya as well as the Shield Rune and 21 charges, but I digress.
I mean, once you get the Shivas on a DP, I think she will be pretty unkillable in the fights.
Yeah, definitely feels that way.
I mean, the Omni is actually queuing up BKB. He's actually queuing up BKB and Omni Knight.
You need a dude. You need to get on this team. Someone needs to hire you on this team because
going on?
maybe he just loves BKB. Maybe he just likes BKB. You know, it's good against Tiny and Soulbind and Silence, I guess. Pull back the Mirana into certain depth there. Hold her in place so that she can't leap away. And even with the mech, Fly will be unstoppable in this game.
Why can't he just buy like some utility item?
Okay, what would you like to see him get?
Just some auras? What's wrong with buying Blats for his TP and DP? Or okay, maybe not Blats. I mean, even
what's wrong with Blats?
I feel like Wind Waker is gonna be like such a useful item. I don't know, like
I
the
think
item
you
is
just
actually
really
so,
like Wind Waker. It sounds like you just have an obsession with Wind Waker.
The item is freaking OP.
Okay,
Dude,
look, I get that. I get it.
Do you know the cooldown of that spell? I mean, that item.
It's ridiculous, I know.
It gives you move speed, gives you mana regen, everything Omni Knight needs.
Okay.
But 011 seems to think that whatever item he gets needs to give him damage.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, that's the redeeming factor of the BKB, right? At least he hits just a little bit harder with that Mithril Hammer.
Well, on the bright side, that if he has BKB, he doesn't have to worry about the Phantom's Embrace.
Yeah. It's still level 2. I mean, Ponlo has opted to max out levels in the Stroke of Fate just to clear some of these creep waves instead. Which, you know,
3
I can
points.
understand.
3 points is what you need to clear the range creep, my friend.
Beyond's gonna run up here onto Undyne, forcing the Ghost Scepter out. There's a dragon tailing him. Spots him out, Undyne with the setup, and Old 11 puts the Guardian Angel on him just to be safe. Probably something Undyne asked for. And they eliminate the Lycan in this top side again. Kill off his dragon while they're at it too. Perfect.
Space. 5 heroes top, dude.
See, my problem with this game is, Winter, it feels like we're waiting for an outcome that will never happen. Right? This Sven, even with the eggs that he's queuing up, even with his BKB and God Strength, sure, hell, let's go the distance. Even with a Wolf Bite, is it gonna be enough against Terrorblade, who's this farmed? He has a Butterfly complete.
With the Purge, so he doesn't have to care about the Purge.
I guess. I mean, you're still doing physical damage into an Omni, and now you're forced to TP out. You're getting ripped apart here. Nice try on the glimpse from Undyne, but unfortunately the BKB duration a bit too long, and I think Zero realized they have no business being in these parts. 999, oh my goodness, just blinks forward into certain there, finds 7E. The Inkswell will pop over his head, and the rest of the squad from Kev trying to follow up and get something in return, but 11, he does have a blink at his sights.
He sees his food, he sees
oh,
the
he's
prey.
hungry. Old 11, you can't stop him, blinking in, and the Inkswell not gonna stop anything. Pull you back into death as 7E sticks around to clear out the creep wave. I don't know whether he'll live to regret this. He has a TP out. They're trying to set up onto Old 11 instead, but it's a very easy dodge. I guess it's a haste rune that makes him comfortable enough to stick around, but ZZQ, not quite as lucky of a contender, needs to pounce away, TP out, and seems like Old 11, somehow, for whatever reason, decides to stop chasing.
Somebody is saying some words to him.
Somebody dragged him by the collar. Hey! Enough.
Come back.
We have a qualifiers to win here, and that's exactly what they're doing. 25 minutes in, Again, the gold lead hasn't changed at all, but I don't know. I feel a sense of despair this game. It almost feels like Team Zero, no matter what they do, I can't really see them have a winning outcome.
Heidi's gonna die. I mean, it's just like it's just the nature of the lineup, right? It's so difficult for the Sven. I mean, do you actually just get the Revenant's Brooch at some point to deal damage? Maybe
Actually,
that's
that might
the
be a
play.
good-
That actually might be the play.
It has to
Just
be, right?
Can't see how else would he do anything.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Erica come back in what feels like hopeless situations before, especially that Morphling game, but I think that Morphling game, he was a lot better equipped.
This is a lot worse.
This is a lot worse, yeah. He's
I mean,
facing
the
down what
lead
feels
might
like
not
3
be as
counters.
big, but because of the state of the game and the heroes, how they interact with each other, it feels
Yeah.
more despair.
It
But I think
definitely
Brooch
does.
is probably
Yeah.
the most legit solution.
Not Wind Waker, you think? Maybe they get Wind Waker on the Sven.
Dude, not
I
on
heard the
Sven,
cooldown's
come
very
on,
low.
guy. Dude,
No?
just tell someone else to buy it.
Okay. Well, now you get the Shadow Demon squaring up on the Mirana. Will just pounce out. 11 actually didn't have the blink available, so won't be able to chase through. The ZZQ gets out to safety. You know, usually in these type of situations, Winter, we'd say, okay, you know, this benefits the lineup of Team Zero because they can buy time. But buy time for what? You spend to pop more BKBs and try and TP out? I mean, he's trying to run away from the DP right now, who's just absolutely trucking it. Runs into Fly instead. It seems like they have the vision somehow. The ghosts are still chasing. They lose sight of him. The pings come through, but the kinetic field can't connect. And the Moonlight Shadow, he's out to safety. Are you serious? Great moves.
His TP got cancelled, so he's gonna
wasn't.
be here for some time.
Yeah, he has to make sure that the side of Kev shows somewhere else first, but the Roche is up. But I don't know whether they have enough exorcism duration to really put that to work. I don't think that's going to stop them from just barreling in though. Okay, so we didn't talk about this just yet, but we were concerned whether there was any wolf presence in this game. I'm pleased to inform you after a survey done, there are indeed wolves, just not the scary ones, just the ones that come from your shard on the wave. So there is some passive creep wave push going on thanks to the Lycan shard. It hasn't really resulted in anything, which is always fun. And Kev, they're gonna get themselves a Roche up here.
Rate the shard right now.
Yeah. Rate the Lycan shard. I'd say a 6 or 7 out of 10. I like it.
Dire's middle tower is
I think it's
under
unique.
attack.
I think people used to think it was garbage, but I think, you know, there are its merits. It does apply quite a bit of map pressure. What about you? What do you think about the Lycan shard?
Roshan has
Definitely not
fallen
bottom
to the
three.
dire.
Somewhere in the middle.
Not
Average.
Dire's middle tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
It's unique, right? It adds a sort of not really a new dimension to the hero, but kind of helps him out in some areas he might not feel comfortable in. And pushing out the waves essentially without you needing to commit yourself there, especially in dangerous situations like this, can really help them out. Again, we still aren't exactly clear what Team Zero are waiting for. This late game scenario with all these little buffs on the Sven feels like he can just get stripped away by the Omni Knight directly countering him. You got facing up against a Shadow Demon. You gotta wonder what the thought process was here from Team Zero in the draft, because it's really not coming through in terms of a game plan.
What's the plan now? What is the plan? I just can't see any other plan than the Revenant's Brooch on the Sven.
And you know how crazy that is when Winter Dota of everyone can't see an out for you? This man is known for his strategies and years of experience with Dota.
I'm
This-
known for being a pessimist, so
Okay, that's true. Well, so am I. Well, and now our pessimism might become the reality here, as they feel comfortable enough to go on this high ground, cheese on the Terrorblade and the second life on the DP instead. So very much what you said, where Butterfly Effect is going to be the focal point in the fight. That's if they even had damage to kill her the first time. Just making quick work of this Rax, and
Radiant's middle
literally
tower
there
is
are
under
no
attack.
Team Zero heroes here to respond. They're just throwing out Stroke of Fates to try and clear the creep wave, but that's not going to do anything to these Terrorblade illusions.
here they
Try
come.
for a wraparound instead.
Erica.
The arrow, just to buy a bit of a bait. Huge
stun.
avalanche onto the back lines. You get both supports for now, but oh no, Omni able to save his buddies out. And Old 11 standing his ground, pops the BKB on the Omni, and they've already killed off Ponlo. Troublesome now as Fly able to reposition in the fight and help his buddies out. Nobody dead just yet, other
Round
than Disruptor. Looks like they found the push. Shadow Demon, but he's hiding under the glimmer. The Wolf finally manages to kill him off, but he has a buyback in the fight as well, forcing it out. Butterfly Feck has to face off against his tiny BKB, but he's not long for this world. Undyne is back in the mix and should be able to glimpse him back into death. Beyond's little ultimate form has just won out. So that's the fight over already for Team Zero, despite the buyback 7E. He'll go down. So ends up being what? A 2-for-1 exchange there?
Yeah, quite surprised that SD
Two for
actually
two, sorry.
didn't decide to buy back since the Disruptor already buy back, and they kind of feel like they would really want to
Push the
cause,
issue, right?
Yeah, push the issue and cause a lot more damage. Maybe it was the right call. I mean, Exo ran out, Meta timed out too. But Firefly still feels like with the Butterfly, he's kind of like not gonna be in any danger of dying.
Radiant's bottom tower is
I mean, the only
Big
way
bet.
he dies if he gets tossed into the big fountain or
Yeah.
something at this point.
20 seconds without that as a possibility. Without their Tiny, who really was the only component making that fight even nearly close.
Yeah, 3-man
Not
stun.
looking good. That was beautiful stuff, but I mean, when your only action maker is the Tiny and you're likened as such a bad start, it kind of feels like you're going out with a whimper. It's a very unfortunate situation for Team Zero here as they're staring down the barrel of losing this game. 5 members back up again. They can try and put up a fight. There is still Guardian Angel and EXO. Here comes 7E trying to focus down Old 11. They're getting the response in, and the disruption from 999 is perfect. Saving Old 11, and all the Tiny can do is try and TP out, but there's nowhere for him to go. He's already right next to his own base, and even the creeps cannot kill Old 11. He will survive. This is exactly what you said, Winter. If a guy just wants to do his own thing, at least put him on a hero that he can't die on. And Old 11, apart from a few pretty suspicious moves, has looked largely intact this game. Able to pop the BKB to shrug off the Sven's advances. No thank you. Starting to work down on the Terrorblade, but again and again, the Shadow Demon just allowed to play the fight for free and allowing Firefly to stand his ground on the front lines and beat them to dust. YSR will finally get the Wolf Bite and starting to work down Disruptor. There ends up being a dive at Tonlo, his base, his allies. They're all getting killed. Where's your little wolf now? He's all the way on the wrong side and he can't contribute. This feels like the end here for the side of Team Zero that had a stunning upper bracket run, but it's not enough. Kev looking on the cusp of revenge, but Tiny back in the mix. Butterfly Effect has the help of the Guardian Angel, and 999 is starting to run low on mana. Butterfly Effect and Fly though still standing their ground and will finally take down the Sven without Erica, without their hope. It looks all to be lost here. Team Zero, they tried their best to the very end. They pushed it the distance. They have a couple of key comebacks, but really Kev feels like they were toying with them all along. They aren't ready to give up. Trying for the toss back into the base, but Fly is completely fine. They'll even get the Guardian Angel. Working on this Ancient. Last bit of HP and there's nothing left to give. Team Zero will give way in this overall series. It goes the distance, but Kev, they show resilience, they show grit, and they show exactly why they deserve a chance back at the international stage.
Yeah, GG. Cav just I guess like overall they deserve, you know, they learn a lot throughout the tournament, they improve a lot. They showed us a lot of changes, I mean from the first round to the last round to the last game of the last best of 5, you know.
Yeah.
0-11, despite some of the games that he actually did a lot of questionable things, but there were games that he actually did his part and he was responsible for his team doing well, and they just have to find a balance between drafting the right heroes and ensuring that there's a balance in their lineup, you know, trying to find the win condition, which is mostly going to be Butterfly, and trying to give Fly a hero that can actually play around his team more. He's more of like he has to be like the Racho in this team. Like he kind of has to move around and play a lot with the supports and just allow the other cores to succeed.
Yeah, and just like the gaming gladiators as of late, it doesn't always look pretty for this lineup when it doesn't work out, when Old 11's making some sussy-ass moves, but they still go the distance, and they will be your last Chinese representative at the Elite League Swiss stage here. Of course, there are 3 other Chinese teams between LGD, Azure Ray, and Extreme waiting at the main tournament, and you're going to have to make it through the Swiss stage to advance to that. So, I mean, still, the work's not done, right? This qualifiers is only the beginning, it feels like.
The beginning of great things to happen, like for
I
Team
hope
Cav.
so for Kev, because I mean, Chinese Dota is already seeing a bit of a resurgence. It'd be super cool to see that all 4 teams participating in these major events are of competing standard, right? Sometimes we see these teams that come through open qualifiers, close qualifiers, just peter out and just look a tier lower than everybody else. And I mean, they have their hands full, right? They're going to face off against the likes of OG, Tundra, Aurora, Shopify Rebellion, Entity, who just made it through the Western European qualifiers, the invited teams of Heroic Quest, as well as Virtus Pro. Definitely no snuffs. I mean, these guys, they've shown up at multiple international events just over the past year, so they're going to have to level up their game and really get back to the lab and make sure they're not falling into the same traps and falling into the same mistakes that they did here and there throughout this I guess qualifiers overall. But a big congrats to them. Kev, of course, none other than Fly, Butterfly Effect, Old 11, as well as Imitator and Undyne. They go the distance. They take the slightly tougher route, and they have to play a full 8 games, essentially, just to get the... 7 games to get the position that they are now. But, I mean, they definitely deserve it, that's for sure.
Yeah, well played, and congratulations to Team Kev. We hope that they're gonna give us a good show, at the main event.
Yeah,
I think make us proud, make China proud.
Yeah, let's go, China #1, baby. But of course, while we congratulate the winners, we also do have to give a nod to all the teams that have bowed out across the way. Especially heartbreaking for Team Zero, where they've made it all the way through. They've recently made the changes, adding in Erica, adding in Ponlo, but it just doesn't seem enough. They had a stunning upper bracket, but as we know, it doesn't matter. When you push the game all the way in a best of 5 series, it all comes down to a best of 1, and that Lycan strat didn't work out for them. So unfortunate that they have to bow out. They'll miss out their chance this time. But as you said, Winter, there's always next year. Hopefully we have another Elite League lined up. We're not sure with how the state of Dota is currently, but what we do know is that there's non-stop action. Not just on this stream, but there's a whole bunch of other streams happening as well, right? You can follow us at ESB_Dota on X if you want to find out exactly when these streams are going live. But right as we're speaking and wrapping things up, if I'm not wrong, Western Europe is raging on right now, so that should be fun. There are, I think it's R Cryptic and Z Quixotics casting that on ESB Dota 2_EN. So you can just type that in, you'll find all the streams that we're on right now, and if you're sort of ever confused, you can just hit up the YouTube as well, if that's what you prefer, if you have YouTube Premium, stuff like that. But that does wrap it up for us here, at least for China. We will be back on this stream, if I'm not wrong. I do need to check. Let me just do a quick glance over here, make sure that I'm getting my details correctly. Okay, so we will be back on either this stream or the D stream for Southeast Asia starting tomorrow. This will be back at the regular time, so it'll start at 12 p.m. GMT +8, which is SG time. So 1 hour later than we've been starting for some of the Chinese days. But yeah, I mean, do you have any closing words for China as a region in particular, Winter?
China's back. That's all you need to know. China is back. They're not afraid to import SEA players.
Yeah! Bring them here. Last time China players would go, I mean, some China players going over to Southeast Asia with, like, I don't know, Ollie going to Aurora, but they've done it the opposite way now. Of course, speaking about SEA, that's going to be all the rage tomorrow, right? We still have a full 3 days of exciting matches to prove who's going to be the 2 qualified teams. So Southeast Asia has 2 slots. Are there any initial guesses at what we'll be seeing? Will it be much different from the Chinese games? What are you expecting to see?
May the best team win.
Oh, it's as simple as that. Winter, he's imparted his wisdom, and we'll leave you with that. Thank you everyone so much for watching. It's been a pleasure to cover these games with you, Winter, and for the last time, for at least for now, for China, we'll say goodbye. Thank you everyone for watching, and pop on over to that other ESB_Dota 2_EN stream to keep on supporting and watching the rest of these qualifiers. But for now, see you tomorrow.